Actually, maybe you can from the side. Maybe you can see something from the side if you're not like
Side
looking
view.
directly at the
I
Earth.
love side
See,
view.
he's already
Okay.
backpedaling because he doesn't want to agree that it would be deception then. So
I'm
if there's
just thinking about-
ever any curve,
Okay.
if there's ever any curve from the ISS, you gotta agree it's just pure deception. If you think there's no curve to be seen from the ISS, you can't
If
have
you're
both.
looking straight down, there's probably no curve to be seen. But if you
That
look
doesn't
in the
make
side
sense on a
window,
board.
it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense on a sphere curve. It needs to bend 360 degrees in every direction, especially in retrospect to your model, right? If I use Google Earth, I go to the same altitude of the ISS. The Earth is extremely, extremely spherical. Okay, let me just give you a perspective, okay?
But where's your
You
proof,
can do it.
though?
You can do it
Google got
yourself.
wrong.
You can do it yourself, right? This is Google Earth from 400 kilometers, and this is the
Why do
same
you
height.
consider Google Earth
And this is
proof?
the same height.
Google
and this
hasn't
is the-
lied to you
and-
about anything
and this
before?
is-
Google tells no
yeah,
lies,
thank
sir.
you for interrupting me. I appreciate
You're welcome.
interruption.
Google tells lots of
yeah,
lies.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Okay, cool. So this
do you
is
agree
your
that
the
Google
model-
tells lots of
oh,
lies?
Man. Can you
So why are you
please
still
let me
pushing their
finish?
bullshit?
Okay. So again,
Why?
if you use Google
Why
Earth,
are
which
you
means
Pushing their
Globus
bullshit if you
Invoke,
know Google tells lots of lies, dude.
Oh my, ISOS is getting a mute right
okay,
now.
I'm
Go ahead,
gonna.
Clay.
Thank you. So one more
Hey,
time.
go ahead, Clay.
If you go,
tell me again.
Go ahead, Clay.
okay. So the Globers will always invoke that Google Earth is, the perfect model, the perfect map, and whatnot. So what you gotta do is go to Google Earth, zoom out. They have a scale in the right-hand corner. Zoom out until it says 400 kilometers or 250 miles, which is the height of the ISS. I posted a picture. That is presumably how the Earth should look like from the ISS. And then I will send you this link, for example, from NASA, which shows the Soyuz docking to the ISS. And then tell me how this example corresponds to the ball that you just looked at, which is your model that you claim is sufficient. Oh, I took away your space. I love it. I just took away everything they have. You just have nothing anymore. Nothing. You guys have nothing. Just to believe.
Yo, is it really efficient?
Your pool doesn't exist, and your model is trash.
Okay. So you think
Yeah, I mean, I've proven it. You need to agree. I've proven it, right? Or you're gonna just. Oh, okay. You have one option. You can hand wave Google Earth and say it's a wrong model. The Earth is much, much bigger than it's assumed, and then we can move on, right? But that would be very hard because then, I don't know, then you're playing with fire in your own paradigm.
I don't get that metaphor.
I know.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's late, man. I'm not forcing you to understand this. Yeah, you too, man. Have a blessed sleep.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank
you. Yeah. Anyways, even though there might be FE that don't, like the fact that there's over 1 million images from over 100 missions with shuttles and other things, and literally building the ISS from ground up, and everything documented with hundreds of thousands of pictures, still you can rejoice because it's still flat up there, guys. Even if you might just think it's all fake. But I've yet to get an explanation to how you can fake over 600,000 pictures that are all just raw images, and half of it is captured on analog film. Anyways, please, for the love, I haven't been through 600,000 images of space shuttle missions yet. If just 1 or 2 or 3 flat earthers would do me a favor and just, once a day look through one archive and search out all the images where they don't use fisheye, I would highly appreciate it. Or just be ignorant and think it's just all fake.
I think they're all asleep, dude.
I think so too. That's why I'm gonna take a shower now.
Quick, while the retards are fucking asleep. Well, have fun with you guys' delusion.
You too, homie. Have fun with it. As much fun as possible. Take all your delusions and put them in the bucket.
I don't have
Have
any
fun.
delusions.
Well, that's delusional right there.
How? You don't know what I believe or what I...
Yeah, you just said have fun with your delusions.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Your
a delusion right
delusions.
there. It's a delusion. You're
No,
delusional
you
about
have...
delusions.
You
You have delusions. This delusional worldview that someday you'll go to space. Have fun with it.
You understand you're delusional, right?
You understand that you are literally delusional. Literally
So-
Upside down people. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, delusional.
So
It's
the
okay,
first
Take
step,
your globe. Okay,
the
your
first
globe.
step is acceptance.
Yeah,
right?
your globe offers enough stuff
My
to fuel
globe?
your delusion.
It's not my globe.
You got space and space lore, spaceman, Star Commander, Star Future of Tomorrow, Star Wars, Dark Forces, Light Forces. Have fun with it. Take all that delusion, put it in a bucket, and have fun with it.
What do you mean? Put it in a bucket?
That's exactly
And
what I
also,
said.
and why are you
Take it-
saying your like it's mine?
It's your. Yeah,
I don't own it.
You own it.
No, I don't.
Okay, then don't.
You know why I don't own it?
I don't care. No one asked you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no one.
you're
will.
still
You're delusional. You're delusional.
Oh, you're still worried.
I know you're delusional, so I know not to ask you anything. I know
you don't. I wouldn't
I know
answer you
this.
anyway.
I know you're delusional, so I know 100%
Same dude.
not to ask you anything.
Same dude.
Yeah, unconditional acceptance.
No, that's not what unconditional
Yeah,
acceptance
I
means.
accept
motherfucker.
you for you.
I don't
Unconditional.
accept you.
Well, then don't.
How could accepting observable reality be delusional? How does that
True.
work?
Yeah. Why don't you answer him, Crit?
This
No,
is
that's you.
Yeah, you're
No,
delusional
answer him,
again.
Crit.
No,
Answer,
Because you're denying observable reality, though. So that's delusional power.
answer him, Crit.
Power.
For
I'm
you.
listening to both of you guys, but Power, I would love you to answer the question right now because you're the one
No,
that's
go
actually.
ahead, Crit. Answer.
No, Crit's totally fine. See, he runs this place,
I
right?
don't
This is
give a
what I
shit.
would like to know from
Guess
you
what,
because
Crit?
you're here. Hold on a
Why don't
minute.
you let
Hold
him-
on, boy. Power. Cyclone just came in
Don't
and
call
he
me
asked
boy,
you respectfully.
faggot.
Yeah, I did because you need to humble yourself a bit. You're
No,
being
shut the
asked
fuck
for
up.
the evidence. Go ahead and provide it.
No, shut the fuck up. How about that?
You're triggered, power.
Okay,
Why
now-
you triggered? So upset.
Yeah, well done, Cyclone. You got this guy to trigger that quickly. You ask, it's like, hey, I don't want to talk to you, Craig. I don't want to ask you a thing. Yeah, ditto. I want to talk to you either. But here's somebody who does want to talk to you, and he didn't. He didn't want to hear it, but he wanted to hear my answer without asking the question at the same time. He's delusional. That's fucking delusional, dude. You just said you didn't care what I had to say. Then somebody asked a question that you thought it was to me, delusional. And even if you did hear that, you wouldn't care what I had to say. You just said you don't care what my answers are anyway. Double delusional. You are. This is why the only purpose you serve here is to point and laugh.
Literally in this room saying you're doing, like, why don't people just leave, Crit? Right? If you're the crazy one, they're in this room. If you're the crazy one, they should just go ahead and leave, because you ain't leaving, that's for sure.
I ain't fucking leaving.
Yeah, well, I know. It's like you go. Not me. Why should I go? You just told me that me being in this room was your entertainment, and you want me to go? That's delusional, dude.
Gonna come into your house, call you crazy. Like, let's think about this. If you think the house owner is crazy, then you should probably just leave the house and go to a sane house.
Well, I posted in the chat the definition. Psychotic disorders or episodes arise when a person experiences a significantly altered or distorted perception of reality. Such distortions are often caused or triggered by hallucinations, false perceptions, delusions, false beliefs, and or disrupted or disorganized thinking. So a distorted perception of reality, our perception of reality is a flat and motionless earth. That's how we perceive reality. But they've got delusions, false beliefs, that it's actually a big spinning ball. So really, the Glovers fit the textbook definition of delusion as a psychotic disorder. So it was nice of Power to bring that up.
Amen. Visions of grandeur will take over your mind with all of these subjective appeals you hold in your mental construct.
Here, look at this delusion. He goes, go ahead, answer the question, Crit. Damn, Crit got muted. This guy's, you're muted, not me. You're delusional, dude. Holy shit. You're literally delusional. It's unfortunate that the delusional idiot got muted. You're muted.
Is he like referring to himself?
It's like his ego was broken so badly that he lost sense of self.
That's kind of crazy. I think you guys just broke his brain.
Their classic Spiral. We are really racking them up this week and the last few weeks. The final experiment is just setting them all up to come in and face plant. I don't know.
The final experiment has brought out the freaks.
You kind of knew that was going to happen because it was a social experiment to begin with. So then the freaks will be the first ones to show the symptoms.
Maybe they should have called it the final trigger.
I saw this funny meme where it was like Victoon, like going over, like, okay, what do we do now? He goes, we got to tell them, got to lie to Flurf. It's like, you said that already. Fuck. We got to come up with something new. We can't.
Yo, I got it.
Can't
Crit,
come up with
it's-
anything new. We used it all.
Crit.
Yeah.
What about the final troll?
Yeah, this is it. Before they ride off into the sunset, one final trolling. And they give up on the topic. If this troll doesn't work, they're gonna have to find a new community to try to troll. Fuck, it didn't work. They trolled us. They got crap. I stayed up for 24 hours and blurted crazy shit on Discord. Oh, bummer.
Well, what I'm learning from the media coverage and the Glober feedback is that they can't rely on NASA to tell them that the Earth is a globe, despite the $70 million a day and all that. What they need is either a mega church pastor or Jaren the flat earther to tell them what the Earth is, and then they can celebrate or commiserate. Breaking news, guys. Jaren the flat earther has confirmed Earth is a globe. Whee! You did it, guys. Funny that they're putting flat earthers on a pedestal. Like, we're the guys you have to convince for something to be legit. So that's nice.
I'm honestly waiting for Jaren to stream. I wanna kind of hear his thoughts on about the whole trip. Because he's like repeatedly said like a 24-hour sun cannot work on a flat Earth in Antarctica.
Well, that would have been a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, I mean he's repeated that like so many
No,
times.
if you look at the whole thing, he says the whole video. He says, "Hey, sometimes in life you're wrong," and then bang, they cut the quote. He says,
Yeah.
"I had thought that the 24-hour sun wouldn't work on the flat Earth, but I was wrong. It does work on the flat Earth. I just don't have an answer for it."
I'm not even talking about this trip, like before coming to the trip. Like if you look at his past streams, he's like multiple times he's mentioned like, I mean he's pretty. I mean he pretty angrily points out like why don't other flat earthers get it? Like a 24-hour
Yeah,
sun
why?
in Antarctica doesn't work.
No, he said it does work. There just isn't an explanation right now.
He's maybe saying on the AE map he can't see how it could work. But even then, with the AE map, he's just thinking about geographic and a fairly, well...
I mean the thing
depiction of
is like the
sun
way
and
he
its
explains it,
location
he's like
without
it's not
knowing how
really
the sun
about
actually works. So complex.
like it's not really about the map. It's mostly about he's like
No,
people-
whenever
he's like,
any
people
of them
think-
are saying it doesn't work on a flat Earth, it is 100% about an AE projection that they're talking about, and an assumption about how the sun's actually working or not working. That's all that they can really.
But
go
you know
with.
what? Hang on. Did you watch that video I posted yesterday? Let me see if I can find
Yeah.
it. I mean, you
Just to
can do this, like,
clarify,
without a map.
I just want to clarify something. If you're not sure about the map itself or the ground that you're standing upon, you're going to look to the sky to presuppose, or sorry, look to the sky to confirm what you think the Earth shape is. That doesn't still make any sense.
Well, I think it's a good lesson, even to flat earthers who started getting overly confident in their understanding of this system we inhabit. It's back to Job, right? God's like, you think you know shit about this place?
Well
What do you
said,
think about it?
Cyclone. Well said, brother. Very well said. One face, right?
And so,
there's a lot of references.
As soon as you start falling into the trap that we were all in as Globers, and that a lot of Globers are still in, of thinking you've got this large-scale knowledge of the environment, well, you're kind of asking to be slapped in the face, to be honest, because, yeah, I think it's just, I mean, the system itself is just beyond comprehension, really.
And it would be the funniest thing, right, if the answer was sitting right in front of our faces the entire time, but our egos was the actual thing in our way, allowing us to actually accept what was happening right in front of our faces.
I think it's almost ego that's gotten to the point where people think they could just jump from the globe to some new proposition and have that just be like neat and packaged up. And like, yeah, there we go, sorted. That's what it actually is. This is how it actually works. Like, it was never going to be that easy, was it? So, if Jaren and that were putting all their eggs in that basket, then this is what happens.
Well, the one thing that we have as a
Learn.
constant that we know works is celestial navigation. And if we were to actually walk with celestial navigation, let's say, looking at the stars, but we walk with celestial navigation and then started plugging in all of the things that we know are observables and started being honest with that, I believe that through looking at trigonometry, planar geometry, we would actually arrive at the final conclusion, which is stationary topographical plane.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They knew exactly going into this. They could have picked flat earthers who said this would convince them. They picked flat earthers that they knew were not going to budge one iota. Even if, like Jaron said right from the very beginning, science doesn't prove anything. He uses a globalist worldview there. To them, there's no proof. Nothing can be proven. It's all just degrees of confidence interval. And this didn't move Jaron's confidence interval one way or the other. He's exactly at the same 100%. The Earth is a flat, and it's a stationary. Then you have Witsit, who just said, "Oh, sure, we could explain it hundreds of ways, like more than one sun, apparent location, ether cosmic dust, Chinese weather balloon, fake sun, patent number, whatever it was." You know, he could just roll in more and more excuses that can't be answered. And I have no idea what Elizabeth had said, and the other dude, I don't think he was even on camera at all the whole time. There's a few photos of him. So they picked. They could have picked dude. They could have picked men and women who said, "I am 100% all in that the AE projection is a perfect representation of flat Earth. If you debunk that, I'm done. The Earth is a globe." But they did. They wanted to run away from those people. So now they got literally egg on their face that they dragged 4 flat earthers all the way to Antarctica, didn't convince them, and couldn't even convince themselves of what they looked at. Like, you're like, "Hey, McToon, 1980s toy collector, did you look at the sun?" "No, I didn't. I'm looking for the guns. Where's all the guns at? Nathan Oakley told me there'd be some guns around here. I want to find the guns." You're like, "Dude, don't worry about Nathan Oakley. He's not there. Okay, that's rent free. It's literally rent free. Okay. Oh shit, he's calling them. No, put the phone down. Don't do it, McToon." Oh man, he's yelling guns into the.
That's glorious.
I love
died
to
laughing.
imagine Dave McKeegan or whoever McQueen asked to film him, like, "Hey, film me phoning Nathan." And he's like, okay. And then after like 5 minutes of seeing how unhinged he is, he's like, "Oh, Jesus, why am I filming this?
Yeah, are you sure
Do I
about
have to
that?
keep filming?"
Yeah, are you sure about that? At least some of the honest globalists have come in here and said, "Yeah, it wasn't a good showing. He looked completely unhinged. He was sleep deprived." Some of the excuses said that he was up for more than 24 hours. The sun, the sunlight, the 24 hours fucked with his biorhythms. He was literally hallucinating. He was delusional. He wasn't thinking clearly. And you're like, yeah, I mean, that's a good explanation. But it seems like he'll double down on it. So maybe convince him. Call him up and say, "Hey, dude, where were you at? Mentally, physically, and spiritually when you did this?" He says, like, "Hey, maybe this guy does need, he needs a solid 8 hours of beauty sleep. Otherwise, he's just, a monster. He's just awful." I mean, it didn't help. I told Nathan when he was here the other day, like, it didn't help you laughing at him. That probably made it worse. But I kind of disagree with laughing at him, but I understand why someone would. Because he refused. Because when you tried to direct the conversation to something fruitful, he just started screaming. Like, hey, how about those angle measurements in your challenge? And he just freaked out. Like, even more. So I suppose at that point, it's really kind of just have fun at their expense. Especially with some of the awful, nasty shit he said about flat earthers in the past. Like, this guy isn't really offered much charity at this point. You've burned that bridge. You've demonstrated yourself to be virtually worthless interlocutor. It's just kind of have fun with you now. Like, if you really went down to Antarctica looking for the guns, God have mercy on your soul. I hope you find some peace with your final experiment.
You know, although credit where it's due, I do think it's an exciting time in the flat earth community for what it's worth. Like,
Yeah, me too. I think it's always been a lot of these sort of ebb and flow kind of excitement stuff. You know, like
Yeah.
what wasn't exciting in the time when the SLS, you know, kept fucking up, they couldn't refuel it. And you know, every day the globalists are just watching it just sit there on the landing pad and having to take it back and disassemble it and find out why they can't fuel it. They got no heat shield. Just one technical issue after another. That wasn't very fun because it just kind of seems like you're like telling them, dude, like, why don't, okay, if you played your Kerbal Space Program, that was really popular at the same time. So I'm like, you've played Kerbal, you got the high score, call up NASA and tell them how to do this shit. Because apparently they're not playing Kerbal to the level that you are. So let them know how to get fuel into the rocket. At least that part. Like, let them know, like, hey, use this type of metal, you know, this level of gauge, you know, like, give them, you know, call them up. Because my take was, if they call NASA up and start asking them why they could do this, how are they doing this? Then they could say, well, NASA's not taking your call either. So if NASA won't take your call, why would I take your call as some kind of expert in rockets? They think your answers are literally worthless, like beyond worthless. Like they're gonna put your name on like the, you know, like, hey, this is weird. This is you know, someone send the FBI to investigate how this guy knows of, you know, or reference whatever materials and whatnot. Okay, so you're clearly do not know what you're talking about. So stop pretending. Like, take out the pretender clown. APOC got a clip of McToon doing the flat water sign that they do at the flat earth conventions. They were like, so McToon, what did the flat earthers do when you were like screaming and yelling on Discord? He said, oh, they were like doing survey and, you know, taking pictures of the horizon. And he goes, but that was worthless to do that. I don't know why they were bothering, because the ice, you know, it isn't level like water is. And then he did the flat water, you know, flat earther sign with his hand. You're like, holy shit. Holy shit, dude. You just did the flat water sign like that they do when they stand outside of these conventions. Like, are you self-aware at this point? Did was this the end of the like the character like first person view or something? Like this ended the plot, first person story. Now he just degraded to NPC or something? Like,
Powers really going off in the chat with all those globe cartoons. I must think he's on to something. Power, I'll unmute you. You want to present some evidence for the globe? Power. You got anything? The spinning cartoon space ball religion. No. Okay. Power, where's this attitude coming from? Oh, you ran away. So triggered. Shouldn't really be any need to be this triggered if you're confident that you're correct. And we're not triggered.
Uh-oh, is someone having an emotional reaction to the truth?
Seems so.
You guys, it's interesting. I know it's been quiet for a little bit, so let me raise a little speculation. Is anyone still around, or is it? I'm talking to the ether.
Yeah, go ahead, Crit.
So I yesterday I wouldn't say upset, or it was triggering. So I saw this video of Ukrainian soldiers who had surrendered, prisoners of war, and some Russian officer was like dumping what appeared to be like fuel, some diesel fuel or something, just soaking them with fuel, and then acting like he was going to set them on fire. And you don't know what happens, but it's just interesting where you would ask a globalist, is Russia an advanced space age culture pushing humanity to answer the big questions so you don't have to? They're exploring space so you don't have to. Or are they in all violation of the Geneva Convention? Multiple violations. But you're like, this ain't just, that was just one goofy Russian officer who did that. There are endless amount of reports of Russian abusing prisoners of war and violating different, Geneva Convention codes. This is just one they got on camera somehow. It shows like these Ukrainian soldiers trying to say, no, don't kill me, don't burn me alive, like begging for their life and whatnot. And you're like, okay, so you've got a problem with flat earthers because they're, as McToon said, all flat earthers, zero exceptions, are filthy, lying, degenerate, subhuman scumbags. And you're like, what do you think about someone who's going to, at the very least, pour diesel fuel on somebody and then act like they're going to set them on fire? Who's worse, flat earthers or the Russian government? And they're afraid. They're shit scared to really face the horror of this world. So this is why I feel like, in a way, they've retreated just to this one topic to try to see if they can push back against what they view as darkness. And what they're really adding is more darkness to the world. They're the problem. They're why the internet has become worthless, almost just filled with AI slop, triggered people. Like, no one understands shit anymore. You've got the information age, and it's marked with disinformation and complete misunderstanding. Where the fuck did he even get? Like, there's guns in Antarctica. Like, how many hours and hours of video of Nathan's content did they pour through trying to find the perfect out of context clips? And they never heard him explain the process of getting to Antarctica was designed to be completely difficult for the average person to do. Almost impossible. Which explains why so few people have been there. If it was that easy, like, hey, where do you want to go? Let's go check out Easter Island. It's a very remote area to get to. But, I mean, you can go check out the heads in Easter Island if you really wanted to. I mean, they don't offer a whole lot of amenities. It's not a well-known tourist location, but go check it out.
Not going to cost you 80 grand or whatever, or 40 grand to get over there. Like that sort of thing. That was, stay at the North Pole, or close to the North Pole, but it's like 80 grand.
It's so really bizarre. And it kind of seems like this quote that I'm trying to blank who said it now. That as soon as you fight, as soon as the shooting starts, the truth is the very first casualty. And that's my take. Why they do this. The globalist wants to fight the flat earth because their goal is to kill the truth. They want nothing to be true. That truth is unknowable. Like ultimate truth, like knowing something for sure, isn't possible. And you see, they kind of their wig gets snatched every so often. Like when you've got, Mr. Sensible think he's being sensible while live streaming himself, sitting on a computer chair, talking on Discord, and he's not even sure he's doing that. You can see him even if you do it, you couldn't see him. It'd be like, hey, right now, I've got a spoon in my hand. I just got done stirring my coffee. And you'd be like, do you need to see that? Or is it okay? Like you could say, yeah, 100%. I know Crit's doing that. Because he said so. And it's not that far out of the scope. And it kind of goes to the point in context of the conversation. And then you ask me, though, am I sure that I just finished stirring my coffee and lifted the spoon up in the air? And I said, well, no, I'm only like 75% sure. Or 99% sure. Or X, 100 minus X percent sure. And you're like, why? What the actual fuck? How are you not sure of something that you're doing? How am I more sure of what you're doing than you are? Oh, that's it. You lying piece of human garbage scum. How dare you, be more sure of me than me of me? Dude, Kate, you just turned it up to 11, Spinal Tap. Turn it back down to like a 3 or a 2, okay? You didn't need to go thermonuclear over something as simple as, I believe, with 100% confidence interval, that it isn't that wildly outside the scope of reality that once you turn your coffee, you pick the spoon out of the cup. That's not that difficult to believe or know. Even more so if you told me you did that. Well, anyway, so my point was earlier, I was just kind of like, paging through social media here, and I saw this video of a shoplifter, and they did some crazy shit to try to escape. I'm not going to go into it. I'm sure it's probably viral. You can find it yourself. But yeah, it's pretty bad. And I just kind of lose faith in humanity at that point. Like, make it make sense. Show me on the globe model this making sense.
Yeah, you're talking about the sort of paradox between Russia and America and all these countries are fighting on the ground and in wars and proxy wars, but they all seem to get along fine in space. And they don't seem to threaten each other in space either. Sort of thing.
Yeah, what's interesting,
look, you mess with us and we're going to shoot down your satellite or whatever.
Yeah, what's interesting too is that these countries who are threatening nuclear war against each other, they can get along in like low orbit on the ISS. They can get along in Antarctica. Why can't McToon get along with flat earthers in the same location? If they say, oh, well, so Russia and America, no problem. No problem. No issues. They love each other. They're playing chess. They're buying time. They're hanging out. They're learning each other's languages, showing each other photos of their family, talking about their needs and wants. Get along, no problem. As soon as they take one step away from Antarctica, it's back to fighting again. Meanwhile, McToon, who has the same worldview, can't get along with anybody at any time for any reason. So much so that he picked up the phone and started screaming, "Where's the guns?" If you think there's no guns there and it's all peaceful, it's like sunshine and lollipops. Why are you still being a belligerent asshole? Fix your shit. Fix it. Then come back to the conversation when you're mentally, physically, and spiritually prepared.
definitely going to be using, they screamed my name into the snow, or what does that affect? Sort of thing. We can use that as a general term for people spurking out. Oh, he was just screaming my name into the snow, and off he went.
Someone kill the chat? What's going on?
Oh, we just. I mean, I said something, but it's kind of a early speculation.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. We can speculate as long as we're not, going crazy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got personally like two competing models, if you want to call them that, two competing conceptions of the world based off of flat Earth. I don't know which one is which. We probably will never know which one is which. One of them can embrace Einstein's field equations a bit. The other one does not. One of them allows for non-Euclidean geometry in a higher dimension. The other does not. The Earth being flat remains central to both themes. You know what? I kind of miss the flat Earth community from a few years back. It seems like there was a bit more energy. We had some music, we had lots of fun memes. Things were just piping a lot more. It seemed like a party. Now things are much more academic. It's like Thirsty Thursday's over, folks. Time to cram for the exam.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how many victory laps can you do? You know, drinking champagne out of a cup, sort of thing. After a while, it's like, let's do something else.
Yeah, maybe that was it. That was it a few years ago. And for a few years'
like-
time, it was nothing but victory laps, man. We had a great time.
We're doing victory laps, and the Globers are on the other side of the fence, just screaming out, "Oh, you cheaters!" or whatever, and you're like, "Oh, whatever, we don't care."
I think as time moves on, we're going to see even more interesting quirks of reality that we as a community have been hoping for a long time, just like we were hoping to see the 24-hour Antarctic sun. I'm waiting for the next one to be a potential near circumnavigation north-south. What do you think of that? Wouldn't that be cool? I mean, while we're speculating, let's suppose they actually did a verifiable north-south circumpolar navigation to go with the 24-hour suns that are seen in these polar positions. Does that change anything at all for you? Do
When
we
they did
throw
that-
out everything that we've learned? Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the north-south supposed polar thing that I found on the internet. It's like it took 3 years or something, 2.5 years to do. It's not like they just jumped. It's not like they just jumped in a plane and went right around. It took them years. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's not an easy feat. I mean, if we had dirigibles again that could go in those climates, those extreme climates for lengthy periods, it'd be neat to take a big fat Zeppelin. But yeah, I mean, if circumpolar navigation was achieved and was verifiably demonstrated, does that change how we conceive of Earth being flat? That's the question. Suppose they were to circumnavigate the poles. Does that mean we throw out all of our measurements? Does that mean we throw out all of the philosophy of science and all the underlying principles of the measurements themselves? Does it just mean that the looping manifold of space-time geometry that NASA claims exists, being in 4 spatial dimensions, is just a lot smaller and more confined than people thought? Maybe that's not possible or even achievable. Either way, we still have our measurements. We still have our observations and experiences. We should not discount any of that. catching up on last night's stream. It sounds like Alishness was in here all night. And it sounds like more NPC globe resetting, bringing up the Autolites and something about compass drift with the Autolites. Okay. Oh, funny. We got Speedmaster guy here who can't read a voice text. He can't properly support his friend who's failing at supporting his seismic wave model. Hey, Speedmaster guy, why don't you mic up?
Yeah, I posted the Hawaiian Islands one.
Well, we see lots of situations where we don't see this. Like, I mean, camera lenses. We don't see this.
We design them. You do see it in camera lenses.
I mean, you see chromatic aberration, but
if they're poorly designed. Yeah, they actually make dispersion correctors for telescopes because they'll look at stars and the star will be red on top or blue on top and red on the bottoms, right? So they actually make a device that will merge the image. Why don't we have to do this when we make a 300-mile observation from Canada across from the Pyrenees? No.
Yeah, that's freaking hilarious. Where are the guns, Nathan? Where are the guns,
So check this
Nathan?
out. So I just thought of this, man. This is what we should do. We should get up a GoFundMe. Since make McToon put his money where his mouth is, we're gonna pay for his boat, so he has to go back there without permission. Just get in a boat and just go back without permission, and see if there's no guns. That's what he has to do. Just on his own. Let's see. Put your money where his mouth is. You claim there was no guns because we all know he had permission. That's just like a red herring, right? So let's see. You prove there's no guns. Just frickin', we'll pay for your fucking boat, dude. Just sail back, dude. Go back to the glacier. No permission, or better yet, get a plane. No permission. We don't want you to get permission from anybody for anything. Just go. You know what's gonna happen. We all know what's gonna happen. We ain't never gonna hear from them again.
Just ask Yarrow and Roy what happened.
That's worth every penny I'm gonna donate too. Never hear from them.
Yeah, I'm sick of all the lying. I mean, it's like you pointed out hundreds of times. It's true. These guys can't stop lying about everything. They lie about our positions. They lie about what we're supposed to think. They lie about their own claims and their own exploits. They lie about it all. Like McToon lies about Antarctica not needing permission. Meanwhile, they're going through one of like the State Department's only designated Antarctic travel agencies to a special Antarctic protection zone that was designated just for this purpose. Like, what the hell are you even talking about? Like, you can go without permission.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like, is there? Like I said, I said this a few months ago. These dudes have been in this freaking topic for half a decade or more, and they can't steel man a single fucking argument. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they can steel man it, but they choose not to, and they just are intentionally straw manning shit for propaganda purposes or whatever.
Yeah, forcing them to create a logical deductive syllogism, I think, is really the right approach to this, because it exposes them every time they want to straw man us with the AE map or Gleason's map, which is what they have to do.
Dude, I do trying to foist saying, isn't this your map? So it's the map that I think Professor Dave uses it. But that map was like a composite CGI NASA globe that NASA took and made into an AE projection, right? So it's not a globe. It's a one of their freaking, I don't know what you call it. It's one of their composite CGI weather maps, right? Where they take a bunch of layers and then they make a globe out of it. Well, they took one of those and they made it into an AE thing. And the dude's trying to foist that shit. I mean, like, dude, like, did you look at the provenance of that? No, like, no one even claims that's a map. Not even the person that made it claims it's a map. But that's my map? Like, why? Why's it got to be my map?
Yeah, and if you don't accept this map, then you're not a real flat earther. Then you're probably a shill or working for the government.
Gotta be. You gotta be working for the government. Wait for my check, man. Where's my check? I never get paid. They don't pay very well. They don't pay on time, that's for sure. But McToon, I don't know if you heard me earlier. McToon argued with me. This is probably like a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. McToon argued with me for 2 days that the AE map is a globe.
Well, he's not
wrong. Argued for days over it. Yeah. Well, yeah. But now the AE map's off. It's not him anymore.
Yeah.
And did you see? I don't know if you've seen that thread, man. That thread is like a train wreck. That freaking pin post I made, man. Not. I don't even think one person has even tried. They just like assert it's impossible, blah blah blah, and freak out, right? So McTune posted, "Flat Earth is dead." So want to know why no response is? I said, yeah. I said, then. So what's your logical syllogism that proves the globe or flat Earth? And then I got a screenshot of him saying in Discord, "Give me proof," asking for proof, pseudoscience. So he's on record saying proof is pseudoscience, just asking for proof.
Oh God!
But he's not. But he's saying that just. But he just said he just proves that it just proves flat Earth. So, it proves the Earth is not flat, right? That's what you're saying? Yes. But I thought you said proof was pseudoscience. I mean,
right,
dude. He never
can't
replied.
prove things.
He never
Science
replied.
can't
So I got a
prove things.
screenshot. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it can't prove things except for the Earth is not flat. Apparently, that's the only thing it can prove.
You know what I'm noticing too, related to all this? So the AE map is only a flat Earth map if you don't use the non-uniform scale and you apply a uniform scale. Then it's a flat Earth map. But if you apply the non-uniform scale, then it's a globe map that's been flattened out into an AE projection.
That's funny.
It's true. It's true. So they will slap us with the AE map and say that's your flat Earth. And look at how big Australia is. Geez, guys, it's not really that big, is it? And now what they're doing is they're giving us the map and saying don't apply the non-uniform scale to it, Flurf. And then, of course, when they use it properly, they apply the non-uniform scale and it becomes a globe map. It's been flattened out. This tactical back and forth bullshit happens all the time. And I think a lot of flat earthers who don't know any better just kind of get caught up in this. You know, we see them reifying this map all the time without knowing how it was created, without knowing about the non-uniform scale. It's one of the reasons why we don't accept it.
Yeah, I mean, dude, none of the maps that are based on the globe should have a uniform scale. None of them. Right? Because they're projections, right? They should always be distorted as you get away from the center.
Right. Right. And where's the center?
Right? Yeah, exactly. Where's the center? That's a $20,000 question. Where's the center?
Yeah.
It's just games, though, with these guys. That's all it is. It's like games. Like, that's all they do. I call them out on X, dude. I feel like, look, you guys are only concerned with two things, propaganda and narrative control. You just try to create an image of flat earthers and an image of flat Earth and an image of the topic, and that's all you do. You're not actually arguing about any of the actual substance. You just want to create a perception that it's like signaling, right? They're signaling to the world that flat earthers are crazy, flat earthers are stupid, flat earthers are ignorant, flat earthers lie. So that's McTune's thing. Flat earthers lie, and if they're not lying, whatever they say proves the globe. That's what he has his like 3 laws of work or something. Like, dude, McTune is literally out of his fucking mind, dude. The dude is literally a mental case. Like, bro, I don't think you're right. I don't think everybody's like hip to this. Like, that this dude is legit insane.
Yeah, he is.
Like, not like maybe. He's like legit. Dude, I'd like to get like, you know, one of them 200 question personality tests. They get to see if you can work at a bank or not, whether you're fucking nuts. Like, I dare them to take one of those, dude.
His performance the other day on Oakley's was like the Mad Hatter. I mean, he was delirious with excitement and just nuts.
That shit was funny, T-Dub. Fair dinkum.
You mean his hand on his hip yelling at another man, "You're a liar." Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. Like he'd go to Jerusalem and suffer from that Jesus freaking thing, you know, like where they think that they're Jesus and wander off into the desert and die.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We started GoFundMe for that too.
Enigma.
All right, I gotta go. I'll be listening later. See you guys.
All right, man. Peace. Good talking again.
There's no guns.
No, I just look at his body language. Like the body language, his body language in that video. What man screams at another man, "You're a liar," with his hand on his hip and his elbow, the little teacup shit, right? With his hand sticking out. Like, dude, that shit is suspect to me, man. That makes me like no man does that shit, dude. Like for real.
Well, mentally ill men do.
India, it's a wonder they haven't started doing memes yet. I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
Here is my no gun. Here is my snout. Snow guns.
The reason, see, there's like a biological reason women stand that way. It's like because when women have children, right, they hold the children in a certain way. And this is something you guys might, I don't know if you notice this. Watch how like women hold their cell phone. They hold their phone and they put their arm under their elbow, their off arm under their elbow, like as if they were going to cradle a child, right? So it's like almost an impulsive posture reflex.
No, dude.
So
women
just
have bigger hips because they got childbearing hips. So when they rest their hand, they're resting on their hip. It's just biology.
Yeah. So McToon is doing this while he's screaming at another man, "You're a liar," which is like, bro, man, that's like almost like a giveaway. Is McToon Brenda? I mean, like Brenda or something? Like, but in reverse? Like, for real. That's like an instinctual thing. Like, that's not like something you like, I don't know, man. It was like a big red
What do you think of Eric Dubay? Do you like that guy?
I don't think Eric Dubay.
No, but
I think he's a professional douchebag. I think he has social problems. I think he's kind of a dick. I don't know. Like everything I hear about people interacting with him, he's a dick. That's all I know.
He's vegan, so he loses a lot of credibility points for me because he's vegan, to be honest.
Oh, he's vegan. That's it. He's absolutely. That's rule him out. Like, no.
Oh my God, he's
vegan.
Talking about
That's
NASA,
the last straw.
NASA controllers, NASA top head guys. Vietnam.
No, for me, it is the last straw because veganism.
No, veganism makes people mentally ill because they don't get enough
exactly.
fats.
Thank you. Exactly. So it is the last straw because if you claim to be this conspiracy guy who figures out everything, but also you can't figure out vegan diet is made to destroy you, then that's kind of a red flag, to be honest. But anyway,
I don't even follow any of those guys anymore.
He's got a video which is called the Futility of Flat Earth Debates, and I think he makes good points in that video, especially listening to all of his debates these past few days.
Yeah, it's easy for him to say he's trying to protect his image because he's never actually debated anybody.
His point is, instead of debating, you should approach it as a conversation. But again, listening to the debates, you can't really have like a conversation about this topic, to be honest, because it's just going to derail all the time.
Doesn't work, dude. It doesn't work. We've had people, okay, that just from my experience, people that have tried to like interview us. The people who tried to interview said, "Hey, I don't have nothing to do with this either way," or someone that's like, "I don't care about this and I'm just a moderator." They can't help themselves. They literally will have to interject. They cannot help themselves, dude. And they're not just like pushing back or challenging you. No, they actually start by like instant reflex defending the globe. They can't help themselves. They have to defend it because it's literally part of their identity. So when you start smashing the globe and they're like, "No, the planet orbits the sun. I'm stardust. I was born in a star that was freaking 33 generations old. That's how I got."
The Rock's my cousin.
I made my freaking testicles or something. Like
yeah, but I was saying this the other day. I completely understand that, to be honest.
The Rock's my cousin. We have the same DNA.
Think about how hard it is not to do that.
I understand what you're saying, but the discussion is a rarity. Like, it can happen, but it's so rare that like it's like looking for a fucking unicorn.
true.
Do you think Eric DeBay just wakes up and knows stuff, or do you think he has to look, observe, and learn just like every other damn human?
Yeah, of course. Right, so discussions are really hard or impossible almost, but do you think debates, like, what do they actually solve? What's the overall impact of debates? How many people get converted? Is there like a percentage? Or how many people change their mind?
So, I've noticed a lot of your talking points, even yesterday and today, have to do with the effectiveness of the way that we approach this topic. I gotta let you know, first and foremost, this is not a place where we're trying to convert people to anything. All we're doing is challenging the globe narrative and presenting information. So, there's people in here that have heard this topic and they've railed against it in 24/7, like for years, and then all of a sudden it clicked one day. So, we're not results based here. We're trying to have conversations with people about something that you can't have a conversation about. And also you can't have a debate about it because it's not a topic for debate. It's just geometry. It's not that, it's not that complicated. So, we're not going to worry about who takes the information in best. We've tried everything, I promise you. Either people want to hear what's true or they don't. It kind of boils down to that. And they have all kinds of biases and reasons as to why they don't want to hear the information. And that's not our problem. You know what I mean?
So the point is to just like have fun and talk about it.
Wait a sec, because I'll tell you my experience with DeBay, right? Because when I got into that, he was one of the first that I looked in, like I watched on YouTube. And he did for me was make me realize that flat Earth wasn't what I thought it was for a start. And he made me realize that there was legitimate arguments for a flat Earth, right? And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then right at the end, when he's like saying, like, sit still for a minute. What does that even mean? Sit still. Do you think you're moving? And blah, blah. And he made me, he gave me that realization of my natural experience of reality, that like I'd just taken it for granted for 45 years, that I was moving. I was on this object that is moving. And despite my natural experience telling me that I'm not moving, right? That was an eye opener for me. Even if I hadn't have like looked into it any further, I would have like at least gone away with, hey, I'm on a spinning ball, but I don't experience it. So that was key for me, right? And then but essentially he just encouraged me to research and investigate further and look into this more, right? It wasn't like a conversion. It wasn't like I watched it and went, holy shit, I'm on a flat Earth. I'm going to believe this guy without further investigation. I'm going to look into all the things he said during his 2 or 3 hour long video or whatever it was, look for key points and then do some research. It's the veracity of what the content is. That's what you got to look at, right? Don't just take it for face value and say, well, okay, I believe him, or I believe this other dude, or whatever. Like,
part of our biggest problem is people are, maybe it's not a problem, but they're sort of naturally trusting of people who present themselves as authorities on things, right? So if your entire life, your perceived authority, parents, teachers, governing structures, religious institutions are telling you a certain thing, but you never bothered to challenge what they were telling you, then you're going to go ahead and adopt that particular paradigm. So most of us had that same problem, but when we were presented with other information, right, most everybody goes through like the first 2 stages of grief, which are denial and anger. And that's all we usually get in here all day is denial and anger, because nobody ever moves out of that stage. So that's kind of difficult. But some people are actually willing to listen to the other side and at least consider it. We also have a whole group of people that come in and with, just confronted in the face with something that is true and debunks or challenges or removes some of the tenets of their paradigm, and they can't handle it. They prefer that position for whatever reason. And so we just kind of bang up against their anger and denial all day, because now it's a choice to deny what is obvious. It's a rough gig. And they can't handle it. They prefer that position for whatever reason. And so we just kind of bang up against their anger and denial all day, because now it's a choice to deny what is obvious.
You're hot, Michael, dude. Well, I mean, also, I would say nobody questions it because, as far as like trust, like the information itself, like, oh, Earth's a globe, it just seems innocuous, right? It doesn't seem like it even means anything. It's like it doesn't matter, really, in any practical terms, especially to a child, right? It doesn't matter. I'm just a child, But it's not innocuous, and obviously because of the way people react, if it just didn't mean anything, there wouldn't be people spazzing out in here every day.
I mean, instantly, like before they come in, they're like, "What's this flat Earth? Oh, I'm going to go in there and give them what for."
I'm going to virtue signal how much I disagree with them, and I trust science, and they're a bunch of Luddites. I'm going to go tell them how dumb they are.
It's very much like a cult structure, right? So if people are in a cult, but you have people that want to leave or have left, usually other members of the cult will seek them out and berate them or, shame them for leaving and try to give them every excuse to return to the cult. But it's the same rhetoric. So it's now become abuse, trying to abuse people back into the fold. It happens all the time. So it's very cult-like.
Oh yeah, and Candace Owens pointed this out a while back in an interview. She was discussing with the interviewer. She was reading some literature in bed, and her husband was next to her, probably reading some whatever. And he's like turned to her and said, "Oh, what are you doing? What are you reading?" And she's like, "I'm reading about flat Earth." And he instantly spiraled. He said he just started like giving out all the evidences, and then we got pictures from space, and he was freaking out. Why would you look into that? And she's like, "Hang on, whoa, I'm not taking a stance here. I'm just finding out what they're saying." Right. And then she went on to explain how like science has become scientism, right? Like what most of the society considers to be science today is actually scientism, right? It's a religion. They don't know much about it. They just know that somebody out there said, scientists said so, or something like that, right? And then they just take it for granted that it's true.
You know what that reminds me of? I used to live down south, and like back then, a lot of people were crazy, like fundamentalist Southern Baptists. So everything was devil worship, right? You listen to Ozzy Osbourne, devil worship, right? Kids, like if your parents, not my parents, but other kids' parents, they found out you're listening to Ozzy Osbourne or like Black Sabbath or something, they'd react that same way, right? Like, you're playing with Ouija boards, you're dabbling in witchcraft, you're freaking doing this. Like, it's the same reaction, right? Like flat Earth to a scientism believer is like to a Christian, it's like dabbling in witchcraft or something. It like has the same. It's like they're making moral judgments, right? They're not actually. It isn't like that's wrong from like a logical, objective viewpoint, right? Hey, what you believe is wrong. They're wrong doesn't mean factually wrong. Their wrong means morally wrong, and they don't realize that is how they look at it, as if flat Earth versus globe Earth is a morality test. Which is fucking weird, dude. You gotta admit, that's just weird.
Yeah, and you've got guys like Danny Faulkner that are putting forth essentially that exact rhetoric, right? Which now, if you believe in flat Earth, you are essentially a Bible denier and are immoral. It's what he's been telling his flock, right? So, same thing.
So do you guys believe in the Bible?
Yeah,
in the
but I
Bible.
don't use it to
It
defend.
exists.
Hmm?
I believe the Bible exists. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I clarified in the Bible story.
Right.
Well, I mean, it'll be a cold day in hell before an atheist materialist judges me morally. They don't even believe in fucking morals. They can't even justify any moral belief at all. And they're going to make moral judgments? Please.
Wait, what's that got to do with anything? I'm asking if you believe in the Bible story.
What's evoluted logic come from? What is that?
Yeah, we evolved to do logic, right? Is that what it is? Like it's just
Wait,
like
you're misunderstanding. It's not about creationism versus evolution. You can have creationism and the Bible can still be mostly lies or whatever. There can still be a God, just not a God in the Bible. It's not about evolution versus God.
Yeah, but you can't. Atheism can't justify transcendental categories.
Listen, you don't need to be an atheist. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You can still believe in a God.
As a mystery.
But listen, you can think the Bible is a made up lie, just like the globe is, and still believe in a God. There is still an Earth, but it's not a globe. There's still a God, but it's not a Bible.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, of course.
But anyway, I guess this is that's not a discussion
Flat Earth isn't
for.
like a biblical. Flat Earth isn't based upon the Bible. Nearly every culture, including the Chinese, thought the Earth was flat. They were Confucian, they were Taoist, they were Buddhists, they were, Hindus. They're all flat earthers.
It's really hard to understand history anyway because history is so distorted. It's so hard to actually know what went on. To be honest,
it's a mixed
We
bag.
have a pretty
here,
good
though.
idea after the 1600s. So what happened before that is a little sketchy.
Yep.
I mean, but I say even loosely because we watch them change history in real time now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We watch them erase countries, erase existences, erase history in real time now.
Or stuff like COVID, like in 100 years, people might not know people are even questioning COVID. It might just remain in history, like just
could have been the Black Plague.
Well,
Yeah,
look
could
at
have been the Black Plague, though,
Israel-Palestine conflict as an example, right? They've tried to rewrite history, try and say, oh, there was never a place called Palestine. Even though there's maps that say Palestine, there's passports that still exist that have that they're Palestinian nationals, right? But the Israel's like, oh, there was never a place called Palestine. There was never a Palestinian people in the first place. They're like, and I'm just using that as an example. I'm not trying to pick on the Israelis or anybody because Ukraine, Syria, all these places where they have a significant social change, they try to rewrite the past as if it never happened and try to create a new narrative of their history.
I thought this was a flat Earth channel.
It is.
Yeah, that's what I said 2 minutes ago. I corrected myself. I said I don't think it's a discussion I should bring up here anyway about the Bible and stuff. It's okay.
Well, I mean, history is part of this topic. There's no denying it.
Yeah, true.
I mean,
It can definitely help you understand something.
They proved it 2,000 years ago that the Earth's a globe. as if there was somebody who was like, "Look, I fucking stuck 2 sticks in the ground," and the whole world was like, "Ooh, Earth's a globe." That's not how it happened.
But they're paying $500,000 in 2024 to go make sure. You know what I mean?
They did double check, man. They did quite.
They just want to. Yeah, they don't want to double, triple check. They just want to triple, double, quadruple. Make sure. You know what I mean? Because they knew it, but they just want to make sure. You know what I'm saying?
Who here believes the Earth is flat?
No one. There's no believers here, dude. There's only globe believers. There's no flat Earth believers. Flat Earth knowers.
Right. It's not a globe religion channel. It's to prove your globe religion isn't a religion. This is the not belief. Prove your physical claim.
Okay, so check this out, dude. So if I leave my house, I walk about a mile, I get to the ocean, and it looks flat, is that a belief?
Wait, say that again?
If I leave, I was talking to the other dude that asked if there's any flat Earth believers in here.
Yeah, but I just wanted to think about it for a second. I didn't hear it.
Oh, I said if I leave my house, walk down a mile to the ocean, which is about a mile from my house, and it looks flat, is that a belief? Do I believe it looks flat? Or do I know it looks
flat? No, it looks flat. If you say that it's flat, it looks flat, yeah.
Yeah. If I said, oh, that's an optical illusion, it's just a ball too big to see, that would be a belief.
Okay, so I have 5 things that you would have and not you, anybody that believes 5 things that a flat earther would have to
already demonstrate it's not a belief, right?
Okay, no, you would have to demonstrate.
No, you need to demonstrate.
These 5 points.
You need to demonstrate the Earth looking flat is an optical illusion. That's what you need to demonstrate.
Well, hold up. You're telling me that the Earth is flat. Okay, cool. So then, if you know, then you wouldn't have any problem debunking these things.
Probably not, but that's what you just said. Whether I can debunk them or not, I can still know the Earth is flat, independent of debunking those things. My understanding, knowing something, or my ignorance about something, doesn't mean what I think is wrong. That is a logical fallacy. That would be an appeal to ignorance.
Okay, I'm just asking you.
Okay, so let me debunk your 5 things.
No, not even believe. You know the Earth is flat. Okay, you would have to debunk to everybody that doesn't believe the Earth is flat. You would have to debunk ships disappearing over the horizon. You would have to debunk different visible stars depending on location. You would have to debunk lunar eclipse, time zone differences, and gravity and the Earth's center of mass.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Those are 5 things you would have to
Starting like it's 1899.
Wasn't that? Hold on. Wasn't that 6 things?
Yeah, it was 6 things.
Yeah, read the last one.
Sorry, 6.
7. Yeah, read the last one. Since you're on 7 ways to know the Earth is round, just read the last one too. Might as well get the 7th out.
No, I'm not. I'm driving, sir. I'm not even on my phone.
Weird.
I'm driving.
Yeah. So the first one.
You
do
have
you
to
want to go through them one by one?
Ships disappearing.
Do you want to go through? Do you want to go through them one by one or not?
Let's do the horizon.
Ships over the horizon.
Yeah, the horizon. You would have to explain.
Okay.
Yeah, Ships Over Horizon was debunked 128 years ago by a Nobel-winning prize physicist.
Where's the proof? Where's the proof?
Go read physics.
That's not a source, bro. Telling me to go. Why can you put it on the chat?
So hold on. Where's your proof? Ships disappear over the horizon,
dude.
Yeah,
Have you ever been at sea?
Yes. I live 1 mile from the ocean.
Okay, so
I've never
then
seen that.
if you see a ship,
Yeah, dude, I went out and observed shit sail away, and they don't disappear over the horizon. Now what? I watched the ship sail out to sea. It's not a fallacy. I got pictures. I watched a ship sail away. 30. Listen, I watched a ship sail away to 30 miles from 15 feet above sea level. The horizon should be 4.8 miles away. Okay, so the ship never disappeared over the horizon. I never lost visual of it. I got bored from watching it after 3.5 hours.
Okay, so what about different time?
What's your evidence ships go over the horizon? Because I have no knowledge of such a thing. Do you? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I've seen it by myself. I've seen it.
Where were you? Where were you?
Literally on my boat, or sorry, on a fucking cruise ship. And I saw another boat disappear into the horizon.
Yeah, so what cruise ship? Where were you? What ocean was it?
The North Atlantic Ocean.
The North Atlantic. You sure about that?
Positive.
How far away was the other boat?
I would probably say, like, I don't know, 15, 16 miles.
Oops. What do you think the horizon is, dude? It's a question there.
So let me ask you. Hold on. Before we get to he hasn't. So listen, if I could demonstrate a so-called boat going over the horizon on a surface we know is flat, right, and disappear, bottom up, the same way you think it happens on a globe, but I demonstrate it on a flat surface, what would that mean?
I don't know, sir. What would that mean?
It would mean that your idea that this visual, right, of seeing a ship disappear bottom up, and that can only happen on a globe, that would be incorrect.
Okay, so can you then explain the different time zones? If the Earth is
Time
flat?
zones are man-made. Time zones are man-made political. You actually need to explain time zones now.
Wait,
You know why you need to explain time zones? Listen, you know why you need to explain time zones? Because there's 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the center, and 32 in the south. So how do you explain that?
I'm sorry.
There should be 24 time zones around the world. There's 19 time zones in the north, right? There's 24 in the center, like where you think the equator is, and there's 32 in the south. There should be 24 everywhere. So how do you explain time zones?
You're on a roll, Sensei. That's your ships over the horizon debunked. Time zones debunked. Next.
Number
Time
3.
zones don't really make
British
a difference.
guy, shut your ass up.
I think you got to go back to the boats going over the horizon.
No, he thought he was on to something, dude. Let's just keep this going. Eclipses. Which eclipse? Solar? Lunar? Which one?
Stellanian.
He dropped?
Yup.
Oh, damn.
Wow, we didn't even get through his 5, 6, or 7, whichever we can count.
What was his name? Sensei?
Sensational Sensei.
Oh, dude.
And I've been upgraded, everyone. I'm now British. So thank you very much. I'm out of here.
Joel, go on, mate.
Oh, no, that's funny.
Yeah, nobody go to his dojo to learn anything.
No, he's going to go back to another information dojo, and he's going to be like, you made me get laughed at. Why'd you tell me this? You stupid mophead. He must have been talking to Professor Dave. I think it's weird these dudes set them all up for failure. They're like, we know this. We know this. We know
I got a question. Did Professor Dave go on that final experiment thing?
No.
No, he didn't, no.
Well, he was listed on the website as going.
What?
So was Wolfie 6020. So was Wolfie 6020. So was a bunch of Globers. But from the photo I saw, it looked like 3 flat earthers and 1, 2, 3, 5 Globers. But that's not the way his scoreboard had it. His scoreboard had something like 7 Globers and 2 flat earthers.
Maybe they pulled
I
out.
don't know.
when
I'm
they
going to
heard
check.
that
I'm going
Neptune
to check
was
the freaking record, man.
They might have took it separate.
There were some extra people who went, I think, that paid for themselves. That was my understanding.
Yeah, so you never really know, actually.
Maybe they heard the McToon was going, and that's too much even for Professor Dave.
Fucking thing.
Oh God.
His little meltdown was the best.
Imagine
thing
if
to come
Witch
out of
had
that
to
whole
put
thing.
up with all of that. Bro, man.
FTFE. Oh my
See
god.
in the video,
He'd be like, "Where's the crevasse on this glacier? Because I'm going to jump in it."
Oh man, you see in that video where McToon's ranting away, Witzer just like walks in the room and he obviously looks at McToon yelling into his phone, and he's like, "For fuck's sake, even out here, you can't give it a rest."
Yeah.
I've got a
He
question.
said it sucked, by the way. He said it was absolutely fucking horrible. Just because it, like, you got to think about what they're doing, right? They're freaking in a bunch of tents on a fucking glacier. It's fucking bright as fuck out. You have no idea what time it is. It's freezing fucking cold. Boring as fuck. Nothing to do. Like, dude.
Yeah, it must have
cold,
been
dry, fucking air staying. You're at high altitude. Like, what the fuck? How bad is that stuff?
Yeah, it sounds awful to be fair.
Who had a question?
Poor Witzer, man. So some guy had a question.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys saw, but about an hour ago, Dave McKicken posted on YouTube the full journey from Chile to Antarctica, like on a plane. There's footage, like 360 footage. It's pretty cool, to be honest. I mean, it's not actually just a bunch of fucking snow and shit. You can't really see anything.
Well, what conclusion can we draw from the footage?
Confusion.
I don't know, dude.
The
conclusion of confusion.
And what was the point? What's the point of doing anything then? Oh, sorry.
Because you were talking about them being in Antarctica, so I just said they posted footage of their journey from their plane journey, where you can actually see the whole, well, not the whole continent, I was gonna say, but the thing that you can see out of the plane, because there's some stuff that they were saying in regards to how dangerous it looks and how it couldn't be explored independently anyway. But when you look out of the window on a plane, it's just a bunch of snow and shit. So just literally nothingness.
We had an individual that had a question real quick. So Hawaii, if you could hold up, go ahead, whoever that was.
Okay.
Yeah, so the other guy, there was the guy here before talking about boats going over the horizon, and India was saying if I could show how that's possible over a surface we know is flat, what would you make? How would that change the way you think about that? And it makes me feel like I notice a bit of an asymmetry when people here are evaluating evidence, because when
Alexa,
they're
volume
faced
3.
with when they're faced with a someone who believes in a globe saying that pictures where you see too far are possible over a surface that's curved, that's treated like it's just an excuse. So what do you have to say about that?
I don't know how demonstrating it on a flat surface has to do with seeing too far. What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, that sounds like a reach, bro.
I don't see how those two things are connected, man.
Yeah, I don't see the analogy really. It's a bit of a stretch.
What I mean is pictures where you see too far are treated as proofs that the Earth is flat, but we know that this is possible over a curved surface.
Really?
No, you don't know that.
How do we know it's possible?
This is literally what I was talking about before. See, my exact point that I was making before. Carry on.
Yeah, but like I'm gonna make I'm gonna do what I said. Like you said, you know it's possible. Okay, show us the evidence. Yeah, show us the evidence, dude. Show us the data, the evidence. I don't want to see a model. I want to see some empirical data that demonstrates that you can curve right over a curve and you can see shit in a condition that is analogous to the Earth.
Well, I mean, you could just say it's not analogous, but we know that we can
Yeah, well, then what's
make observations.
if you can demonstrate it with
Well, you're gonna. I'm saying they are
methane or
analogous.
water.
You're gonna say they're not. But I just.
I know. Why would I say they're not?
I guess it was just a guess. I'm sorry.
Actually, we could go from another angle. Everyone in here is
Why
going to say they're not. That's why you need to bring your evidence.
Yeah, so
we
let's
can
just bring
see
the evidence and we can
when
evaluate.
light moves through. We can see when light moves through a medium, which is has a layer, a more dense layer under a less dense layer. We know
check that sugar water, homies.
I was going to say, wait for the laser in the sugar water for it.
Yeah.
Are you talking about
I
refraction?
mean, that's a good example. Yeah.
This is a very fancy way of saying refraction.
It's a horrible.
Yeah, refraction. Yeah.
So why do you have to
Horrible
say
example.
density, light, this, that?
See, but you're not just claiming refraction, though. This is the problem with the globe side. You're not just claiming refraction. You're specifically claiming that we can make objects that are obscured physically by an obstruction appear in front of that obstruction and have the obstruction appear behind the thing it's supposed to be obstructing. That's not just refraction.
Yeah.
That's make-believe.
Yeah.
Right, so what's your evidence for that?
David Copperfield.
Well, you can. I mean, you can do that with the sugar water.
That's not what you're doing.
But you can put something in front of something in sugar water, and you can see behind it.
You're not making stuff go over hills with sugar water. Shut up.
Can you show it? Can you show us
you're
that?
not answering.
Do you have a video? Do you have a video that demonstrates that? Because
I could find one. I don't have permissions. But
No, you won't be able to find one. Okay, so there is one demonstration where someone takes the camera, looks through the sugar water, and everything gets pushed down, not up.
What do you mean?
So Action Labs, it's one of the little science YouTube channels. The guy's not a flat earther, he's a glober. He did a little sugar water test, took a camera, put it at the end of the tank, right? And filmed, and the gap, right? So when he lowers the camera, the gap, so he has like a little cloud thing pasted on it, it gets lower, not higher.
I don't know anything about that video.
I know. Well, what about the evidence you do have?
I could find it, but I don't have.
So you don't know what it is yet. So you don't know what it is yet.
Somebody's offering
You
to
think it exists
post it if I
outside?
DM them.
So you think it exists out? Hold on a second. So you think out there somewhere you can find it? It must exist somehow, but you already believe it. You already believe it. But you just have to find it and verify what you already believe.
I've already seen it.
Do you have the evidence now?
I just need to find it. I don't have the link like in a folder. I
don't want it, but we don't want it. But we don't want a side view of a laser because sugar's a dichiral molecule, so that isn't a freaking analogous test. Because the dextrorotary, you know what that is? Sugar is dextrorotary. It rotates the phase of the wave. It's going to curve no matter what, dude. Yeah, sugar is a dextrorotary molecule. It rotates light.
What does that
have to do? Magnetic, it'll bring the light down with it. It'll actually reflect the light into the fucking shit that's dropping in an arc pattern, and it'll follow the pattern of the arc of the fucking sugar itself. That's what it's doing. Each piece of sugar is going to act like a mirror and a piece of glass to the other piece of sugar, and it's going to go through each one and carry out. Same way if you have a 2 liter of clear liquid and you shine a light that's wider than the whole fucking bottle of liquid onto the bottle, the liquid that pours out is going to appear that color and appear like the light is bending, but it's not. The liquid is bending and the light's just shining over all the source of it. That's it. The light's not bending like that.
Bear in mind, your claim is that this is occurring in air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've given us an example of sugar water. Give us an example in air.
I mean,
to me, we're looking through, right?
To do it in air, you need a larger scale.
Has to be analogous to the Earth. The optics.
So you're just begging the question, then.
You're doing the sugar one in a small scale.
No, I don't.
You're doing the sugar one in a small aquarium scale. Do the other one in an air amount the same, Goofy.
Hold on. I interrupted Jedi. Let Jedi go.
No, it's fine. You just have to point out that it has to be analogous to the thing that we're viewing. So not a laser through sugar water, for example, because we're not looking through sugar water.
Problem with the sugar again?
We're not breathing sugar water. It has to be analogous to the
But
earth.
why is it not analogous? That's the question. I know it's not the same thing. but why
Okay,
it's
you want
not
a whole
analogous?
bunch of reasons? I'll give you a bunch of reasons. The laser's outside the tank, and it actually goes through freaking 3 mediums. Goes through the air, the glass, and then the sugar water. Okay? Sugar itself is dextrorotary, so it isn't like the air. Air is not dextrorotary, so it doesn't change the phase of the wave. Also, the bottom of the sugar tank is flat. It's not curved, but you need a curved gradient, freaking not a flat gradient. So there's 3 reasons.
There you go. Pretty succinct.
How does the fact that it's dextro the way?
Dextrorotary rotates the wave, so there's something called angular momentum. The wave actually has a momentum. So as it goes through this medium, it will keep corkscrewing. And as it corkscrews, it'll corkscrew in a direction, right? So it'll have more momentum going down than top, because part of the top part of the circular polarization is in a medium with greater refractive index than the top part. So it corkscrews down. But the other 2 reasons are good enough anyway. But the point is, we still want it in air, right? So here's the funny thing, is that they've tested this in the real world, right? How much refraction there is, and it doesn't exist the way you think it exists, in the quantity you think it exists. That's why I ask you guys all the time. Well, two frequency LiDAR. That's one way. Another way was the multi-wavelength laser experiment across the Hawaiian Islands.
I'm going to say it sounds like you're just kind of begging the question, because you've said you would need a scale so large. So I assume what you're basically saying is your evidence in air is the observation that's on the face of it debunking this curvature, but you've just decided it's now proof of this kind of refraction that you can't evidence in any other way other than doing something that's not analogous, like laser in sugar water. So that'd be begging the question if you're just going to look at the black swan and say, there it is.
I mean, the varying densities that it changes. But anyway, I wanted to ask India, what can you link me those tests?
Yeah, I'll post them in the chat. Just give me a minute.
He's going to show us sugar water rainbow boats. He's going to put boats in sugar water and put sugar water in front of a boat, and it's going to go around the hill. Or his neighbor's backyard. He just puts a sugar water aquarium above their fence, their privacy fence, and he can see all they got in their backyard. He's so awesome. Can't wait to see that demo.
So let me ask this dude a question real quick. Do you know what dispersion is? Dispersion of light. Do you know what that is? Dispersion. When you shine light through a prism, it makes a rainbow.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, that's called dispersion because the light disperses, right? So the light goes in as a beam, right, and then it gets spread out at the other side. There's a rainbow. Red's on one side, blue's on the other.
Mm-hmm.
Why? You know why that happens?
Yeah.
Because refraction is wavelength dependent. Each wavelength will take a different path. Why don't we observe this if the refraction is happening? We observe it in cameras. We have to design them to negate this effect. Otherwise, you'll get something called chromatic aberration. Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit.
I think it's your connection because he sounds okay.
Yeah, I think it's him. Because he was cutting out for me too. So
I posted the
I'll just post the things in the chat.
Yeah, I posted the Hawaiian Islands one.
Well, we see lots of situations where we don't see this. Camera lenses. We don't see this.
We design them. You do see it in camera lenses.
I mean, you see chromatic aberration, but
if they're poorly designed, yeah. They actually make dispersion correctors for telescopes because they'll look at stars and the star will be red on top or blue on top and red on the bottom, right? So they actually make a device that will merge the image. Why don't we have to do this when we make a 300-mile observation from Canada across from the Pyrenees to the Alps? Why aren't the mountains, blue on top and red on the bottom? If they're being refracted frickin' 4 miles up over the horizon. Because you guys,
I don't know the math of refraction to answer that question, but
you just know it.
I don't see any reason why it would.
I just told you the reason. You can't have dispersion without refraction. It's impossible. They are required things. They go together. And if you want the physics term, it's called the Kramer-Kronig relation.
All right. I'll have to look into that. Do you have where the test's posted in the chat somewhere?
I think Jedi just did it.
Yeah, it's a long one. It's a couple of minutes ago, mate. Just scroll up to my name, Jedi. It's the Hawaiian Islands test. It's about 149 kilometers or something.
All right.
Now, that test should have failed if there was refraction. It would have never happened.
Why is that?
And the reason, because they used 3 different wavelength lasers, right? All at the same starting place. Now, each laser should have took a different path across the 149 kilometers, right? And they should have been separated by 20 meters, right? So the highest laser would have been 20 meters from the lowest laser. Well, the telescope's only 3.4 meters wide. And they picked all 3 lasers up in the telescope simultaneously and measured them. So just like if you had a 10-foot stick and a 3-foot wide door, and you take the stick sideways, you can't get the stick through the door, right? Without breaking it. Well, they got the stick through the door because the door was, because the stick wasn't 10 feet wide. It was 3 feet wide. And I'll post the model, the prediction, and which uses the U.S. Standard Atmosphere model and the globe and all that crap.
You understand why we're using 3 different different wavelengths of light refract differently? Visible spectrum, ultraviolet and infrared, all refract slightly differently.
Sure.
But they didn't. That's what Injo's pointing out. Shouldn't have happened if the surface of the Earth was curved. We shouldn't have a direct line of sight to the target in the first place. But we do. All 3 lasers hit the target in varying wavelengths.
I don't know I don't know enough about refraction to answer that, but
then why did you say we could see too far because of it? If you don't know anything about it.
Actually, Indio, if you look up that stupid flatearth.ws site, they openly tell everyone in that refraction causes us to see too far.
Oh, they say all sorts of things on that site.
It's a great training site for flat earthers. I love it.
I call it flatearth.bs, man.
Yep.
This is the same thing I did when I first came here. I was like, refraction, and then I realized I don't know shit about refraction. I have no idea what the fuck that is. The same thing happened to me.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But then why would you think it's a valid explanation?
Because you don't think. You don't think about it.
Because at that point,
just admit it's an internal bias. You want it to be that.
Yeah,
I mean,
you want it to be that, and also
have a complete understanding of everything that you.
It's like an instinct, not like an instinct, like a reaction that you just have naturally. Just refraction, because it's like implanted in your brain. That's what it's supposed to say.
It's because they're looking for any excuse or reason that this could possibly occur on a ball, no matter how outlandish and unfounded in evidence. If it's offered to them, they're just going to take it. But yeah, it's like an emotional grabbing at a branch as you're jumping from tree to tree. It's not like a well-reasoned response.
It's like giving too many choices to a little kid. You give them 87 choices, they're going to pick 90 of them.
Yeah, well, Brenda the other day, like, reaffirmed it. I've got Globers to say this dozens of times, that if the conditions were right, refraction would let you see your own ass with a telescope.
Oh my God!
Right? The light would go all the way around the globe. You could see your own ass with a telescope and see that you missed the spot.
That's funny.
I even read it in the school book. It's even in school books, dude. It's fucking crazy.
So what do you say about ships going over the horizon? What were you about to go into there?
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen like you think it happens.
Don't say it doesn't happen. We know it happens. I'm just asking for an explanation for why it happens.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's an explanation. You want a scientific explanation or a story?
What did you say?
You want a scientific explanation or a story?
I'm not sure. I don't understand the question.
Because an explanation isn't necessarily a scientific explanation.
Okay.
Okay, so ships over the horizon, I would say, is rarely observed. I've never seen it. And I go by the ocean. I've watched a ship, like I told the other guy, I've watched a ship. So there's an app called marinetraffic.com. You can see the position of ships. I watched the ship sail from 6 miles away from me to 30 miles away. Now the horizon from my height is supposed to be 4 miles away. So the ship sort of started disappearing as soon as I spotted it. And then by the time it reached 30 miles, it should have been completely gone, should have been 420 feet under the horizon. So that's like a 42-story building, right? But it never disappeared, ever. Now you could say, oh, refraction makes that possible. Fine. How often, if refraction lets us see the ship, well, how often do we not see the ship disappear? Or if refraction lets you see a ship not disappear over the horizon, that means ships over the horizon isn't observed every time. Well, how often is it observed? If I go make 100 observations of ships, how often will it go over the horizon?
How is that relevant?
What do you mean?
Because you're claiming, because you think it's Earth curve.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's the mental blockage that he's having. That when he says ships going over the horizon, he thinks they're going behind the curvature, but that's not happening.
Yeah, it's more correctly to phrase it like the ship appears to sink into the horizon when it does, which, like India was saying, isn't what happens every time. But because we can check the distance of this object, we can compare it to what the globe model claims in terms of when it should go over a curve if there was one, and it's not. So it's an optical effect.
That's assuming refraction doesn't work. But
what's refraction
anyway?
Again? Sorry, what? Didn't know anything about it. That's refraction again.
Yeah, well, either way, you say refraction.
Explained what it was anyway.
You're just.
Anyway, I was talking about ships going over the horizon because it doesn't really matter how often it happens. If it even happened once, you would have to.
What's the
by your logic, we can just say refraction, and we don't have to deal with any Earth curve. Refraction can do whatever it wants to do.
We're not going by my logic. You're saying refraction's not possible.
No, well, we didn't say refraction is not possible, but we were talking about a specific claim with regards to observations and seeing too far, and the response of refraction, that's unfounded, but obviously refraction in general does exist. But you're asking about the horizon, you're even describing it optically. If it's refracted, so it's moving around, then it's not a geometric thing.
I mean, I'm not. I'm hearing like a restatement of the problem. I'm not hearing an answer.
What is the horizon to you?
I don't think that. I mean, it's where the ground meets the sky. It's not really.
Ships over the horizon is an optical effect. It's not geometric Earth curve.
It's what was that? Did you say it was an optical effect?
Yes, it's an optical effect, and we can demonstrate that it's an optical effect because we can demonstrate that this happens on a flat surface, on a known flat surface. 100%, it has to be flat, right? So what we do, we make a setup so that Earth curve is eliminated as a variable, and then see if we can replicate the optical effect. We can. So that means if you see a ship go over the horizon, right, disappear bottom up and then top, right, we know that that's not exclusive to a ball, that it would happen on a flat surface.
How has that been done?
On a 1,000-foot lake. It's also been done by National Geographic.
1,000-foot lake?
1,000-foot lake, yeah. Yeah, so a 1,000-foot lake, there should be no horizon at all. Because, like, even if you're like 1.5 inches off the surface of the lake, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. At 2 inches, it would be 2,600 feet away. So if the lake's 1,000 feet long, whatever's in the lake can't reach the horizon. There should be no horizon at all. Right? The globe predicts horizon 2,600 feet away. The lake is 1,000 feet long. It's shorter than the horizon distance. So there should never be a horizon on this lake at all.
Yeah. We got to find it.
But we can demonstrate.
And the ship disappears over the horizon?
There's no
Yeah,
horizon.
so like not only has a horizon, well, they use a little RC boat, right? Because it's a fucking 1,000-foot lake. What kind of ship are you going to fit on that? Your ship's longer than 1,000 feet. I don't know if anybody posted in the chat. I'll post in the chat. So we can demonstrate it. It also, Sky Freeze the YouTube channel.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, so National Geographic also showed this disappearance bottom up thing. So what they did, there's a video they made called Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, right? And they did a test where they took a flag, they put it on a freaking boat, and they sailed it across the Salton Sea, and one by one, the stripes on the bottom of the flag disappear. And they're like, that's Earth curve. That can only be happening because of the curve of the Earth. Well, they didn't pay very close attention because the horizon's behind the flag. So what are the stripes disappearing behind if the horizon's behind the flag?
I have to see the video.
Here, I post a video and a screenshot, right? So the point is that this observation is not only not exclusive to a globe. I mean, that is the point. It's not exclusive to a globe. We can demonstrate it's not even evidence of a globe. The globe doesn't even say you can even see the geometric horizon ever. So that fact alone, that there's only an optical apparent horizon, means that whenever you see a sunset, boat disappear, any of that shit, it's completely optical, according to the globe model itself. Especially if you're saving refraction, right? So everything out there is an optical illusion, according to them.
Wait, you shouldn't see not a geometric horizon? Why is that?
Because of refraction.
Why would that follow?
Because it would move the horizon, according to the globe.
I mean, it would, but not
That's our question. That's our question that they can't answer.
It's not. It's
well,
not
they're basically saying it
the
can be
horizon
infinite.
infinitely.
We try and ask them, like, what's the maximum distance it can stretch this geometric globe horizon, and they say there's no limit.
I mean, there's no strict limit, but that's not usually what happens.
So you've just said what you were like. They can't say that. You just said they can't say there's no limit, and then said, well, yeah, there's no limit, but So this is the thing. They just try and make it unfalsifiable because all the observations falsify it. So that's their only option. Make it unfalsifiable.
That's not. I didn't say there was a limit. I said I said it doesn't go infinitely, which is what.
So what's the limit?
It doesn't go infinite.
So what's the limit?
I don't know what the limit is. I don't think there is a limit.
So how can you say what it is or isn't?
I don't think there is a limit, but there isn't a limit. Oh.
If you don't know what it is,
That's
or
not
if
a
there is
contradiction.
one, how can you say what it is or isn't? And where did you get this idea from? What paper are you basing this on?
I don't think this is relevant. I didn't make a claim about whether or not
it's the only thing that's holding you onto this globe, surely. I mean,
well, you said it contradicted the globe, the fact that there is a horizon, and I'm saying that doesn't follow. That was my only claim. Because there's nobody says that refraction's always going to let you see infinitely.
yeah, that's what the Globers are now claiming because we are seeing constantly too far.
No, they're not. Nobody's claimed that. Nobody claimed
Yeah,
that.
that's exactly what they're claiming. That's what they're claiming every time. What are you talking about?
Dude,
No, they're
Brenda
not.
literally said it. No, Brenda said this in this VC 3 days ago to me. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about. They say it all the time, dude. Say you can see your own ass with a telescope under the right
Okay, I mean, under the right conditions.
I know it sounds unreasonable. And
You've seen this since the 1800s. Since Gauss went over
I don't
Europe.
think, practically speaking, I think practically speaking, the atmosphere would disperse the light too much, would scatter the light too much for that to be possible. But if that weren't the case, then I mean, setting that aside, it would be possible in theory.
Early surveyors were seeing too far. Like when Gauss went over Europe to survey lighthouses and these things, he kept noticing he could see too far for the curvature of the Earth. And so he said, well, we'll just make Earth flatter by about 13%. And that explains why I can see too far. And then as optics developed even further, they started flattening out the Earth even more. 16%. Now it's like 21% in some places.
Yeah.
Very flat ball.
Why do you think we can't see the bottom of the boat?
Why do I think we can't see the bottom of the boat?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the situation.
Okay. Within a globe situation.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's because it goes over the curvature of the Earth, and sometimes I think refraction is at play.
How do you tell the difference?
The curvature, but yeah.
How do you tell the difference between the two? How do you tell the difference? Yeah.
I mean, if it's curvature of the Earth, it must be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's a 6-foot observer at the beach, 2.8 miles away. Right, that's where the geometric horizon should be. Right, if you're saying that it's the curvature of the Earth that's in the way. But that's something that we never observe. We never observe the horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet unless it's really shitty weather conditions. Brings the horizon closer, you can't see as far, right, if it's shitty weather out.
Well, I mean, that's begging the question.
Sorry, what's begging the question?
If I'm understanding you right, you said in shitty weather conditions we can't see as far.
Yeah,
are you saying like fog? Okay.
Yeah, shitty weather conditions, but fog, you can't see as far, right?
But we're talking about matching the predicted horizon. That's what Jedi's talking about. That there's a predicted horizon.
What makes you say
the only time it matches is when you can't see far enough to see a horizon farther. Fog, snow, freaking wind, rain, because it's always too far. Always. Every fucking time.
It's the same reason you can't shoot a laser across a large body of water. There's too much fog.
And if you're asking where are we getting this geometric horizon from, that would be this globe model that you.
Yeah, that's kind of a silly question. On a globe model,
assuming
horizon, physical horizon.
Definitely talking then.
What was that? Was somebody else saying something?
So, well,
yeah, I was saying that's kind of a silly question.
I was still wondering.
Let's all talk at
I
the
was
same
still
time.
wondering how you tell the difference between the refracted one and the geometric one when you go to the beach. Or can you not tell the difference? In which case, how do you know there's a geometric one? Which goes to Jedi's point. You can do the math.
What was
So this
Jedi's
is good,
point?
because now that you know about this, you can
Jedi's
go on an
point.
Earth-curve calculator. Sorry, go on, Jedi.
No, you're fine, dude. You're saying the same thing. So the point, Jedi's point, is based on the radius of the Earth and the height of the observer, to where tangent line drawn from your eyes to where it reaches the curvature of the Earth, the horizon, for things to disappear over. That calculation is based on radius and your eye height, 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet, which gives you a horizon of 2.8 miles away for a 6-foot observer standing at the beach. Now, that's a geometric claim. It's just very simple geometry.
I think you should write that out, because that really doesn't work out the way you think it does.
Sorry, what, the globe claim?
Yeah, no, your math. Maybe write
My
it down.
math.
It isn't Jedi's math. It's your
It's
math.
not mine. Yeah, it's based on Earth curve calculators that you can Google online. Do it now, dude.
Go on Google, type in 1.22 miles times the square root of observer's height in feet.
I'm so confused by what's going on right now. So I'm actually
You guys
confused by
trust
what's going
Google,
on.
but not your government? Fucking weird.
Wow. So
weird.
the nut failed, and now you're going to some other bullshit.
Listen, the point is, on a globe model, there's calculations that are being made. So this is just basic globe math. It's not, nobody's making this math up. It's just based on how big the Earth is supposed to be as a globe. I don't understand the confusion.
It's derived from the Pythagorean theorem. Here, I'm posting a citation from Brigham Young University astronomy department in text chat.
You believe in astronomy? Freaking retards in here.
Shit, that's a diffraction limit of the eye, same coefficient. Hold on.
Yeah, I think that would interest Portillo if you would explain that about the diffraction limit of the eye and the Earth curvature formula. That's interesting.
Now, the elephant in the room is the flat earthers in here explained it to you real simply, told you tests that were done. Why do they teach this in textbooks for the last, 2,000 plus years, that this is evidence of a globe, when it's easy to demonstrate it's not? Why are you being misinformed? Maybe you should wonder about that. Or why is the evidence so weak? But if you type in, hey, proof the Earth is a globe, this is the crap you're going to get. This garbage. And it is garbage. But want to know what's funny? If you look at maritime stuff, right? They don't claim this happens, right? Sailors, people that spend their life on the sea, don't claim this happens. It's the idiots on the shore that claim this happens, right? Landlubbers. They have a name for it in Marines, in marine parlance. It's called the offing, right? So it's the point at which you can't see a ship anymore. It starts to fade away and disappear, right? They know that typically when a ship appears to go over the horizon, it's actually being cut off on the bottom by an inferior mirage, right? There's like a surface layer of temperature and humidity that acts like a wall where you actually can't see the bottom. And one way to think about this is that there was a wall and there was a giraffe and you could see his head above the wall, and he walked away from the wall you'd slowly see his head sink to the wall and disappear. He didn't go over the curve. He just walked away and he's behind a wall. And from your perspective, it looks like he's sinking. It's just blocked by a marine layer. That's it. It's pretty freaking simple. I mean, if you want to know the freaking physics of it, it's a total internal reflection. But I don't like. It doesn't need to get that complicated, right? It's really simple. We can demonstrate it on a flat surface, and once that happens, it's not exclusive to a globe, and that is not evidence of anything.
What's also true is the further you look out, the more stuff is happening in the distance in a smaller angular size. So if you have waves that are lapping up and you have a succession of waves off in the distance, that they don't have to be very high, but they can maybe reach your height of eye, then you've got basically a path loss situation too. Because all those waves are going to be compressed into such a tiny field of angular size that it appears like a wall. And you can't differentiate between the waves in front of each other.
I've heard that one before. I don't think that would work.
Well, it does. I mean, when you think about how much information is being compressed due to perspective out in the distance, if you're looking out like tens of miles, and you're maybe 1 to 3 feet off the ground, right? And you've got these swells that lap up 1 to 3 feet off the ocean surface. You've got hundreds of them in like a 5-mile span, all between you and the distant object. It's going to appear as just one solid wall.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to cover anything that is taller than them.
Well, right, but the bottom will be cut off.
Sure, the bottom will be cut off if the waves are as tall.
And the further the boat recedes, it'll be cut off from the bottom up, just because of that. And then I think a bigger deal is what Indio pointed out, the total internal reflection from peering through the oblique angle of the water's surface with the contact layer of the air. You've got a lot of crap happening.
Yeah, sea spray. What was that? So you get salt, water, little particles. You get convection because of different temperatures, right? So you got basically they recognize this in this isn't really even mysterious. They talk about this in scholarly nautical stuff, right? That between 1 to 2 feet above the sea, there's basically a layer, right? So if you had a 1 foot layer 1 mile away, it would block 10 feet 10 miles away, and 100 feet 100 miles away. All this stuff is known, but the globe is the evidence for it is just such shit, dude. What they convinced you was almost infantile. Not saying you're infantile, I'm just saying what they present is just horrible. It really is, because it never survives any type of inspection.
Yeah, let's just convince ourselves it's curvature and call it a day, so we don't have to look into this further.
Yeah, let's use the guys that thought vision was a ray of light projected out of the fucking eye. Let's use what they thought.
Pew pew.
They had no idea about perspective. They didn't know about any of that stuff. You did notice there's no perspective drawings prior to 1400, right? They were drawing stick figures and shit.
I mean, they developed a pretty good understanding of perspective in the Renaissance.
The 1400s. Da Vinci. Actually, Da Vinci's mentor is the one that pretty much developed it. And if you read the notebooks of Da Vinci, he actually put down. He actually goes into it in specific detail about how vision works. But prior to that, nothing.
Sure. I don't think that's really relevant to
what perspective? What seeing?
I don't think that's relative to. I mean, I don't think that's relevant to whether we should believe.
You don't think it's relevant to how we see? But it's how we see, dude. We don't see from an orthographic side view, as Nathan would call it Muppet vision. We don't have Muppet vision. We're not seeing the world from the side, right? We're not actual projection looking at the sides of our heads. We see from inside the world, observer-centric, right? If you draw a perspective drawing, right? If you drew like a row of trees, they would get smaller as they approach the horizon, right?
Right.
But that stuff is idealized, right? That's like, we have other variables. The air displaces stuff.
Sure.
To a degree.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, to what degree, right? So you have two claims on the table. We see too far. Oh, that's refraction. You don't see far enough. Ships go over the horizon. You should see farther than that, right? Because the Earth is flat. Oh. Who can actually demonstrate their claim? They can't demonstrate theirs. We can demonstrate ours. It's pretty simple. It's not even like a contest on this particular issue, as far as I'm concerned. Because they say, this is impossible on a flat Earth. Something should go away. It should just get smaller and smaller and smaller. You should be able to see Everest from freaking New York City. All these silly ass claims. But we can do a test where we go, okay, we're going to eliminate the variable that they say is causing all this. And we still see that after that variable's gone. And then they say, well, when you see too far, there's refraction. Okay. Make your small scale test and demonstrate like something about what we see. And they can't do that.
Well, I'll read about this test. I'm getting a call. I've got to go, but I might be back. I don't know. I'll do some reading about refraction and stuff. Thanks for talking.
Well, you have to ask yourself, is science empirical? Are you going to base what you think based upon the empirical evidence or the stories? Right? And that's awful. That's often the debate in here is really oscillating between the theory and the hypothesis and the words and the quote unquote explanations and the actual empirical evidence for those explanations. We just bounce back and forth between those things, right? And it seems like on our side, we present the empirical evidence, and on their side, it's just story time all the time.
Well, I mean, it's kind of... Well, I've got to go. Thanks for talking.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
Welcome back anytime.
We have Daza in the chat who's upset at the Brigham Young University description of the diffraction limit formula.
Good. I hope he's upset.
He says if you don't widen the aperture and adjust the focal length, the horizon doesn't change position. Or wait, does he say it does change position? I don't fucking know. These Wobies are crazy. Hold on, what did he say? You can change the distance to the apparent horizon easily. However, this isn't observed. Yeah, you know, we just can't like zoom in on boats that appear to have disappeared into the horizon by changing the optics. Now, it never happens, Daza. Never.
My word.
Yeah, and telephoto lenses, as you start to zoom out, their aperture closes. So you get a greater f-stop, which makes it actually more diffraction coming through the lens.
Did he say if you change aperture diameter, it doesn't change anything?
Yeah, he says we never observe.
That's bullshit. We have demonstrations of that too.
Yeah, that can easily be disproven if you just take a card and you poke a pinhole through it and then try looking through the pinhole. You'll see that you can see considerably less.
I mean, dude, and if you had a larger aperture, just from the larger diameter, you'd have a higher observer height. So even on the globe, you would see farther. Because now the calculation for where the horizon's supposed to be is farther away. Because your telescope aperture is bigger. So I have a 1 foot lens.
The center.
I have a 10 foot lens, right? So now the 10 foot lens is bigger than the 1 foot lens. It's 10 feet high. The other one's 1 feet high. Obviously, right? You should be able to see farther because now the horizon just moved.
And this is exactly why that these scale demonstrations Globies do with basketballs and cameras for curvature are not scaled representations of reality, because they're taking an aperture that's a size that scales to the size of Earth's moon.
Yeah, I know, man. Dude. Those are the ones that really irritate me too, man. Because they actually convince people. Oh, this is why they look different. Oh, so you're going to take a giant, basically equivalent to 1,000-kilometer camera lens and compare it to some, Neil Armstrong with his little pinhole freaking camera relative to the size of the Earth, right? And you're going to compare those two. Come on, dude. Come on.
Yeah, and then you got to wonder, knowing what they know, they have to know that they're pulling camera tricks on people. Knowing what they know, they have to know that they know this isn't a fair scaled representation, and that they're just trolling people out there with this. I mean, and if they don't know, then they have cogged this so bad that it's impacting their thinking. And if this is what they do for a living, it's impacting what they do professionally.
But Daza, just so you know, Too Short demonstrated this years ago. At this point, took two different cameras, two different apertures. There was a lighted end of a hall. The one with the larger aperture, or the larger diameter lens, you could see the light, and the other one you couldn't. Both same camera height, all that stuff. So it's been demonstrated. It's not like.
Hey, does anyone want to play Blocks.io?
Silence is deafening, huh?
But I agree with you, Amish. They gotta know. It's hard for me to believe that they don't know that what they're doing is deceptive. And that's being charitable. Calling it deceptive is being charitable. Calling it an outright lie is probably more accurate.
Yeah, they're outright liars. Yep. It's what I've come to conclude. Like Soundly, I mean, all of these people, they know better. They know exactly what they're doing. They have to. I mean, these are intentional camera tricks. They're playing with subject distance and focal lengths, f-stops, apertures, and everything. And they're altering the angular relationships of objects in order to present curvature that isn't there.
Yeah, they like to do things like not center, like their measurement in the camera, right? So they don't put it in the center of the frame, and like so they're looking at it from the side, and they go, look, the mountain drop. Yeah, no shit, dude, your camera's tipped. That don't matter. Yeah, okay, get a camera.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, tip the camera, squish the frame a little bit. There you go.
Yeah, take 1,000 photos and pick the one you want.
That sounds like a Soundly trick.
It's exactly what his trick is. How many images do you think he's taking a Pontchartrain? He's probably, I bet he's taking 100,000 pictures.
Well, wasn't his directory exposed in a video? Like,
yeah,
didn't somebody point that out?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the live stream and I saw him He's like, I got to find it in my folders. And he starts going, he had a MacBook. Because, I'm an IT, so I know, like, the folder structures and shit. And the way MacBook displays them, it shows, like, it said, like, December 1st, December 2nd, December 3rd, December 4th. That's how I actually have a graphic. That's how I found out the day he took the pictures of the power lines, because he went in the folder with the date on it. But he had every day, because he had to go in each folder. So he checked like December 9th, December 10th, December 12th, December 20th, right? So he's checking all these dates in each folder, had hundreds of pictures in it. But he has to search through thousands of pictures to find one that proves he has to go. What do all the other ones do then?
Well, those were from Industrial Light and Magic. Those were all the proof pictures that went into the dustbin.
I mean, people throw the cherry picking fallacy around like too much and use it wrong, but that is literally the definition of cherry picking.
Indio, this kind of reminds me too of the psychology of a criminal who's an expositionist and loves to linger around the crime scene because he wants to see the police scramble and struggle to figure out how the crime was done. Like Dexter or something. These guys set up these elaborate camera tricks, and they just love watching flat earthers try to figure it out. And they probably also love watching their fans readily accept these images as truth because it validates how good their camera trickery is. And then we expose them, and they get pissed off, and they don't want to talk to us.
Well, their fans never fact check them. Never.
Nope. Yeah, like I said, I saw one video where they were showing the planes landing at the airport and whatever. And then, but if you look on Google Maps from where they were viewing from and where the airport was, there was quite a few buildings in between them two, so you could never see them land. The buildings got in the way.
Buildings are Earth curve now, dude.
Yep. Part of the Earth curve. They spontaneously arose from the Earth.
Check it out, India. Kalam Sagan thinks he's got some kind of win. Is that the episode where Peterson spurged out and I had to kick his ass out of here for being a doormat?
Yo, Peterson actually posted me wrecking him, dude. I haven't listened to it. I wonder if he edited anything out, dude. That dude got jarred, man. Like, why would he post that?
But the speed is so fast.
Because he cut it short. You didn't see right to the end of it. That's why. He cut out, spiral out. Yeah. What is it right at the end? You can believe whatever you want to believe or something like that. And that's where he cut it. He didn't show his spin out.
That's the last thing he said before he left was you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Oh, it must have been a different episode then. When I caught him the other day, he had an absolute meltdown. There's a few people that kicked him around, and I booted him out because he's a muppet.
I'm reading the comments, dude. They're dumber than he is.
Made ice cream on the job site with 8 cans and some.
Don't improve the comments. Dude, this is good shit, man.
Not only is this stuff deadly, but it'll send you to the order. Next, we made electrician's nets. I used my Klein wire strippers to cut little pieces of licorice and didn't bother to clean any of it up. Then I threw down a few wire nuts and some other random straps. It's a different contractor than I used to think like this, so this flavor was really easy. And the final flavor, high base and caffeine. Sour Patch Kids, Pop Rocks, Mountain Dew, and you're going to want to see how this one turned out. It's flat. We fired up the cement mixer, added in the cans, a couple 100 pounds of ice and some rocks. This made a crazy racket. About a minute later, we started out the feed.
Dude, like, I thought this guy was gonna fucking beat the shit out of me or something.
Wait, are you still a flat earther?
What?
Are you still a flat earther?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? Why would I? Once you go flat, you never go back. Come on.
Because I actually used to be a flat earther.
I don't believe that. I believe that that is something that a lot of globies have started saying to try to pull people away from flat Earth.
No, I'm actually being genuine.
Oh, what have you've returned to drag us back to the Outer Space Church?
No, I used to be a flat earther, but then I realized
we heard you. That doesn't really sound very legit. When?
Well, it doesn't sound legit to you.
When did you realize that the globe was a myth?
Back when it was popular, back in I think it was 20.
So you're just kind of going with the current, with the stream. You didn't actually realize that it was a myth. You just said, "Hey, look at this shiny thing. This looks fun."
No, it was a couple of years ago, and it was like
Okay, what led you to realize that the globe was a myth?
I'll tell you how I know about the flat Earth community.
No, that's not the question. You said that you used to be a quote unquote flat earther. So when did you realize that the globe was a myth?
When I looked into flat Earth.
No, the globe. What was the thing about the globe that it clicked and you said, "Oh wow, this whole thing is a mythology"? What was that moment?
Oh yeah. So it was a video about a guy. Basically, he was at the beach and he zoomed into the horizon and he captured the boat. It looked like the boat went over the horizon, but then he zoomed in and you could see the boat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But that was obviously
that's still happening. Yeah, go down to the harbor. That's still occurring. You sit down on the ground at the harbor, and all the boats surrounding you within the like few hundred yards. if you sit down, you can't see the bottom of the boat where it meets the water. Then you can stand up and you can see more.
Yeah, but then I realized it eventually does disappear. So.
Well, yeah, the boat gets too small.
That's what
It's not that it disappears.
Yeah, so you're still, yeah, dude. So that's not a good reason for a globe.
No, that's
Your
what's called an
wishy-washy. Listen, your wishy-washiness is ad nauseum.
No,
yeah,
that's just.
Though.
Look, this is just a Latin word that I like, and it's not what I'm doing.
What?
Do you know what optical limitations are?
Huh?
There's optical limits to things. There's optical limits to how far your eyes can see. There's optical limits to how far a Nikon P900 or P9000 or a fucking telescope can see. There are optical limits. Not only that, you have a lot of atmosphere between you and whatever, object you might want to try to look at in a far distance. You've got fog, you've got haze, you might have rain. You got all this stuff going on, right? Dust and all that. You're not going to see through that, right? And you're also, and you're not going to exceed your optical limit of your eyes or with a camera or anything like that. So
if I had
if you stop seeing it, right? Just because you stop seeing it at a certain point doesn't mean that it's going down a curve or anything like that, right? Because then you'd actually have to claim that Earth is an even bigger globe, right? You can't prove that.
Or a smaller globe.
Have you been on a hill before?
Oh my God, dude! You can't see forever. Dude, you can't see forever. Do you get it?
Okay, so have you ever seen people go up and down a hill?
Oh wow!
I've been on a hill before. What was the second question?
So you've seen people go up and down a hill, right?
Yep. I go up and down hills all the time. I travel the country.
Okay, so
this isn't going to end well ad nauseum for your globe proof, because that doesn't occur in reality. People aren't going over a hill.
Right. I mean, I'm going up hills and down hills, and I'm going flat, and I'm going, straight. I'm going in like a left curve or a right curve.
The problem with your argumentation is it's been debunked. So there's something called angle. Okay, so there's something called angular.
You don't even know the argument. You're going to try to bring up angular resolution.
Even know it.
You're going to improperly invoke it. So I want to stop you before you get too far ahead of yourself, because you're going to improperly invoke angular resolution.
Wait, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean?
Well, what I mean is I'm talking about when objects are far, right?
Your LARP failed, bro.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So when objects go further away from me, what happens?
When objects are further away from you, they appear to go into your vanishing point of perspective and your pyramidal field of view. Your LARP is over.
Something called angular size.
Yeah, it's the object itself is not actually shrinking. It just appears to be shrinking, right? That's the angular resolution of things. Yeah, I get it just fine. You're
so
still
it's not disappearing because it's going over a curve. You just flat smacked yourself ad nauseum.
You're
So do you agree that there's an angular size to things, right?
It doesn't prove a curvature.
Listen, bro. When did I say curvature?
Well, I mean,
you said that was your reasoning as to why the Earth is a globe, because things disappear eventually, bro.
I'm talking about
your LARP isn't very well thought out.
I'm talking about angular size. I'm talking about
My goodness, dude. Listen to this. Yeah, you really sound like someone who realized that the globe was a myth.
Now, listen to me. Do you agree with angular size?
Okay, nobody disagrees that nobody here is going to disagree that angular resolution or thing.
I never said angular resolution.
It's what that is, though. It's size, right? No, it is the same thing, dude. Angular resolution, the size of what you're seeing, how you resolve it, bro.
No,
Stop your LARP.
Angular resolution is not the same as angular size.
Stop your LARP. So you used to think that Earth was flat. So you used to be a glober, then you were a flat earther, and now you're and now you're a glober again, right? So now you're back to having to try to prove
Hold on, ad nauseum, dude. I don't know what you've attempted to do, but it's failed. Listen. Look, can you listen for 3 seconds, bro?
Oh my God.
Your prayers to God are noted. So if something disappears in the distance, is the only reason because it went over a curve?
I wasn't even finished with my argument.
I'm asking, you're mumbling. So if something disappears in the distance, is the only reason that could occur is because it went over a curve?
Yes.
No. A boat can go into the fog 100 yards from you and disappear.
Okay, that's obviously fallacious.
No, it's not fallacious.
Because it's a false equivalence.
A boat can disappear into the fog within 100 yards from you. Hell, it could do 100 feet from you.
Yeah, that's fallacious.
So there's more than one reason. Listen, there's more than one reason why something could disappear in the distance.
Listen to me. I'm going to destroy you,
bro.
If you let me
that's your
finish,
problem. Everybody to listen to you, but you
if
don't.
I let the time you finish, you destroy it, right? So we can all agree here that things that are further away get smaller.
It comes in a spiral.
Yeah, can we all agree with that?
Yeah, things that as they're further away from your field of view, they appear to be smaller. What's the point?
Okay.
Get to your point.
So when I look at the moon, right?
No, you're already wrong.
Wait,
nope.
Let me finish.
Nope.
Can't finish, dude. You're looking up at the fucking moon. You're not going to finish that one.
You can't keep your fucking feet on the ground. You can't keep your fucking feet on the ground.
You have to look up.
You can't do it. You can't fucking
you've
do
gone
it.
away from you've run.
Look at you
You've
go.
run
You got
from your listen, bro. You run from your original globe proof. You've run from that.
Oh no, because you agree that things that are further away, they're smaller.
So you're making a straw man of trying to figure out if the ground beneath you is curving or not. Hello, duh, that's counterintuitive.
I'm asking you, if things are smaller as they were before us, and the moon, it looks pretty big in the sky. I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty big. So that means if I got closer to it must be really massive, right?
This is an if hypothetical bullshit. So you want to jump to hypotheticals now? Where's the curvature?
No, you agreed.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the curvature of Earth and boats disappearing and how things look small as you're looking out at the horizon. You want to look up, let's look away from the fucking what's going on the ground and on the water.
Listen to me, lady. Listen to me.
Don't fucking listen to me, lady. Don't listen to me. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Listen
I will mute your ass.
Okay, because you're a coward. I don't understand.
Yeah. No, you're disrespectful.
Listen, I'm being respectful. Listen to me. So we can all agree here, right?
You're being dishonest. You're being dishonest ad nauseum. Do you think that's respectful?
What did I say that's dishonest?
Oh, my Lord. I'm telling you right now. I'm informing you right now. You're talking at both sides of your mouth. You've run from your original globe Earth claim. You said, well, I realized a boat disappears eventually, so it must be a globe. And then I say, hey, a boat can disappear into the fog. You're like, that's not happening. That is untrue, sir.
And then I posted an example of power lines, power line towers disappearing into the fog off a flat-ass highway.
Can we stick to the moon? Can we stick to the moon? Is that okay?
Can we stick to the Earth? Can we do that? Is that possible? Can we do that? Huh?
Can you get real? Can you get real, ad nauseum? Get real, bro. You're wasting your own time.
I'm trying to show you.
You're appealing to smarmy little pseudo intellectuals who are equally as confused as you are.
Can I finish my point? Or not?
All right, Ross, bro.
You've been given plenty of opportunity to get to your point, and then you gish gallop onto something fucking else that's not relevant.
You changed your point, bro. Do you acknowledge now that you changed your original point?
No, I haven't actually. You're just not letting me finish. That's the problem. You're just a bunch of bullies. Don't let people finish something.
Okay, get your feelings out of it, okay? Not a bunch of bullies, all right? Calm down, right? If we were a bunch of bullies, we wouldn't give a shit. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't care, right? But we actually have pretty big fucking hearts. We do care. We care about the truth. We care about teaching people. We care about you, even though you're not being honest, right? Like, we don't hate you. There's no hate, okay? You need to get back to your original point, your original claim, which is that the boat disappears eventually, right? The boat disappears eventually, so Earth must be a globe, which you would have to be claiming that it's an even bigger globe. It has an even bigger radius than 3959 miles, right? That's where you're at. That's where your claim sits. Just to clarify your claim for you.
Do you want me to finish my point or not?
No, I want you to get back to your original point.
Right.
The original claim.
These people are tough.
You never made your
talking. They keep interrupting. They keep on doing these things.
Made your point.
I'm trying to make my point, but they keep interrupting. It's just so hard.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I promise that I won't interrupt you. I promise. I'm going to mute myself in just a second. I promise I won't interrupt you if you can stick to your original claim that the boats disappear eventually, so it must.
Tell me what my original claim is. Yeah, that's.
Apparently I have to because you came in claiming it. Does anybody have it recorded?
People are just so dishonest. Holy shit.
We can clip it and play it back, I'm sure.
Well, it's not what you said. You didn't say boats go over the curve. It's a mod asking you, hey, so we can speed this up. Boats go over the curve or no?
Is that what he's denying now?
Yes.
Oh my lord.
Can I actually finish my point, or are you gonna keep interrupting?
I asked you to finish. I asked you a question and you wouldn't answer me.
Sorry, I was unmuted, so I don't know what
you guys are getting confused. Ad nauseum wanted to speak to the girl, to the pretty girl, and then he said he was a flat earther because somebody zoomed in on the camera. But now he's a glober. He hasn't said why.
Yeah, no, he did say why, because he realized that boats eventually disappear.
Oh, is that right?
That was his original little. Yeah, he goes, but then I realized that a boat eventually does disappear. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That was his numero uno.
Right, and I'm trying to explain why, but you keep interrupting.
So you did say that.
Yes, I did say that.
Explain. Yes. Yeah, explain. And looking at the moon isn't going to help you with a boat. Do you understand?
I'm trying to get there. So we all agree there's angular size. We all agree that things get smaller, right? The moon is an example of that, because the moon pretty big, right? So according to your own logic, the moon would have to be about a quarter of the size of the Earth sky.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is because we can look at the moon.
You are all over the place, bro.
I'm trying to get my point. So on a flat Earth, right, the horizon would be much further away, and it would appear at eye level, regardless of your height.
Wait, are your eyes above your feet?
However, on a globe Earth, the horizon drops. I wasn't finished my point, bro.
Well, he wants to know if your feet are below your eyes.
I'm not finished. What I told you said you won't interrupt.
I didn't say that. We're just trying to get you to clarify your shit.
Let me finish
Yeah, what
my
you're
point.
saying is empty. We're just cutting to the chase.
However, on a globe Earth, the horizon drops as you gain altitude, which is consistent with the angular sides of the horizon changing due to the curvature. Okay?
Wow, he's got his own globe he lives on now.
Word salad.
That was so circular. That was so circular, and it was just like you just told me a story. You didn't even do anything.
Okay, what you want me to explain it to you? I'm saying, the flat Earth, the horizon would be further away. Do you understand that?
Do you understand that the horizon is optical and not physical?
Yeah, further away from what?
Yeah, I agree. And what I'm saying is the optical illusion would be further away. Do you understand?
Further away from what?
Oh my God.
You're praying to God a lot, bro.
You said, see, that's the funny thing is I said that it's optical, and he says optical illusion. Now, I didn't say it's an optical illusion. I said that it's optical. Sometimes you're going to see further out to it than you would other days, right? That's all it is. Sometimes you can see 5 miles, 10 miles,
He said
20 miles.
something really, guys, the guy said something really incredibly ingenious. He said that from what? Well, of course, we all know from what? From the observer, you donkey. So this guy is incredibly smart, guys. He's so smart.
Yeah, further away in relation to what? What distance are you seeing further? What are you even talking about?
To the observer, you Donkey Kong, okay?
Okay, well, listen, if you go outside, your long distance observations of reality will show to you that there is no evidence of this 39, 59 mile radius water ball curving away from you.
No,
you do see beyond the limitations of the 39, 59 ball, you donkey.
Yeah, because some areas have a more flatter local area.
Stop
oh my lord, dude.
Stop singing! Donkey, stop singing! Just stop! Just fucking stop singing, Donkey! Jeez Louise, dude. All you're doing is singing us a song and telling us a fucking story.
No, but don't you think that if something was flat, hold on, if something was flat and was moving away from you, do you think it would drop?
Dude, okay, did you not see what I posted in the chat?
No, but I'm asking you, do you think it would drop?
No, it doesn't actually fucking drop. It just appears to do that. It appears to go down within your field, your pyramidal field of view. Do you understand pyramidal field of view, or am I, or like
okay
linguistically beyond you? No, answer my question. Do you understand what I mean when I say pyramidal field of view?
No, I don't really care.
Well, then I can't talk to you. Go learn what pyramidal field of view is, and then you'll understand why things appear to drop.
Can I finish my point now? If I showed you a camera, if I showed you a camera, If I showed you a camera, if I showed you a camera,
if you keep doing this, it's not going to matter. If you do this,
if I showed you a camera that doesn't have the limitations of the human eye, right?
A camera
that could actually zoom in very, very close to things that are very, very far away. And what we find. Hold on. Can I finish?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Can I finish?
Welcome to Flat Earth once again.
Can I actually finish my point without getting interrupted?
Okay.
You're flat smacking yourself, dude.
The camera can zoom in very, very close to things that are very far away. And if I showed you that the camera does the same thing that we do, which is that it goes over something, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
The ship doesn't come back.
Dude.
Welcome to Flat Earth. We've been saying that.
Listen to lady, listen to me. Listen, lady, listen to me. Lady, listen to me.
I'm tired of
spiraling. Sir, no need to spiral, sir.
The ship doesn't come back to view. It's disappeared. It's gone.
His act is, listen to his act. The wheels are falling off.
Yeah, so I just destroyed you already, right, on a few things because you don't understand what your pyramidal field of view is, and you don't understand how that would work over a flat Earth. But you did tell us, shut the fuck up. But you did tell us that, yeah, these things move over a surface. Yep, welcome to flat Earth. Yep, we're right at the center, and everything moves over the surface of Earth, the face of Earth. Right. Welcome to reality, bro. How long have you been sleeping?
Right. We have cameras that can zoom in.
I heard that,
all the way to the moon and show the surface of the moon.
This guy.
Okay.
That's lunacy, bro.
What I'm saying to you is, we have cameras that can zoom into these bones.
You're thinking that
Let him expose his desperation. Yeah, he's doing a great job.
We have cameras so powerful that don't have the limitations of our eyes. Can zoom in. And you know what we find? We don't find the boats. The boats disappeared. Where did it go, guys? It went over the horizon. That's why.
That's all he's got.
That was so non sequitur. That was so non sequitur, and it was so painful. Listen to that.
Yeah.
He said we have cameras that zoom into the moon, and basically that's how we know boats go over the horizon. What? Bro, do you hear
your act might be better in a poetry slam channel ad nauseum.
Surely you hear yourself, right? Okay, so you're thinking that the moon is like 300,000 miles away, right? That's your first mistake, is you're thinking that the moon is further away than it actually is, right? That's your problem. And you're not understanding that these cameras that we have an optical limitation, right? But they still exceed our, and I'm agreeing with you, right? They exceed our optical limitation. So that's good for us, right? That's good for flat Earth. That means that we can exceed, right, 3 miles from 6 feet. It means we can exceed 5 miles from 2 feet. We can exceed 10 miles from 1 foot, right, across water. We keep exceeding that limit of vision with this optical technology. And all we're learning is that we see farther and farther and farther and farther with no curve to be found. Up high, down low, you're too slow. You don't get it.
So wait, so you've never seen?
Listen, dude. Your story is you were a flat earther, then you started getting ideas from the moon, which is lunacy, and now you're here.
We're all globe earthers. Nobody can run away from globe Earth. Right?
You're highlighting the religiosity and the cultish nature of this outer space mythology, bro.
No, all I'm highlighting is the fact that if we want... Listen, everyone on this planet agrees 1 + 1 = 2. There is nobody...
Yeah, listen, you're presupposing that Earth is a planet, so you're making lots of leaps of logic.
There's nobody debating 1 + 1 = 3. You know why? Because everybody has a cultish consensus. Do you understand that?
He sounds like he's about to... he's in tears.
Are you showing one person? Because who is debating 1 + 1 = 3? So your idea, this idea that, well, I'm part of a cult is stupid. Because if you are truthful and you want to seek the truth, Then you will side with the people that are truthful, and not the people who say 1 + 1 is 3. You guys are the people that are saying 1 + 1 is 3, and that is ridiculous.
No, 1 + 1 is fucking 2. We know 1 + 1 is fucking 2. What the hell? Hold up. This is how we do one. This is how we do 1 + 1 is 2, right? We take the radius of a globe Earth, the 3959 miles, right? And we do the math from that. We do the geometry, okay? And we figure, okay, at 6 feet, right, standing at the beach, if I have an eye level of 6 feet and I look out across the water, according to the globe Earth geometry, I should only be able to see 3.1 miles out to the horizon before curvature starts. I don't even see left to right curvature. No, it's like, what am I, standing on a fucking rolling pin? Okay, and then it gets worse from there, right? So we drop our observation height, our eye level, right? We drop the eye level down to 1 fucking foot, and guess what? We can see. Shut up. We can see farther than 3 miles, right? We can see 10 fucking miles out to the optical horizon. Okay, so your curvature is nowhere to be found. You'd have to claim that you live on an even bigger globe that you can't prove, or just concede that it's flat. Okay, if you used to be a flat earther, it makes no damn sense how you even went back to the globe. You're done. You're cooked. Your wig is snatched. Thank you. Next contestant.
Lady, you're part of the 1 + 1 = 3 club.
You tried, bro.
I know it's hard. I get it.
Yeah, for you, maybe. Cake.
Yeah, it's difficult for you, kid.
I know it's tough being part of a stupid cult.
It is tough for you being part of a stupid cult.
Yep, you need to stop projecting.
Wait, so are you saying it's bad to be part of a cult?
Globe is a cult, that's correct.
So are you saying it's be part of a cult?
I'm saying you're projecting.
No, but I'm asking, is it bad?
Repeat it one more time. Take the wax out of your ears.
Yeah, I'm asking you, is it bad to be part of
You're wrapped up in a mythology.
So is it bad to be part of a cult?
Well, it's bad to try to drag someone back to the cult.
Wait, hold on. No, are you saying that cults are bad?
Do what you want, player.
Answer my question, donkey.
Well, if you want to be a religious zealot, that sounds like something right up your alley, yeah.
Sounds like something that a person decides if it's good or bad. I'm not in a cult. I don't know if they're good or bad. So I wouldn't know if a cult is good or bad. Only you know that.
Yeah, cults are good for religious zealots.
Okay, are you saying Flat Earth is not a cult?
Correct. Is the nature of water cultish?
Okay, listen, buddy.
Okay, let me ask you this. When I look at the moon, I see towers.
Physics physics is a cult now.
Don't you think you guys are a little bit embarrassing? Like, because there are literally like there are children in school who are much younger than you that understand that the Earth is round, and they are.
Do they really?
You guys,
because I remember being taught in school, and I guess the globe never really stuck anyway, because I was taught that liquids seek their level, right? And I was never taught that level curves, right? Level has never meant curve. Not until 2014 did level mean curve, right? It's only in one fucking dictionary. One in recent history, right? Because they're trying to mind fuck you guys. They're trying to mind fuck the kids, all right? That's what they do.
You do realize that that's
they're going to teach you that water seeks its level, right?
It does.
But that 70% of the Earth is covered in fucking water. But then they're going to tell you that. So
why can't it be both, lady? I'm asking you, why can't it be both?
A flat globe? Oh, I'm done with you.
I'm asking, why can't it be flat, alright, the water seek level, and at the same time curve?
Flat globe.
Yeah, I'm asking you, why is that wrong? That's not the way balls work, bro.
Dude, you have cognitive
Wait, are you saying
you want it to be a ball and flat at the same time? That's cognitive dissonance, dude.
Can I finish? Are you saying that every single point on a ball is curved?
Yes.
Well then, my friend, you don't know anything about the ball.
Point is a location on that curve, so no, the points aren't curved, they're points.
No, I'm saying, is every single section of a ball, is it curved?
Yeah.
Okay, then
Tell
you're
her
just an
name.
idiot.
And it's not a ball if it's not like that. What's wrong with you?
What I'm saying is you have something called local flatness.
No, that's something you made up.
Yeah, it's everywhere. The local flatness is everywhere, bro. Wow! It's frightening ad nauseum that someone ever told you that you were clever. That frightens me.
What do you know about local flatness?
Yes, you guys have made that up recently. We know. Everybody's told us the story about it, and we laugh at them. We laugh and laugh and laugh.
Okay, so the idea is this, right?
Wow.
You can, if you zoom into a basketball.
Nope, it's curved too. We got the photos of that too, zoomed in.
Okay, show us the photo.
Somebody can post it. You don't have
Because
it. You're just talking about it.
Yeah, show your zoomed in. Show the zoomed in basketball that you're bringing up, pal. You people have bad eyes.
I can show you a video if you want.
Oh, I've seen the image, and it's curved.
It's flat. When you zoom into
bro,
it,
you have bad eyes. They run a line over it. They run a little line over it at the most zoomed in point, and it's still curved. And what are you talking about? There's dimples on the basketball as well. If you want to be a pedantic little concrete thinking, splitting hairs that aren't there, you know what? Then I'll play the game. You know, there's dimples on the basketball. It's not
hills
flat.
and valleys now.
Yeah, there's ridges too.
Sit on a ball.
There's an NBA logo on it that embossed. That sure as shit ain't flat.
No. Those lines
I'm asking you, can you sit on a ball?
Wow.
Yes, people can build walls.
Okay, how can you sit on a ball? How can you sit on something that isn't flat?
I can't sit on a ball. That's why chairs are flat usually. No.
So you can't. You've never seen anyone sit on a ball.
Very uncomfortable to sit on a ball, or everything would be ball shaped to sit on.
So wait, hold on. You've never seen anyone sit on a ball.
That's called yoga.
Oh, you mean sitting there at basketball practice waiting? Yeah, because they don't want to sit on the ground or stand.
Okay, have you ever been to
You can't do that for hours on end. You can't work in an office sitting on a ball. You're fucking crazy, dude.
Have you ever been to a circus?
Hey, dude, the ball gets flat on the bottom when they sit on it.
Okay. Have you ever been to a circus?
I'm listening to one right now.
Okay. I've been to a circus, okay? And they have these gigantic inflated balls. Okay? And
clip it.
I actually
Is a YouTube bot in here? Yes. Okay, go ahead, ad nauseum.
I put my hand on the side of it. That's what happened. My hand did not curve. My hand was flat.
It was a flat ball.
You understand?
Yeah, it was a flat ball. I understand.
No, it was a curved ball. So the point that I'm trying to make is this. You can have local flatness on a globe. It's possible, yes, absolutely.
No, I would be able to measure that curve. Easy. My measuring devices are that sensitive. I'd be able to pick that up.
Ad nauseum, let me bring you back to reality here a little bit. You sound exasperated. So the Suez Canal, that's 120 miles of local flatness. So how many 120-mile flat slabs make up a ball? Or is that locality too big for you? Too big for your example? You are really I was once a flat earther, see?
I used to be I used to be a flat earther.
All right, Ozzy. I
must be full of shit.
But
he's capping.
I just want you to find some big gigantic ball, and I want you to put your hand on it and see if your hand curves.
Here comes the spiral.
I have two.
No, I'm asking you to go do that. Okay, do you understand?
The big ball is not the Earth. You can't compare it.
No, the point that I'm trying to make is I actually put my hand against a massive ball. Okay, a big, huge sphere.
Okay, do you understand his 100 miles? Do you understand?
Yeah, hold on. Can I finish?
We heard it 3 times. I just got here and I heard it 3 times.
I put my hand, and guess what? My hand did not curve. It was flat. My hand was flat.
That ball is not the Earth. That ball is not the Earth. How do you explain that for 120 miles of flat?
There are flat.
You didn't measure your hand. You didn't measure your hand. You're just saying things. You're dumb.
I'm dumb?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
But I just told you, I put my look. The way I felt it was like as if I was putting my hand against a wall.
So it appeared that way. Did you measure it?
No, I put my hand on it.
It appeared that way. Yes, it appeared that way. Did you measure?
No, I can. Look, if I put my hand against a wall, it's flat.
Dude,
right?
you're not going to make it in this world if you think construction workers use their hands to make sure something is flat.
No, you're not listening.
Now do that with the Earth.
No, you're not listening. I put my hand against a flat object.
Put a square on it. You should have put a square on the surface, and you would have seen the difference.
No, what I'm saying is,
Yeah, what I'm saying is, you're just making up shit, and you're just nothing you say makes sense. I can debunk you.
Wait. Actually, wait a minute. You actually inspired me right now. You actually gave me a really good idea. Actually, if you look at the tangent line of the ball,
hold on.
On the wall? What are you talking about?
I have to hold on. I have to correct him. It's called a tangent point.
No, because you actually inspired me. What you can do this with
point.
You don't understand what you're talking about.
Can I finish, bro?
No, we don't want to hear you finish.
Can I finish, bro?
Finish.
If you get a basketball and you get like a book that's flat, right? It's completely flat, and you put the flat book. If you put the flat book on top of the basketball, and you look at the gap, you will find a section of the flat book touching the basketball. Yeah.
This guy might be. There might be something wrong with him.
There is.
No, but hold on.
That's not Earth reality. You're talking about balls and books. What are you talking about? He asked you about 120 miles of flat lake. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is,
the room IQ is too low for this conversation. Like
100%. 100%.
Why are you even trying, bro?
It's funny to him, but he's the one not.
But do you understand what I'm saying, bro? Do you understand what I'm saying?
We understand.
Yeah, I am. But
balls and books. He's talking about 100 miles of land. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and you can't see the correlation because you have low IQ. That's what I'm saying.
Low IQ. And it's funny to you that you have a low IQ.
I'm so happy somebody understands, because like these people are just so like unbelievably stupid.
Nah, man, they're just gaslighting you. They know what you're talking about. They're just gaslighting you on purpose.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like you put a book on top of a basketball, you can see that the section of the flat book is meeting with the ball. Like,
now do 100.
A flat section of the ball.
No. What I'm saying is,
okay. So the ball isn't curved. Do you hear that, Vanek? This guy's talking at both sides of his mouth.
What I'm saying
Vanek, this guy's so lost in the weeds. Vanek, hold on, ad nauseum. You told us a moment ago that the ball was flat. Now it's
no.
Curved.
What I'm saying.
You're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
You're not listening. I'm saying the book is flat. A section of the flat book
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
We heard you a couple
finish.
of times.
A section of the. Let me finish. Let me finish, man.
All right, finish.
A section of the flat book is meeting with the ball.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Now do the 100 miles of land that he asked you about. Okay.
No, listen to me. I debunked you. I debunked you. I debunked you, bro.
You have mental
I
issues.
debunked you.
You have
You
mental
said there's no local. You said there's no local flatness. I debunked you. I debunked you, bro.
We're talking about the Earth. You're talking about balls and books. Are
No,
you mental?
you said.
Are you mental?
You said.
Are you mental?
We're talking about shapes, regardless of what object. We're just talking about shapes.
They said there's no. They
talking
said
about the
there's
Earth.
no local flatness on a curve. They said there's no local flatness. I demonstrated local flatness, and now you're saying you're trying to
dude. But
gaslight
listen,
we were talking about the
You're
Earth. You're
trying to gaslight
talking
me.
balls.
Why?
Ad nauseum. Listen, you're talking about a curve that only exists in your head. You've seen it on TV, and you're pointing around in reality the local flatness. It's embedded in your psyche, you half-wit.
I just demonstrated it. You don't.
Your IQ is so low. Your IQ
You are
is so
a
low. It's sad.
donkey. You are a donkey.
Your mask
Not
fell
insult.
off.
Look at him. He's short circuiting.
Yeah, he's crying now. Yeah, how do you know the basketball? Listen, how do you know the basketball is equivalent to the Earth?
Dummy, that's what I said 3 times. He doesn't get
donkey.
it. He doesn't get it.
You are a donkey. You are a donkey.
He's a 21st century simpleton. Here he goes.
So,
Bro, you're a medieval simpleton.
there's no moderation going on. What's
You
up with
are
this guy?
a donkey.
You done? Now do the Earth.
It's hilarious. You just got.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's definitely not done spiraling. He can do it. Vanek, his cheerleader, is here, so maybe he can get it
Why you on
together.
my dick for no reason, man? What the hell?
Hey!
On his dick. What are you talking about? He's talking about balls and books, and we're talking about the Earth. He's trying to equivalate balls and books to the Earth. What say you?
I told you again. If you can't see the connection, there is a problem in the cerebellum.
What connection? Balls and books don't equate Earth. What do you mean? Elaborate.
He's talking about shapes.
We're not concerned about what he's talking about. He's equating balls and books to the Earth. What say you?
He's talking about shapes.
Okay, never
You're
mind.
fixated on balls and.
You have a low IQ too, I see.
Nah, it seems like you're projecting right now.
Yeah, flat isn't a shape, Vanek.
Dumbass.
Well, I bet a sphere is a shape. And guess what? A ball
Then
has
flat
a sphere.
isn't.
And the surface of a book should be flat, rectangular. Maybe
Wow.
you guys have different books. Like
maybe
they build them differently. Like I don't know.
They build the books, or they
In
write
your
the books.
country or whatever you're from, they make books differently than the rest of the world, so they might have a different shape.
Oh,
They're
so appeals
mostly
to
curved.
consensus.
Mostly curved books in our country. I don't know if you know. Do you have any page what is flat, or is all of them are curved? Are page leveled, or you didn't still measure it?
He didn't measure anything, I'm sure.
Shall we measure the page if it's leveled? Maybe it's leveled, but it's not flat. Jesus Christ.
They don't get it.
Yeah, sea level. Why we gave name the sea level? Because it's curved. But if it's curved, and sea level is curved. For God's sake, what is flat?
Oh, if only there wasn't a force holding everything down.
Can you tell me the answer? Can you tell me the answer? If curved is curved and level is curved, what is flat?
He doesn't want to hear that. He tried to change the subject.
I think there is no possibility for flat. That's the point.
If you don't have possibility for flat, that means nothing can be flat.
I can definitely see a possibility for flat brain in here.
You've heard the stories that it's the Earth is concave at the poles. Right? Like it's a little concave at the poles. I mean, they say it's flat, but if the Earth's a globe, then it would be concave at the poles.
When somebody says flat brain, does it mean the brain is literally pressed down and flat?
Look at him, he's still short circuited. He doesn't want to engage in a conversation. He wants to insult people.
No, I'm asking you.
No, we get it. We get
it. When somebody say black swan, we are observing the birds on the sea level. You understand? When somebody say black swan, but because the bird, it's a black, and if you see the black swan flying over the horizon, that means that you see the black swan. You see the white pelican, then you call that white pelican.
Hey guys, the Earth is flat. I can see the pyramids from Paris.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I just need a P90 camera, Canon, or whatever you guys
okay,
use.
why then Guinness record is
Mr. Fallacy?
I just need to keep zooming, man.
Mr. Fallacy. Mr. Fallacy. Yeah, we hear you.
What fallacy? This is literally what you guys do.
Okay, Mr. Fallacy.
Fallacy is your favorite word, man. You wake up, the first thing
I mean,
you say
it's
is
your
fallacy.
favorite
You didn't even say mama or papa.
It's your favorite
fallacy.
Are you saying that we describing flat surface like a flat?
He doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to talk about how he has superpowers to see Mount Everest or wherever from wherever. He doesn't want to talk about
I'm saying that you're using the word flat in the wrong meaning.
Oh, wrong meaning. Can you tell me what is flat? What for you would be flat surface?
I'm not here to teach you English, bro.
Of course not.
Teach me English. Can you tell me in another language what for you will be the flat surface? Can you tell me that in Italian? Can you tell me that in Italian because I understand Italian? And can you tell me that in Croatian because I understand Croatian? Because English is my third language, please.
No, non te lo dico in italiano. Non sono qua a insegnare.
Io parlo italiano, non ti preoccupare.
Non me ne frega un cazzo se parli italiano, sinceramente.
Puoi spiegarmi come c'era una...
non me ne frega neanche.
Sì, va benissimo.
Stai balbettando.
Vuoi imparare l'inglese? Vuoi imparare l'inglese?
Non lo sai parlare bene.
No.
Vuoi dirmi in inglese?
Sei un po' balbuzienta quando parli in italiano.
Sì, va benissimo. Italiano è seconda lingua, croato è prima. Scusami per quello.
No, ma tranquillo.
Va benissimo, sì. Però non dire stronzate di inglese, perché inglese è inglese, hai capito?
Ma inglese è una parola, vuol dire tante cose, come in italiano.
Come livello? Il livello è curvato o è
quando ti dicono che lo spazio-tempo è piatto, cosa vuol dire? Che veramente lo spazio 3D è piatto? No, vuol dire qualcos'altro.
Sì, puoi definirmi perché noi chiamiamo livello di mare?
Il livello di mare è giusto una percezione per rendere le cose più semplici, per spiegare le cose più semplicemente si dice che è piatto.
Tipo elevazione? Tipo elevazione?
Tipo che?
Tipo che scusa per la lingua, io ho dimenticato, ne ho parlato 10 anni.
Time, man. Don't worry.
Sì. I want to ask you, how you can have the elevation comparing to the sea level in the middle of Italy?
How do you what?
How you have the mountain of 1 kilometer height in the middle of Italy?
How do you have a mountain that is 1 kilometer high in Italy?
How do you know that it's 1 kilometer high?
Oh, you take a point of reference, I guess.
Where is the point of reference?
We go to the coast.
Okay, but mountain is 500 kilometers from that point.
What do you mean?
The mountain distance to the sea level, it's 500 kilometers.
Yes, you're just gonna go down and then walk towards the beach.
Yeah, and how much drop over distance is on the sphere on that distance?
Fuck, I know, man. You have to calculate depending on the distances.
Are you calculating that when you're changing elevation with the distance?
Are you asking me if I'm doing the calculations now? No, I'm
not.
Yeah,
when you drive the car, when you drive the car, when you take a car from let's say the Veneto, and you go and you change the elevation. Does your elevation change? It's because of the curvature or because of only elevation change?
The elevation change, is it due to the curvature or? How's the curvature bringing like a
does Earth curving on 300 kilometers distance?
Yes.
That means when you take whatever you take from point A to point B, let's say Trieste to Milano, that means that down Earth is curving. You are counting on that when you're traveling, or you are only accounting on elevation and your base is 0. What is that? Can you tell me?
If you were flying and there was nothing in between,
you
take into account that.
If you're
if you're in the car, you have roads. Like what are you asking for?
Yeah, and roads they're changing elevation during how to say?
They could depending on the terrain as well.
Okay, are you calculating for the elevation changes, or are you calculating at zero elevation sea level?
Take into account all of them, like.
Oh, you're a liar! Yes. You're a liar. No, you calculate from sea level only. You don't factor in those elevation changes.
I don't think you understood what he's talking about, by the way.
Oh my god! I don't.
Let me continue with him. Let me continue with it.
No. He understood properly what I'm talking about. Because every 10 miles, let's say, on the curved surface, the surface down will curve. On the flat surface,
but you're curving with it while you're going. So why do you need to?
Do you?
No, you're not curving anywhere. You're changing only your elevation and counting on that. In reality,
you're changing it. It depends on the terrain as well. As I said, if you're going towards the mountains, of course you're gonna go higher.
Elevation to the sea level, nothing else. You're changing the height, nothing else.
I don't think he understands.
I don't think you understand me.
Okay.
Right.
Look to all elevation profiles of Giro d'Italia. Okay.
Okay.
And then look the base when they are making they all even making that digital. You can see that profile on the screen. You can go on YouTube and you will see they will change the elevation every time they go from valleys to the mountains, up and down. But the base is 0 all the time.
Sea level.
Yeah, which is the reference that we were speaking about.
Yeah,
exactly.
That means flat. 0.
No, that doesn't mean flat. It's just the reference.
Is it that 0 curved base?
So you see, that's where you're wrong. You keep claiming that has to be flat. No, it's just a point of reference.
Man, that's the sea level point of reference. What is there? Who knows where?
It's like you're fixated in the word level.
Your problem? You think? Because it's the reference point.
Dude,
is that a problem? Like the wording, the word level?
Dude, it's called mean sea level, which means it's the average. It's the 0 point where you start.
I've had this conversation with different people on the server before, and they don't understand what a tangent to a curve is, so they won't understand the idea.
Yeah,
being able to measure a height on a curve.
It's pointless if it's
what a tangent point is. What a tangent point is.
Is it point taken from the center?
No.
No, a tangent is not even in the center. A tangent. Do you know what's a tangent?
What angle is a tangent point?
From what? I mean, it's not even a tangent point. A tangent is not a point.
It's a line, guys.
It's not a point.
There's a point at which the tangent meets the circle.
Yeah, maybe you need to speak for him.
That's what you mean.
And where the tangent meet the circle?
What's the angle that the tangent meets the circle? Where does the
tangent meet the circle? You just fucking draw
Maybe we need a drawing of a tangent.
Drawing.
Give me that angle.
Yeah, diagram.
Asking for angles.
Of course, if you make a drawing of the circle and you make it from the center of that circle,
how do you measure it in reality then?
Yeah, no reality required.
Yeah, of course that you can do that on the paper. Yeah, I agree with you.
You guys understand that when people draw diagrams, right? You can use a diagram to represent something real.
Yeah, but you have to measure
do you know that when you have something, do you know when you have something real, then you can represent that real on the paper?
Exactly. There's no need for the diagram when you're representing reality. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you know what a representation?
Do you know that you cannot? Do you know that you cannot make a model before original? You need to have original to make a model.
Do you know what a representation is? Do you know what that even means?
The real world, the reality.
No,
if you want for example, if you want to present me an example of the sea, you will not show me the sea with the diagram. You will bring me to the sea and say, Sasha, look, this is the sea.
Yeah, that's not a representation then, is it?
What is that?
Yeah, I thought so. Jesus
If
Christ.
you show me the sea on the computer and see in reality,
Hold on,
what
I
is
got
different?
something for him. Sasha. Go ahead and look in text, and you're going to give me the angle of that tangent.
The angle is 0.
Oh, so you can't use tangent.
Yeah, you can. You don't understand what I'm saying. That's fine.
No, I don't.
Nah, you don't understand. That's hilarious.
I just busted you, kid.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
You.
So that
You just deny tangents.
So that tangent, if you're talking about sea level, right, and you wanna kind of, so I had this argument with someone the other day about how it is that you can measure angles on a curved Earth. My prayers to Jesus are noted. Yeah, no, yeah, thanks, man.
Which part of that is that?
Anytime.
So if you want to do something like measure sea level, right? So you see this bit of the so you see it's shown a segment of a circle, right? So if I'm representing the Earth as a sphere, I can very easily tell you what sea level is because it's just the distance between the center and the point on the edge that I'm looking at. If I want to measure the angle between
center of what?
The Earth. If I want to measure the angle between
how we measure to the center of the Earth?
Geologists.
Center of Earth first.
Geologists measure center of the Earth. Can you post that?
No, they don't.
Well, you actually don't need to measure it because you set it.
They do not measure to the center of the Earth. Stop saying dumb shit in the air.
Is it center of 3,959 miles or 700,000?
You actually don't. To be fair, when you're doing these sorts
is it the center? I'm asking you this question. Is it center of 3,959?
It's irrelevant.
No, it is irrelevant because that's the radius of the center. It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's not relevant. So the
how we get to the center?
It's not relevant.
Geology.
So
how geologists came to the center?
It's not relevant. So
it's relevant. You said how the geologists came to the center. Please.
It's not relevant.
It's relevant. You claim it.
Sasha, he gave up. He's no longer can put any relevancy to this.
You've changed the topic. You've just changed the topic.
Okay, it's not relevant. Can you mute him because he has nothing to offer? Okay?
You guys are mute happy.
Balkanaski, I'm sorry, but you've been jumping from one topic to the other.
Mute button. Can you tell me who is geologist who proved the center? Please go on.
It's just not relevant to what I was talking about.
You claim it.
Talk about it if you want.
Stop. I asked you how you got the center of a ball, and you said geologist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're talking about elevation, right?
Can you go back to?
Now you said geologist. How did they get to the center of a ball to make that measurement, to make a radius?
Not relevant.
I didn't say.
Well, there's a few different ways you can do it. So you can either use like
let's say this way. What these geologists did. That you took that way.
To your claim.
Yeah, sure, man. I'm aware that it's
not
claim.
Not other ways. That way, what geologists did. I want that way.
Maybe the Earth has a radius of 8 miles.
I'm going to guess your stomach hurts right now.
We have more ways now. Go with that first one. We will take the second one later.
Second what?
Which was geologist. It would be the name also of geologist. It would be the year of the discovering. It would be everything's written. I hope so.
I don't understand what you're saying to me right now.
If you say geologist discovered, I think it would be the name of geologist because if is it geologist human?
What?
Is it geologist human? Is it geologist
Did you
human?
dig a tunnel to China?
Does human have names?
Here you go.
Is it penicillin of Tom Sawyer?
There you go. There's an engineering website. It gives you 10 different methods people have used to measure the size of the Earth.
Pick your favorite one.
Well, my favorite one, probably because it's the simplest, is the ancient method used by Aristophanes.
Aristophanes, he didn't measure the center of the Earth. He measured the shadows, man.
Yes, he measured.
He didn't measure the center of the Earth. He measured the shadows of the
You can
sun.
measure the height of a building by its shadow, by the way.
That doesn't sound like geology.
That doesn't sound like the center of the Earth.
Yeah. Not all of them. Not all of them are methods used by geologists. Just some of them. He asked me
So
for my
your
favorite.
favorite's geology, and you gave us a method that's not geology.
I didn't say my favorite one was geology because those are way more
Oh
complicated.
my
This is a dead
god!
simple
Are
one.
you listening to any question, or are you just responding spitball bullshit?
No one asked me. No one asked me. They just said.
No, he mentioned Harry
I went
Styles.
ahead and posted your experiment for you. You need parallel sun rays. It's over for you. Now, what's your next?
It's not over. That's not over for me. It's not over. Just 'cause that.
All right, show me a picture of parallel sun rays.
Why whoever posted that picture? Like you never seen rail tracks?
Yeah, they are approximately parallel the sun's rays.
Oh my god! Show me a picture.
Approximately. Do you know that do you know there is no such a thing like approximately parallel? That is not such a thing in mathematics.
Yeah, of course it is.
No, there is not.
Yes, there is.
No, there is not.
Yes, there is.
Can you put life on that?
Can I put what on that?
No, he can say that. He can say that. It's actually a true statement. He can say that, but it's not parallel at that point. You can say approximately parallel,
it's
but it's
nearly
not parallel. You just mean not parallel.
There is not
So it's a
such a
bullshit
thing
statement.
like approximately parallel. Do
course there
you
is.
understand? For everybody, not for him only.
It's a fucking weasel statement.
There is such a thing as approximately
Man,
parallel.
there is no such a thing like approximately parallel. Listen this. If you have two lines, if they're
not
going,
parallel.
listen this really carefully.
Might be
If
a
they're
language
going-
barrier, honestly. Plain parallel approximations are done all the time.
Okay,
all the
if you
time,
have
all the
two
time.
lines,
Doesn't prove
if
anything.
man,
He doesn't know what
if
approximately
let me
means.
say something, only something. If you have two lines and if they're approximately going by 0 point and put now million zeros, and that is the how much they are parallel. They are not approximately parallel.
I don't understand what you just said. They are what? What was the zero thing?
You don't have to think approximately parallel. You have things parallel or not parallel.
Mate,
Just one or
look,
the other.
Mate, look, whatever. They're fucking very, very nearly parallel. Is that what you want me to say?
There is no such a thing.
He's just like he want to invent like new. Like, he doesn't like the new definition of approximately parallel. Like just go along with it.
Like a curved angle.
Well, the fuck
Yeah,
am I
just say
even meant
parallel.
to say?
If something is approximately parallel, with the distance will approximately go away. Do you understand that?
The distance would approximately go away. What does that mean?
That means it will not be any more approximately parallel.
Just parallel or not parallel.
I don't understand what he's saying.
Just parallel or not
Might be a
parallel.
language
is what
barrier.
he's saying.
Language barrier thing. I think. I don't know.
Just parallel or
Language
not.
barrier, man. There is no language barrier. In the mathematics, you have two things. There is parallel lines and no parallel lines. Okay?
Yes, but so the idea
There
of
is no but.
So
Okay?
the idea of
There is no but and no language barrier.
So if I said to someone, right, like I'm approximately 1.5 meters
Irrelevant.
tall.
Irrelevant.
Not irrelevant because everyone knows what I would be.
I'm doing you. Irrelevant. No.
Everyone knows what I would mean by that.
It's just parallel or not parallel. No need to change the subject again. No need.
So I'm not. It's an example, right? Pertinent to the subject at hand. If someone was 1.49 meters tall, they would be approximately 1.5 meters tall.
Irrelevant. Not even.
Not irrelevant. It's just not irrelevant.
Not even the same
Totally
concept. You're talking about height,
now you're
parallel
comparing
or
that
not
with the height.
parallel.
You guys have literally never ever studied any mathematics or geometry in your life. I can tell.
Never. I don't know why I got all that A's in school. I don't know what the fuck about the teachers. Especially without angles, because angles and parallel. Parallel, that is not nuclear science. That.
Okay, can we stop the chicken rambling?
Study parallel lines at least.
That the lines were parallel or not. Like, what's the reference that you use to make sure their sun rays were?
Einstein.
The flat Earth.
Is that right?
What?
The guy who's really good at math and geometry. He said that he got the approximation of the light rays. What was it that you referenced to make sure that they were, straight, nearly parallel?
Oops.
What was it that you measured it against?
Measured it against. You can just tell if two lines are parallel. You don't measure them against anything. I don't understand what you mean.
There's only one thing you can measure it against, Weasel.
Drawing?
Like what straight line did you hold up to be like, well, this deviates just a little bit from the straight line?
So I mean, so in the Aristophanes experiment, you could, for example, have. So you know the way he used a rod in Sinai, and it cast no shadow, right? You could put a rod just a little bit to the left of it, and that would also cast no shadow, because the light rays are hitting directly above, coming directly from above down onto those two rods. And if the rods themselves are parallel, approximately, that means so are the sun rays.
Okay, so you measured the sun against the rod on the rays. Okay.
Two rods.
And then when you found no shadow, you said they are parallel or they're not parallel?
Say it again, sorry. Are you outside or something? You're breaking up a little bit.
No, not really.
It was someone else. It was someone else.
How'd you determine the rods are perfectly parallel? And what is the margin of error you need? Yeah, how'd you determine the rods are parallel? And what's the margin of error that you require to differentiate flat from non-flat?
I don't know exactly what the margin of error you need to be. So I mean, when
you don't know.
So when Eratosthenes originally did this experiment, he got it to within about 300 miles, the circumference of the Earth.
Okay.
So that's the margin of error, roughly. I mean, with modern technique, you can actually do it much better.
And what is the final result? What is the final result of his experiment?
He got a value of the circumference of the Earth to about 21,000 miles, which is almost exactly correct.
Okay.
Which
that means
in turn used to calculate the radius.
That means if you get that radius of 3,950 miles, you are saying.
Yeah, you could calculate the radius from the circumference.
And that means that he got that when you have the height of the man of 6 foot height, you can see the only 3 miles. He got that radius.
Why would I don't know?
I mean, how do you know he got within a specific value? What is that value measurement from?
No, just a second. I want to lead him to that. He got that radius. Okay. That means that he got that, with the 6 foot height, you can see 3 miles. That is the math.
I don't. That's not what he was trying to calculate. I don't know.
No. That is the one. You can type it on the Google. That is the radius, 3,959 miles. That is with this height. It's about how much you can see.
That radius you're talking about. You're not talking about the radius of the Earth. You asked me about the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. I'm asking you, what is the final result of the Eratosthenes for the size of the Earth?
So the final result he got for the circumference of the Earth, which you can then use to calculate the radius, is he got.
What his result for?
Well, I just googled it. I cited it wrong a second ago. He got about 26,000 miles, or 20.
Right, how do you know that's true? Hey, how do you know that's true? Based off of what standard?
What standard? What do you mean? What standard?
Okay,
you claimed that you gained 26,000 miles. You claimed it's within a certain error tolerance. How do you know that's true?
He wrote it in.
But how do you know that it's true, though? How do you know that he got within that specific value? You have to have another measurement to validate that. How'd you do that?
What? How do I know how he got into that value? He wrote it down. We have the documents. Like historians.
How did he know that he got within a certain value, dude? Oh, he didn't.
He didn't know. He didn't know what his error was. He didn't know what his error was.
I'm asking you, sir. I'm asking you how you know that value, that standard, is true.
I posted it. People were asking me this earlier. I posted a link with like 10 different methods people have used.
Okay, that's circular reasoning, dipshit.
No, it isn't. There's 9 other methods in that link.
Is it
that? Because this one didn't work out for you, did it, dipshit?
Dude, chill. You're an angry person. You need to calm down.
Okay, he got that radius, and now we have in the books with that radius written like this in the Google. You can type it with the 6 foot high with that given radius. We can see 3 and maybe 3.5 miles. That is with that radius. What Aristotle you are saying? Okay, correct.
No. You're talking about a different thing.
Man. No, it's not different. It's the same radius, man.
It's not. No, it isn't.
Man. What is the radius of the Earth? What we are studying today in the school?
Yeah, so you're talking. It sounds like.
Can you tell me what we are studying in every books today in 2024?
Lots of people study lots of different things. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, can you tell me what's the radius of the Earth, like a mainstream version? What we are learning, every one of us.
It's about 6,300 kilometers.
Okay, great. With that, I will tell you now. 1 meter and 80 centimeter height with that radius of 6,000, 6,000 doesn't matter. It gives you like this, the distance on that radius. You can see like for 5 kilometers. Do you understand me? That formula is telling you that. In reality, when you put the camera on the 30 centimeters height, not 180, 30, we see 18 kilometers.
Okay. Says who?
Says the reality.
Says who? But have you gone and done that? Have you gone and seen that yourself?
Yeah. I see myself. I see myself on an Adriatic Sea.
On what?
Adriatic Sea. It's a coast. It's a sea between the Italy and Croatia.
Yeah, sure.
I saw there. But this one, what I'm telling you, it's in Santa Barbara. It's in America.
Okay, you saw 18 miles, and you accounted for any possible effects of you got your elevation correct.
Yeah,
you at sea level.
I see the sea on the 10 miles with the 1 foot observer height. Yes.
And 1 foot, so you went down on the ground a bit.
Not me. Yeah, it was a guy who recorded.
Oh, right, it was someone else, was it? Right. What? How do you know they did
it was another. Okay, you know why?
How do you know they did it correctly?
Sea level. You know why? The Santa Barbara and Croatia and Hungarian plain and all these flat surface on the earth, they don't exist. If you don't personally go there and check that, you didn't do it. But I will tell you, there is in Croatia.
You said someone else did it.
I did it in Croatia. I will tell you now.
Okay.
Okay, great. It's called from Cres. I saw the island from the 30 kilometers. Okay. Now,
30 kilometers.
30 kilometers. Yeah. Now, do you want to go on the sea level on the beach?
Okay, you saw it with what?
With my eyes, not even with the
sea level. You say sea level then? Sorry, yeah.
I see with my eyes. Even you. That was, man, I will tell you something. That was 2010 when I was not in this argument. When I was not thinking about the Earth. Do you hear me? That was 2010 when I was.
I don't know what
when I was a glober. That was 2010. That was 2010 when I was a glober. When I was not thinking about the shape of the Earth. When I
don't care. Yeah, you probably hit your head or something since. What does that?
Yeah. Did you ever check the surface in reality?
Have I ever checked the surface in reality?
Yeah. What I did. But you asked for me. Did you do it? And I said yes. Did you do it?
Well, I asked for you to say if you did it.
Okay, I did. Did you do it?
Well done.
Did you do it? Did you do it?
Not
did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it?
You can let me answer.
Yes or no?
Yes or no. That's it.
Yes or no?
I have looked at far distances before. Yes.
Yeah. Did you look at? And what did you find out?
Nothing that proves that the Earth's flat.
Oh, really? That means that you find out that.
I have observed with the naked eye. In fact, I've observed with the naked eye ships disappearing bottom up.
Okay, with what distance?
What distance? I can't remember.
Oh, you can remember. You think that
probably about 3 miles, right? Because that's the distance.
Oh, really? You don't know? Is it the same? The ships are going over the horizon on the ball with the 3,959 miles radius, or with the 10,000 miles radius? Isn't that the same?
You do understand that regardless of how distant far away it is, if they disappear bottom up, that means the Earth's not flat.
Is it ball 3,959 miles radius or 10,000 miles radius or 20,000?
But you understand that no matter what number it is,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That means whichever flat surface you show doesn't matter. It's always curving. Is that correct?
Whatever flat surface you show. What did you say?
That's illogic, Timo. You're doing the same bullshit that Ad Nauseam was doing.
Who's ad nauseam?
If a boat eventually disappears, then the Earth must be a globe.
Man,
you're spazzing. You're spazzing, dude.
If both disappear, it must be a distance where they disappear. They cannot disappear. It must be that distance somewhere.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's hard to speak to you because of language barrier.
Oh, is it hard to speak with me? Does both disappear with 10 meters, 1 mile, 20 miles, or 100 miles?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant, man.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
Dude, if the Earth's flat, you should be able to see him the whole time.
That means that doesn't matter which size is the ball. Also, that means it could curve somewhere behind 100 million miles, but it could disappear also behind 1 mile. Is that correct?
It obviously doesn't disappear 100 million miles.
But what happens if it doesn't disappear 10 miles?
What happens?
Yeah.
You would see the boat still forever.
Yeah.
So you can't zoom back. So you can't zoom in back on it ever.
You might be able to. I mean, it depends on the viewing conditions, right? You might be able to zoom back in on it and see it without like better than the naked eye on a camera.
Listen, mate.
It will still eventually disappear.
A boat disappearing's got nothing to do with the measurements of Earth.
It obviously does.
Yeah, nothing to do with it. Yeah, it's just an observation. But latitude does have an implication of a flat Earth measurement, mate.
What about latitude? The concept of latitude?
Yeah, it's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, mate. It doesn't happen on a globe.
100%.
You don't understand how latitude is. What latitude is, do you?
Yeah, I do, mate. It's an elevation angle measurement to and from Polaris. It's nothing to do with a globe.
Right.
Fact.
You
Yeah,
think-
right. So
so
that.
What I don't. What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with anything?
It proves that the Earth's flat. It's not a globe, mate. That's what it's
How
to
does
do
it
with.
prove the Earth? How does it prove the Earth is flat?
Because it's an elevation angle at sea level to and from Polaris. It gives you your latitude.
Right. You don't think it's possible to measure an angle from on a curved surface?
No, it's not, mate. You're incorrect.
Yeah, it is.
Show us how that's done, please.
Yeah, sure thing.
Citation.
Yeah. Let me just.
Elevation angle.
Yeah. Let me
Definition of an elevation angle.
Let me just show you.
So now, guys, just while he's finding that, he's going to show us a curved angle.
A curved angle.
I bet.
That's what he's going to be showing us. This is going to be funny.
There you go. I'll pop it in the chat. Can I post pictures here? Am I? No, I can't. I can't post pictures here. I'll have to post a link.
So just to confirm, just tell us what the definition of an elevation angle is. Make sure you mention curvature.
Yeah, well, the diagram actually defines it.
Oh no, but just say it. Just read it. You can always.
Yeah, so it's the angle between the surface you're standing on and Polaris, and the line
what's that got to do with the curve? Where'd you get the curve from?
That doesn't. You're the one saying it proves that the Earth is flat. I'm not saying it proves anything. It's just a measurement.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth measurement, mate, because it's two straight lines, two angles, elevation angle.
There you go. Yeah. Look. Radwin just put it in the chat. There you go. That's how you get it on a curved Earth. There's Polaris there. Look.
Yeah, that's not an angle, mate. That's not an angle.
It is an angle. It is an angle.
But it's a curved baseline. It can't
So
be an
you're
angle.
measuring through the Earth, not on the Earth?
It's an angle. It's not through the Earth. It's an angle on the tangent line between you and the star, the reference object.
So a tangent line's not curved, mate.
Yeah, no, it's not. But it's a tangent to a curve.
Yeah, so a tangent line is level. Yeah, like an elevation angle is level. You need to start mentioning curvature and how that's measured.
No, not really. No, not really. You can measure it. So to measure an angle, right, on a curved surface, you take the angle. You can. I've just shown you how. The diagram shows you how you do it.
That's incorrect. That's the cartoon.
No, it isn't.
An angle is two straight lines.
Yeah. So when you're measuring an angle on a curve, you
can't measure an angle from a curve, mate.
A straight line that is tangent to that curve. You can. Very basic geometry. Very basic geometry. Really basic.
Is the surface of Earth a tangent line?
No, but the tangent so because the Earth is so large, in small areas it is approximately flat, right?
So it's so big. So
it's big,
so
yeah.
Big, it's flat. Big. Yeah. So you're going to use the flat. You're going to use the flat bit of the curved Earth to get your elevation angle. Is that correct?
That's approximately correct. Yeah, basically that's what.
So when you take.
Sorry, you're cutting out a bit there, sorry.
You will be making a flat Earth measurement then, won't you? You've just said
you
that.
won't.
Sorry, I am in a bad area. So basically you're saying you will. Sorry mate, I'm cutting out a little bit.
No, it's fine, it's fine. You're cutting out quite a lot now.
You're all the way out one day.
Yeah, that was. I couldn't really hear any of that. Either way, you're the one that claimed that this measurement proves the Earth is flat, and it just doesn't, because I just showed you the diagram of how it works.
I showed you the diagram, and you're going to tell me what that angle is that you can start measuring from.
Yeah, so you measure between the tangent.
Driving. Someone will have to just take me up. I'm driving. Tangent. Yeah. When you're using the surface of Earth, you're not using a tangent. You're using sea level.
We actually are.
There's a distance
between
the GP.
So I mean, if you're measuring an angle between like the surface of the Earth and something else, what you're measuring the angle is between the tangent to the surface and something else. It's just that's what the angle means. It's the meaning of an angle on a curved surface.
So
it's not a tangent.
Okay.
We're not measuring a tangent because it has ground positions.
It's two straight lines.
So it's not a tangent.
Sorry, mate.
It is a tangent. It is a tangent.
You don't have ground positions on a tangent.
Do you know what a tangent line is?
It only meets at one point.
Yeah, so that point is the point that you're going to be standing at if you're calculating an elevation angle.
Elevation angle has ground positions on it, not just one meeting on one point.
The ground
so we're not measuring tangents.
Yeah. So
with elevation angles.
Point. That's the definition of an angle on a curved surface. Is that point that you're measuring from is the point at which the tangent line meets the surface.
No, because the elevation angle, we're trying to get the ground position of the celestial object or whatever is in the hypotenuse of that triangle. So you need two ground positions so you can get a distance. That's how elevation angles work. We're not using tangents. That's a claim. That is a baseless claim. That is not.
You're using a tangent and you're using the ground position, right? So if you look at the diagram again, it has the satellite altitude. Right, so the satellite is like an object. It doesn't matter. It could be a star or something, very far away. But in this case, it's a satellite. That's the ground position, right? You're drawing a line straight down through to the center of the Earth, and wherever that meets the surface of the Earth, that's the ground position of the object in the sky. Then you go to your ground position, you put a tangent to it, and you measure the angle between the tangent line and the line of the and the line from you to the object you're trying to measure the elevation angle of. The diagram explains it pretty bloody perfectly.
There's no one measuring angles from the center of the Earth.
Yeah, you don't understand. You don't get the geometry. You don't get geometry at all.
Yes, because you have an R value that you do not. That you don't have any measurements for in your diagram.
So
do you understand
the original claim was that this measurement, the capacity to do this measurement proves the Earth is flat. I've been trying to explain that it doesn't, and I think I've successfully done that.
No, you did not.
Question on the tangent.
Why are so many?
Affirming the consequence fallacy.
It's not a straw man. It's exactly what you said.
It's affirming the consequence fallacy.
Are on the same baseline.
Too many people talking.
What the fuck do you think affirming the consequent is? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're begging the question with the tangent.
No, I'm not, because I'm not.
Yeah, because you're using it to prove what is in contention in the first place.
No. He's trying to disprove.
I'm not using it to prove the round Earth. I'm using it to show that you can't use it to prove flat Earth.
We are using it to prove. I understand what you just said. I do understand that it's not begging the question because you're using it as a rebuttal to a flat Earth claim. I'm with you there.
Nice one.
I'm with you there. Well, the problem with your rebuttal is that we're getting ground positions, and the ground positions have to be on the same baseline. When you brought up your diagram, there is no baseline with ground positions on it to get you a distance or a elevation measurement.
Dude, I'm sorry. The diagram shows you how you fucking do it. I don't know what to tell you.
They don't do it that way. That's what is false about your diagram. No one does it that way. Yeah, that's complete imagination. There is nobody going out there and then calculating the radius of the Earth so they can put the measurements they take from the surface of the Earth and bring it down to the center point.
Well, they wouldn't have to calculate
it. There's nobody doing that.
They wouldn't have to calculate it because they could just fucking Google it.
No, there's nobody Googling in the middle of the ocean where they are in the middle of some globe. No one does that.
Right? I mean, like if they're in the middle, I don't know why you're assuming they're in the middle of the ocean, but if they really needed to, they could probably just have those.
That's where you perform the process.
That's where it's done.
It doesn't prove flat Earth. I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
He doesn't understand. That's what it is. He doesn't.
Your rebuttal doesn't disprove celestial navigation and how it's done and how it's measured.
I'm not trying to disprove celestial navigation. You don't understand. This British guy on one deck claimed this shit proves the Earth's flat. It doesn't.
Celestial navigation, yes, it does.
It doesn't.
It's required.
I might be back now. Right, so there's a problem with your diagram.
Sure.
He's already said it to you. The guys have already brought it up. You're going to be in denial. When you're out on the surface of Earth at sea level, it's got nothing to do with your claim that it goes to the centre inside
Big
Earth.
black niggers.
That's incorrect.
I don't know how that relates back to your original claim, which is that this thing proves the flat Earth. Sorry.
Because you're not understanding. You're not even listening to him speak. It's like it's just going over your head because you have a lot of globe apologetics. You don't let anyone finish his complete sentence. You're ready to talk before he even finish.
I didn't interrupt him. So what is
so
it?
your drawing's incorrect. Your drawing's incorrect because you don't have. Because I've just said it. When you're navigating on the surface of Earth at sea level, you are on the surface of Earth. You're not inside Earth. Your diagram shows inside Earth measurements. That's not happening.
Why does that matter?
Because you're measuring the surface of Earth. Are you thick?
He's not listening. He's just flying right over his head.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The thing you said doesn't matter at all.
Well, it does matter if you try.
No, not really.
Let me respond then. It does matter because if you're trying to get a distance on 2 points on the sea level, you will need a distance between them 2 points at sea level. Your diagram doesn't show that.
You don't need it. That's what I'm saying, right? So your original claim was this thing proves flat Earth, and I'm showing how you can do it on a curved surface.
No, you're not.
I am.
Just an imagination land.
You don't like how it's being done, right? Because it assumes around Earth, but you can do it.
So when you've got the GP of the star, 5,000 miles away from the observer on sea level, that's the horizontal base. That's the horizontal. So the ground position, the distance between the GP, that's the ground position of the sun we'll use, and the observer at sea level, that is a horizontal line at sea level.
It shows that. That's H. That's H in this diagram.
I can't look at the diagram. I'm driving. Sorry.
Oh, so it's not even looked at it.
No, I have looked at it, but I can't look at it constantly.
Okay, all right. Well, it does show that. It does show that then. Is what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't show a straight line on sea level. No, it doesn't.
It does. H. It does. It says it's called H. They label it H. Satellite altitude. That's what that means. It's the distance straight up. And from
altitude. Altitude is a height above sea level.
Yes. What are you talking about then?
Well, you mentioned.
I thought that's what you were talking about just now.
You just asked him a question and you're still speaking.
I'm just pointing out that to mention altitude, you will be using a level reference plane, not curved.
Yeah. So that's the point, right? Is it's the line. So the line that you measure is the line going straight down towards the center of the Earth. But the bit that you measure. He laughed because he doesn't understand what this conversation.
No. It's funny because we're measuring from the center of the Earth. That's what you just said. It's fucking stupid. It's dumb.
We're not in the center. We're not in the center.
I see now. So in practice, all you actually have to do is again, you imagine a tangent. You take a tangent, right?
So you have the imagination land again. You have the imagination land. Okay.
A tangent is a straight line. It's only attached to 1 point of a sphere or a circle. You're going to want 2 GPs. That's a ground position. The tangent doesn't have a ground position at one side of it.
It does. The quote unquote position of a tangent line is just the point at which it meets the surface.
Yeah. So the GP 5,000 miles away won't be on the ground, will it? Then the ground position won't be on the ground.
The ground position 5,000 miles. You mean of the other object?
Don't let him answer.
Dude, it'll be on your tangent line out in outer space, 5,000 miles away.
You don't understand that. I can't. I'm not going to continue because you just need to look at the diagram and just understand what it means.
Yeah, we understand totally, mate.
The imagination land is what we keep saying.
You don't understand it. You clearly don't. You don't understand.
That's your rebut to him saying 5,000 mile GP point. That's your rebuttal, bro.
You don't understand geometry.
You don't understand.
Go on fucking YouTube and search up like elementary school geometry.
YouTube, that's your source now? Are you Globy?
Like go and learn some elementary school geometry.
That's what they say about now we have to YouTube
geometry is Earth measurement, yeah, and we're measuring 2 points on Earth, yeah, using the surface of Earth. A tangent line is only referencing the point where it touches the sphere or the circle, not 2 points on the surface of Earth.
You have two different. You have two different tangent lines.
You won't have two GPs, will you?
You will if you use two different.
No, you won't.
Lines.
No, you don't use it.
Two different tangent lines.
So you're going to be in two places at once at the same time.
Well, so wherever you're measuring the angle from will be in one place, and then the ground position of the object that's in the sky that you're trying to measure the angle to.
It's a ground position, not a sky. It's a sky.
Yeah,
sky
I know. But it's in the sky, right? And it's got a ground position because that's like the point that it's above, right?
Yeah.
That will be a different point to where you're measuring the angle from, right? So you have two tangent lines.
Yeah, so it'll be a ground position, won't it? Not a tangent line position.
You just
So the thing is, this would be much easier if you were looking at the diagram, right? I understand I get why you're misunderstanding now, right? So
your tangent line is going out into space. It's not a ground position at one end of it.
What you do is you get a line from the object to the surface of the Earth, and you find what point on Earth does that line meet the tangent to the point at 90 degrees.
No,
then you know it's directly above. Then you know it's directly above.
Can you at least concede that we're measuring from the surface of the Earth?
Say that again, sorry?
Can you at least concede that we're measuring from the surface of the Earth?
Yeah,
the measurement is taken on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it can be done from the surface, yes.
No, it can only be done from the surface.
Well, in your opinion, but that's not the point.
No, you can't be in the center of the Earth measure the angles.
Yeah, so
your diagram has an angle measurement in the
the original conversation. Again, the original claim that what was his name? One deck made was this thing proves that the Earth is flat, and it does not.
Yes, it does definitely.
Okay, but can you concede that the measurement angle is taken from the center of the Earth? I'm sorry, it's not taken from the center of the Earth.
He left.
He left.
Yeah.
See, I just want to make him. If you can make him concede that we're doing this on the surface. And then the rest of it that he's adding on is just imagination.
Yeah, 100% wanted to do that, but he left before anybody.
He left. But once you get him on the latitude, explain what a tangent line is. It hasn't got two ground positions. It's a line going into space, and you don't have a tangent mirror on the Mariner section. You have a horizon mirror, which you're using to get horizontal. So they get, you just keep on them points, and that's what they do. They run away. They don't like the idea.
Not only that, he didn't even understand that the process was being done at sea. He didn't even understand. He didn't even know that. So he was just speaking out of it nonsense.
Yeah. Then he wanted two tangent lines, so he could get two angles at the same time at two places on Earth simultaneously. I mean, the guy was talking. This is how he gets. It's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. They'll say anything.
He knows that he needs two lines. But he had to get them from the center of the Earth and call them tangent lines. It's fucking pathetic.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. Another one bites the dust.
Daily. Lunchtime, break fast.
Good job, One Deck, by the way.
Thanks,
every time. Every time, One Deck. Every time. Hey, Biz.
You don't like it, just get straight into latitude, elevation angles. You don't need to talk about looking boats disappearing and sunsets and observations and optical illusions. We just need to get down to the brass facts that Earth's measured flat, and latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. That's how all mapping's done, all charting, all grid systems to get around the place. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. Polaris. There's no getting out of it.
Yep. Also keep in mind that nautical miles is a linear measurement. So a lot of times I'll say that is some type of arc measurement from the center of the Earth. It was a linear measurement.
Well, it's an angle measurement, and it's 60 nautical miles per degree of an angle measurement. It's done at sea level. There's There's no curvature involved. There's no mention of curvature when you research how latitude's measured and the tools that are used and were used. They're all angle measuring tools that are used. Now, you don't measure a curve using an angle measuring tool. You measure an angle, which is 2 straight lines.
Outside.
Okay.
And I mean, we've been in it for years, haven't we? But the boat disappearing story. I mean, I can't believe people are still sort of using that garbage as that's their proof of Earth curvature. It's absolutely pathetic.
First heard it from Bill Nye, so I guess still around.
It was funny though the other day when Nathan had it a few times the other day. They're saying it's so biggy. You just use a local flatness of the globe because it's so biggy to get your elevation angle, and he just did exactly the same thing. That guy. The globe's massive. We just use the local flatness to get the flat Earth measurement.
So measured flat then.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, so it's measured flat then.
Yeah, exactly. So they're telling you it's measured flat.
Yeah. Local flatness, it's flat.
Every example they give you of a measurement of a globe will include a horizontal. They'll refer to either horizontal. They'll mention a tangent line. I mean, that's not got 2 GP points on it, but it's still, even if they're going to use a tangent line, it's not a curve, it's a line. They'll mention altitude, which is a reference of a height above sea level, yeah, which has got nothing to do with curvature. They never mention curvature when you ask them to describe how Earth curvature is measured. It will all be referring to elevation angles, horizontals, altitude above sea level, planes, latitude, altitude. It's all to do with this. Well, it's nothing to do with curvature. And then you'll ask them what tools are they using. I mean, it gets me when you start talking about celestial navigation and they start mentioning theodolites. I mean, I don't know any navigator who took a theodolite out in his boat. And it's an angle measuring tool, isn't it? Anyway, nothing to do with curvature.
Or just a plumb bob.
Yeah.
So you got a plumb bob on a boat and you're trying to get vertical.
So can I ask you a question then?
You try to get an angle, measure an angle with just a plumb bob on a boat. You're going to end up lost at sea.
They're still trying to get an angle. They're still trying to get an angle.
It's just hard to moderate in this room sometimes. Somebody with a question who's trying to get in, guys. Did somebody say they can ask a question?
Yeah, I was trying to ask a question real quick. So like, and I've never really gotten a satisfactory answer for this. So maybe you guys will change my mind on this. But assuming you are correct about the flat Earth, what's the point of lying about the flat Earth?
Who's lying?
It's fun.
Well, I mean, so like the U.S., like most major world governments, the U.S. government, Great Britain, Russia.
The duper's delight.
It's
you
fun,
ever ask
dude.
a liar why they lied?
I'm asking why. Like, what do they get out of lying about the?
I'll go first, then quick, and then everybody can say. My view on it is, I'm not really. It doesn't. Once I know about the how Earth is measured, because it's really, really understandable about elevation angles, sea level, altitude above sea level, horizontal baselines for the angle, and latitude is measured like that. Once I know that, and it's very, very simple to understand, I know Earth's measured flat. Now, you might say, well, at that point, I'm not really bothered about why somebody's lying, to tell you the truth, because I've got evidence now that it's measured flat. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I can speculate and make things up and try and say they might be hiding a creator or it's for control, but I don't know. All I know is I'm not bothered about that because I know it's measured flat and I can explain how that's the measurement that we use for all mapping. That is me out of here. Somebody else can have a go.
Yeah, I can go with that one. So to go off one deck, that once you know that it's flat, and that's a knowledge, not a belief, the people who are propagating, let's say, the globe Earth conspiracy theory, to say that they're all lying about it would mean something. It's beyond claims that we can make, because let's say the astronauts, you pick the astronauts can be under the belief and misconception that it is round, and the only thing that they're lying about is being in the ISS. So everything can be compartmentalized between what exactly they're lying. I'll give you just a small.
I'm not talking about the size of the conspiracy. I'm just talking about we can get to the size of the conspiracy, but like as of right now, every single major world government thinks that or claims to that the Earth is round, right? So again, this is like, what are they getting out of this? What are they getting out of lying to you?
Well, for one, NASA gets a couple of $1 million a day of taxpayer money. So your money you're paying for the lie. Number one,
that's nothing compared to
that.
Yeah, dude. If you're going to hand wave everything, why ask? If you're going to hand wave everything, maybe hold on. Maybe you don't listen. Maybe you don't get an answer because you just Well, listen. All the governments can collectively cry about global warming, and then they can issue all kinds of edicts to the citizens in the name of saving the planet. They've got your mind in a vice, bro.
This is a
all
little
they
bit.
Want is your mind. All they want is your mind in a vice, and they got it.
It's for the greater good.
Like
the greater good,
so
dude.
you say
lie
that
for the greater good. They lie for the greater good, dude.
Okay, what do you mean by the greater good? Like, why not just lie about something else? Why lie about? You're talking about the shape of the.
People were
Earth.
running around 6 feet away from each other a couple of years ago for the greater good.
Okay, so again, if we're like going on a bunch of different tangents, I just want to talk about the shape of the Earth. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Now
The shape of the.
I was answering that, and you hand and just wave.
But you're over talking me. I'm just like, let me. I'm not
because
I'm
you
not,
interrupted me, and I was trying to give you that.
No, I'm not. You interrupted me. I let you guys finish. So
I did not finish.
Away.
I did not finish that.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
What?
That everybody's lying about the shape of the Earth. Do you understand that? That's not something we're saying.
So I already acknowledged.
Let's have turns each, guys. Let the guy finish. Let the guy finish, and then just take it easy.
If you're talking about NASA's budget, it's like minuscule compared to almost
Nobody cares about
everything.
that. You said shape of the Earth, not NASA's budget.
Wait, somebody made the claim. So somebody was like talking about NASA's budget and how it was like millions of dollars.
Yeah, I said that. You've heard a couple. You can pick.
Okay, so let me
hand wave
finish.
everyone. You've hand waved everyone. You can pick one.
I'm not hand waving it away. Let me finish.
Relax, Linda. It is millions every day. It's more than $1 million a day for each state. And what's the budget?
Can I finish? Can I finish my point?
Yes.
If you let me finish my point, I'll explain it as I'm finishing my point.
Yeah, I've started muting people so you can let yourself finish. Guys, I'll unmute you when Birdlie's finished making his fucking point. The fuck? Okay. Carry on.
Yes. So NASA's budget is minuscule compared to the rest of the government. If you're talking about like the military-industrial complex or like education spending or any of these other things, dwarf the budget of NASA. So I don't think it's really proper to like look at NASA's comparatively small budget and be like, oh, this millions of dollars that is being funneled into NASA is the reason like they're doing this.
Okay, we understand. Now, can I respond just simply? We're going to keep it on logic. I already started speaking too. We're just keeping on logic. Okay, the budget is minuscule, right? There's been talk of things like hotels on moons, and that's just one example. Now, let's keep it in reality. Now we have the school budget. How schools gotten better? Not too much. Where's that money going? You know what I mean? They make this money every day, taxpayer money. Where's it going? How's it getting better? What's your answer to that?
What I don't know what I'm even supposed
Everyone
to respond
has a big
to
budget.
Most of our
you can say
budget
it's
goes.
minuscule. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, it's minuscule compared to the other like things that we spend our money on, that America spends its money on.
All right, so where's the progress in anywhere? Where's the progress in anywhere? That you have a pothole in your neighborhood that hasn't been fixed in 20 years. Where's the progress anywhere?
I don't think that's relevant to what I just said.
Yeah, what is relevant to what you say is that you think that everybody, including the military, is lying about it? Do you think everybody's in it? Like, you think like billions and billions of people is in it? Or do you think they believe this sincerely?
That the Earth is round? I think that most people just like don't really think about it, and they're just like repeating what they heard and like.
Right, but with that budget, I've been hearing since I was a kid that there was going to be a hotel on the moon, and I'm still hearing it every 20 years.
Hotel on the moon? What are you talking about? Like honestly.
No. Listen, just hear me out. That's the big budget. That's where it's going. It still hasn't happened. Where is the money going?
Who? What? No.
You're not understanding.
Has NASA ever put like out plans for a moon?
Yes, they did. In 1969, after they put a man on the moon, the newspaper's headline said, "Moon bases on the moon by 1978."
He doesn't know any of this.
Excuse me, I'm still explaining. We're now 2024, And Mr. Elon Musk, your hero, founded SpaceX in 2002. It's 22 years later. He still hasn't put anything or anyone in space. Thank you.
Well, I mean, SpaceX has launched like rockets. So
into the water.
If you're saying that like nothing has gone into space,
nothing's gone into space through him and his billions of dollars.
That's okay. Well, that's simply not true. So I don't like Elon Musk. That's fine.
Yeah, but listen, mate. Excuse me, mate. When you talk about the space, what they claim, like 10 to the minus 17 tour, yeah, directly after the Kármán invisible line, where there's gas pressure, that's a violation of nature. That can't be happening. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't know what you're trying to claim here. So somebody posted a clip in chat and added me. NASA sees colonies on the moon. Okay, so they made a projection, and that projection was wrong. I don't like. Okay.
Yeah, well, you missed my point, mate.
They went there 6 times. How come they can't go in 1978 and put bases up there? Since they keep going up there, and then they stopped.
I don't know why they don't want to go to the moon anymore. It's not really my business.
Yeah, but he is missing the point, right, mate? Listen, mate.
Did you just suggest they missed their projected date of 1978? They missed it by decades, mate. They're not doing it. It's a lie.
Well, I don't think that they were ever again, people get about these grandiose ideas every single time, and then they don't follow through on them. That's not evidence of conspiracy. I'm asking you, what are they gaining from this conspiracy?
You're missing the point, mate. You're missing the point, right? There is no area that they claim called space, right? Because if there was, the gas pressure that we're breathing on Earth would fill it, yeah? Because you can't have gas. You can't. I'm not finished the sentence. I'm not. Yeah. Well, you're mentioning going to the moon. What I'm saying is, if men can fly in rockets through the so-called, I don't like using this word, atmosphere, the pressurized system that we live in, and go into a vacuum and go to the moon, apparently, what's stopping the gas doing the same thing?
Okay, so I've already granted you in this discussion that the Earth is flat. I've already granted you all of that. I'm simply asking, what do they gain out of continuing this conspiracy?
Money.
And you don't seem to be able to answer
money.
that.
They gain money.
No, you just missed it. You just missed it.
Linda, you're not grasping the fact we just told you. Over 1 million a day is taken from each state. In the states alone, millions and millions of dollars from every other country that's involved in that space lie.
Let's ask the guy.
They're just taking that money anyway. Why would they need to lie about
You're going to keep apologizing for every point?
I'm still speaking. Ignoring the homelessness, ignoring unnecessary wars. It's BS. It's a big lie. We're not here to destroy each other. Continue.
Listen, mate. Why do you think they're lying? You tell us why you think they're lying.
Well, I don't think that they're lying, but I'm asking you why you think that they are lying about that.
Why they're lying and give you examples, and you still don't get it? I don't understand.
Well, okay, but
how old are you?
I'm 29.
I'm not trying to insult.
That's relevant.
I'm not trying to insult you. All right, that's all I was asking because you're not getting it. We've explained it multiple times. We've given you multiple examples.
Kind of vaguely
spoken over everyone.
One at a time.
You are old enough to understand what we're saying to you, but yet you just don't understand why. Still.
Well, you're just kind of vaguely gesturing at a conspiracy.
Money,
saying,
I said.
Hold on.
Money every day for pretending to go to space. Every day they get money to pretend to be going to space. That's the reason.
But they're the government, right? If they just wanted to take money, why would they have to lie about a flat Earth to take that money? They could
Because
just take
every
money.
program needs
How can they
justification.
tell the public? How can they tell the public? Listen, we're going to print $500 billion to fight this proxy war over here. And the public's not going to be like, okay, let's do it. So what do? They say, hey, we're going to fund a space mission. And then they funnel that money into the secret proxy war that the public doesn't want or even know about.
Okay, hold on. Can I
U.S. defense budgeting is U.S. defense budget dwarfs the size of NASA. If you added all of NASA's budget to the military-industrial complex, from its entire lifetime, it would barely make a dent in the U.S. defense budget.
So you're just gonna apologize
it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't follow.
Hold on. You don't understand that the government is not a single entity, right? You understand that it's made up of agencies, complete different agencies that don't correlate with each other? Okay, so when you go to talk about
they do correlate with each other.
No. When you're talking about the government, it is a conglomerate of agencies that separate, and they all have their separate budgets. They'll have their own reasons for existing. Do you understand that they're not collaborating with each other? You don't have the AAC collaborating with the NOAA. You understand that they don't work. I'm giving you acronyms of agencies. They don't collaborate. They are not in the lie. The whole government is not within the lie. You understand that the whole government? You understand my point that the whole government. Is not in the lie.
What do you mean not in the lie?
Okay, so the agency of accountability, is one of these agencies. They're not in the lie. They're not lying to you.
Sure, they don't need to be those individual people in the agency.
The Department of Interior is not lying to you. They're not in the lie. They're not within the know. Do you understand how compartmentalized information works? You understand that?
Okay, so those agencies don't need to be quote unquote a part of the lie, right?
Okay, so when you're talking about the entire military,
dude, you talk for 2 minutes, and then I talk for 2 seconds, and then
you're not answering any of the questions. I'm asking.
Because I'm trying to I'm going on. I'm saying more things than just the thing that I'm saying, but you interrupt me.
Are not in it, right? You understand that all the governments are not in lie. They're not lying to you about this.
I don't have to acknowledge that. That's not my point.
That is what you said. You said that their budget, is so much bigger than you. You said that the military's budget is so big compared to NASA. What I'm trying to tell you is that the whole military is not lying to you in regards to the shape of the earth.
I'm not saying that it's lying to you.
Then why does it matter how much money and a budget that they have?
Okay, really quick. I'll explain it to you if you give me more than 5 seconds to talk. Ready? Okay, here we go. You're saying, or somebody in here is saying, that NASA's budget is being redirected towards defense budget spending. I'm saying that doesn't make any sense because the defense budget of the United States is dwarfs the size of NASA's budget. So it doesn't make any sense to. That's literally what he said. He said that they are using this money to fund proxy wars. If we're using it to fund proxy wars, why would we just use the U.S. defense budget to use the proxy war?
He said it could.
Okay, so what else are we using that money for?
We're not using the money. There's no we. That money's not going to us. If it's
okay, the U.S. government. Sorry,
it's coming from
not
us.
the U.S. government. I just made that point that the U.S. government works in agencies and has budgets. They're separate from everyone else. You can add it all up, and it becomes some trillions of dollars.
Okay.
But they're not working as one agency that is all lying to you.
Grasp 1 point, please. Just one.
So I'm asking
you understand that they're not all lying to you.
Okay, I know that they're not all lying to me. I am saying what we have the U.S. government, and they allocate a certain amount of money to NASA. Where does that money go at the end of the day? Where do you think it goes?
It goes into the pockets of the people who are in charge.
Not to the engineers who work at NASA. That's where it goes. Not to the engineers that work at NASA. My dad retired
so none of the people at NASA are getting paid. There's millions of people. Well, not millions. There's thousands of people that work at NASA. None of them are getting paid.
They just get their regular salary. They don't get an increase every time the budget goes up.
Listen, mate, the money's not going into space travel, right? Because that is a violation of nature and gas law.
That's fine. I already agreed to that. Okay, so it's not going into that. Where is it going?
You're complaining that you can't get 5 seconds of words out, and you've just done exactly the same to me. Yeah. So we don't know. We don't know where it goes, right? We can only speculate. Yeah, that's what we're saying. But what we do know is that there's not an area called space at 10 to the minus 17 tour, because that's a violation of gas law and nature, right? We know we don't live on a globe because there's no actual proof of Earth curvature measurement, and we can demonstrate how Earth is measured flat. So there's definitely a lie going on. The reason for the lie, we can't be 100% sure on, but it's definitely a lie because there's no proof of. There's no proof of the globe. I've finished. Your turn.
Okay, so you're just again vaguely gesturing at some sort of conspiracy and the fact that there's people around here that are doing things with the money, sort of.
No.
Because this is not really a very satisfactory answer.
Sorry, let me come back because I made a statement. I said 2 sentences. I didn't mention any conspiracy, and I didn't mention finances. What I said was,
so you don't think it's a conspiracy?
So you're doing it again. What you're complaining people do to you. You're not letting me finish my sentence 5 seconds in. So what I said to you was, there's definitely a lie because we know the Earth's flat and we can explain how it's measured like that. And we know there's not an area called space where people go to the moon and in 10 to the minus 17 tour, because that's a violation of nature and gas law and entropy.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, I already granted you all of this.
Yeah, so we know we don't live on a globe, so you totally understand that, yeah? You totally realise that you don't live on a globe. So your question is, you can't understand why.
Discussion,
I'll nearly finish. So you can't understand. Your issue is, right, your own issue in your own mind is why they're lying. And we're saying we're not 100% sure. We don't know, mate. But what we do know.
Really a satisfactory answer, now, is it?
2 seconds. Yeah. So I'll just finish in a second. What we do know is that they are lying.
Okay, but that's not a very satisfactory. So that's money. That's not a very satisfactory answer. You're just kind of like saying, "Oh, they're lying." About what?
Money,
power. We don't know. Right? It doesn't. That does again.
Okay,
it's so much easier to lie about so many other things. Wow. Why not lie about something else that is smaller and easier or harder to disprove? Why lie about the shape of the
school is ruined logic? Oh my god.
Okay, so money, power, and control are all unsatisfactory answers for you, right?
Everyone.
No. That's a satisfactory answer, but you're not okay.
But you just don't want to believe that.
If I was trying to start a global conspiracy, flattle conspiracy, right? If I was trying to start a flattle conspiracy, what am I trying to do? Am I trying to lie about the shape of the Earth? Or am I trying to lie about something smaller that's harder to disprove?
You're making a hypothetical for absolutely no reason to your question. Money, power, and control, are these reason enough to lie?
Sure. Yeah.
That's all you need.
Okay.
That's all you need. You don't need to ponder anymore.
Why lie about the shape of the earth? That's what I'm getting at.
I just said money, power, and control.
That's it.
I don't understand why.
Okay,
that's
but
not
why not lie about something smaller?
So you're going to keep
talking about the shape of the earth.
Now that's a different question.
happening?
You just asked why would they lie, and I say money, power, and control, and you agree that these are good reasons for you, because none of this was good for me, but this is good enough for you to understand why would they lie about this, right? Money, power, and control.
Okay. But like again, I'm telling you that if I was lying about the shape of the earth, right? Okay.
Why would you lie?
Or if I wanted to make a conspiracy that spanned countries, both past and present, and probably future as well, and all of these countries agree on this fact that the Earth is like a sphere, right? And none of them have come forward and said, actually, we are lying the entire time. It's flat, right? So you have to have all of these countries with completely different values, with completely different worldviews, all come together and say, hey, the Earth is round.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Antarctic Treaty?
If you could just lie about something else.
Antarctic Treaty. Have you
Okay, so is your original question answered? Money, power, and control. Is that good enough for them to lie about some?
I already said yes.
Okay, so now you're asking. Said why is nobody coming out with?
No, I'm saying.
Yeah, you're asking why all these because you're treating governments and countries like in a single entity.
I'm not.
You're asking now. The question that's on the table now is why hasn't anybody come out and expose this conspiracy?
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I am asking a very simple question. You have a massive conspiracy that spans the entirety of the world, with every single world government saying exactly one thing, that the Earth is round. You don't think that's true. You think the Earth is flat. Why would they lie about something that is so grandiose?
Are you just repeating
about
yourself?
something that is so much more simple and achieve the same effect?
Do I have to answer this now? Everyone else is giving you the speculations and money, power, and control. What does the globe Earth paradigm give us? Apart from somewhere,
nothing, literally nothing. If you lie about the flat Earth, it gives you nothing.
Bird, 2 seconds, dude. So the global idea gives us a creation story, doesn't it? The universe came from a big bang. Nature created everything. That's the creation story for the globe, right?
No, you don't have to believe in. You don't have to believe in the big bang to believe in a global Earth.
Dude. I'm just trying to point something out to you. You can follow along or you can try and trip me up the whole way. It's up to you. But at least I'm trying to give you a fucking answer. So the global...
Just listen.
So the global idea gives us a creation story, doesn't it? It gives us a narrative about how everything got here, how the universe came into existence, and by consequence, how you and I came into existence because of evolution on this Earth. Now, when you come to understand that the Earth is not what they've told us, that the Earth is not a ball spinning in the vacuum, then you understand that the creation narrative that they've given us cannot be true. When you ask the question how something is created, you've got a dichotomy. You've only got two choices. It was either intelligently created or it created itself. Nature springs into existence and creates itself. You've only got those two choices. So when we point out this false dichotomy, we've only got one choice left. Intelligence creates.
Okay, so real quick, I don't know why you went on that whole rambling thing. You don't have to believe in the Big Bang. Wait. You don't have to believe in the Big Bang or in evolution to believe in a global Earth. There are people that do not believe in evolution and believe that God created the Earth and believe in a... Yeah, so those things aren't connected to each other.
Yes, they are. You're just hoping that...
No, they're not.
They are,
I just proved that they're not, and you just agreed with me.
You didn't prove that they're not. I agreed with you that yes, you can have some people who say that God started this creation idea, as in God put the Big Bang into existence, and God started the evolution process. If you want.
No. You can believe in creationism. You can believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old, created by God. You can believe in the Adam and Eve creation story and still believe in global Earth. That was like the position of the Vatican Church for thousands of years now.
That's the individual person in their mind. You, in reality, you only have the two choices that he spoke of. Whatever.
No, you don't.
Is irrelevant.
No, you don't.
Oh, so,
you don't. There's plenty of
enlighten us.
that believe that. That is
2 seconds.
sure. The Vatican Church has held that the Earth is a globe, and they have also held the idea that the world was created by man for over 1,000 years now.
Dumbass. You said that this wasn't a true dichotomy. Can you give me the third option, please?
Yes. You can believe that the Earth is a globe and also believe that the Earth was created by God.
You're not
in 7 days.
Now I understand why everybody else was getting frustrated with you, because it's like you didn't listen to what I said.
And he doesn't understand it.
When we're talking about creation, you've got two choices. You said that you don't have two choices. There's a third. This is not a true dichotomy. So when answering the question how something was created, what's the third option?
Okay. So you're saying that there's two things, right? That there's a flat Earth that is created by God. Okay. No. So what is the point that you're trying to bring forward?
Are you even listening, bro? Or are you just gonna keep holding?
No, I'm confused.
Have an open mind, listen to him speak, and then respond, bro. Because you're not listening to anybody speak. Your ears are just closed on your beliefs, bro. Open your ears, listen to him, absorb it, and then respond.
So
you got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
He said, right, that the globe Earth is intrinsically tied to the Big Bang Theory. Yes or no?
Yeah, that's the creation of the globe Earth, yes.
That is not intrinsically tied to the globe Earth theory. That is what I am saying. You can believe in God and that God created the Earth in 7 days.
Now give a citation for that.
Still believe in the globe.
Now cite that, other than your own understanding. Give me a citation for that.
What do you mean? The Vatican Church. The doctrines of the Vatican Church.
Okay, cite it.
The Earth is a globe.
You're just saying that. Give me a citation. You're just saying that.
What do you mean cite that? That's the position of the Vatican Church for thousands of years.
Send me the citation.
What is that? What am I supposed to cite? Just Vatican teachings?
Okay, you just don't understand anything. I get it now. You don't understand anything.
Okay, all right. I guess I don't. I guess I'm just out here. I'm on a whim, floating in space.
1,000,000%.
Sorry, I find it interesting that Globers have enough intellect to realize that if you spin a ball fast enough, things will fly off of them. But yet,
he flew out of this room really fast. He's gone.
Yep. As soon as I asked for a citation, that's when he disappeared.
Sorry, Gregory. I was just going to finish that statement up with they're intellectually dishonest enough to come up with gravity as a solution for things flying off of the spinning ball.
Then you would have had him going in a whole different conversation, so it's probably best that you didn't.
Come on, people. Why would the grifters and the sociopaths lie to us?
Exactly. Like, who cares? It's been proven that they're lying. That's all you need.
He's mad now that you took away God created a ball in a vacuum.
Yeah, that was probably the only leg he was trying to stand or trying to make a theory around that. He snapped and he ran.
Oh, well, on to the next contestant, I guess, guys. We've got a packed room of people. We've got somebody called, is it Blizzard Son, who's joined us right at the top underneath the bot. I see Crit is in the house. What's up, Crit? Daz Studios has joined us. Demock is in the house. What's up, Demock? Ego Slave is with us. Nephi Batman. 5 is deafened. Flat Earth Ranger is here. Good to see you, buddy. Flatman Can also good to see you. Highway Hermit, brilliant. Nice to see you, my friend. Kathos has joined us. Mark is in the house. Mark J is in the house. What's up, Mark? Obvious B, Old Hoss Radbon, Q. Hello, Q. Radwin, of course. What's up, Radwin? Rayleigh Criterion and Reckonal. Big shout out to Reckonal. Subdued, the Honourable Slow-Mo. Zeno is in the house. What's up, Zeno? And Amir at the bottom, who's now deafened. So there's lots of people in the chat, guys. You can either continue a conversation and talk about Bird Liar, who's an absolute idiot, or we can move on to another question or point of topic. It's up to you guys. But those who are just new to the server, you can unmute yourself and ask any questions if you want to do so, guys. That'd be awesome. If not, just carry on.
But NASA's budget is so small, except when you...
Why would they lie?
Cumulative and adjust for inflation, NASA's budget, and they've wasted over $1 trillion.
Stock market went down $1 trillion since last week.
That's $2 trillion, I believe, now.
Don't you guys owe like about $35 trillion or something?
Fake debt, you mean?
And why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie to us about the can't have lawful debt without lawful money?
They always sell that story that financially NASA is the underdog of the budget.
Yeah, there was 4% of the government's budget during the Apollo years. Still 4% too high.
That's because the people dishing out the money know what NASA's actually doing. Need that money. Don't even need what they get, you know?
Well, during the 60s, when you're running a badly run war in Vietnam and you need people's distraction to something else, create a space program.
Yeah, the government solemnly swears never to lie, manipulate, or abuse its people. MJ12.
I told you, dude, only Russia lies, man.
How can you be that naive, though?
It's quite telling, though, when you get a guy like that asking that question. Just how he deals with this one. The Globers really don't understand like philosophical implications of being.
Oh, we hear it all the time. I don't understand. I just don't understand. That doesn't make sense. I don't understand.
Yeah, the programming's blocking them, right? The cog diff.
Like 404 killed.
Well, that's why they can't come to this conversation with any seriousness, because they don't actually understand what's actually on the line, you know?
Well, they probably know nothing about Jesuit programming, so how would you understand something that you don't understand?
Too much of a threat to the base foundation of what they call reality. I call it over-pampering. Yeah, I'd rather be told what is what than actually have a critical mindset and do a little bit of thinking for myself, because it might require some effort.
He kept saying, why lie about such a big thing? Why not lie about something simpler? This is the simplest thing to lie about, you know? As I said, the public's personal incredulity towards it will maintain the lie.
I mean, the government has enough incentive to lie to its populace if it has a goal. Like we're at the lower echelon of our civilization, I guess. I mean, we work. That's what we contribute. There's upper layers there as well. I'm not going to put on a tinfoil hat, but look up the company called DARPA. Look at the technology they have and when it was made available to us. That's only what is known as is. It's crazy. Of course, the government wouldn't lie to us, of course. It's in their best interest to have us all as critical thinkers who challenge everything, especially authority. Unreasonable.
Yeah,
authority.
exactly. They want a population that calls them on their bullshit, surely.
Of course. As long as we pay our taxes, do our 9 to 5, and worry about trivial things, they get what they want. That's why I love this channel, man. It kind of forces you to critically think. You can make baseless claims, and if you do, be prepared to back them up, or at least have the sincerity to back them up, and not run with your tail between your legs like the other guy did. It only makes yourself look bad in the long run.
I don't think I've ever had to ask that question in my life. Like seriously, like it stumped me. Like I'll ask it of myself about various topics for curiosity, play with ideas, you know. But not like a point of skepticism. Like I'm not going to move forward until I can fully answer this, you know. It's such a cool thing.
You need it. Think about it. Like in our civilization, you need people to critically think, because if everybody agrees with it, there will be no progress. There will be no challenging the status quo. We will just take everything as is. The critical thinkers push society to move forward. Think about it. Critically think about that.
And the NPCs hold us back.
I mean, you can be an NPC all you want, right? I don't care if it doesn't affect me in the long run. But if you have an argument or a debate with somebody and they try to make claims, and this is, I mean, we're shifting baseless claim Friday to Monday, I guess. The majority of people just come in, make a baseless claim, and that's it. Eventually they get called out and they run with the tail between the legs. You don't know it. At least have the decency to admit that you don't know it so we can move the conversation up. Don't put your foot down and are ready to die on that hill, because you will. You put that on yourself. It's not the guys being harsh on you. That's just another baseless claim. The millions thus far. Imagine trying to have the patience for that. What you're trying to do is have a sincere conversation about the topic, right? Enlighten people to critically think. That's the goal. That's why we keep saying, go outside, do the measurements yourself, look it all up, and whatever you put on the table, it's going to be looked at with a lupe. And that's the thing, right? In science, if you make a claim, it's supposed to be able to handle all kinds of claims or whatnot, and any type of ridicule, it should be able to handle that and still stand firm. How was a diamond created, man? Pressure.
So if I put a rock in a closet, put a light on, and start asking it a bunch of questions, it'll turn into a diamond?
Yeah, like a big spotlight, and you have to have a firm tone. Make sure you smoke a cigar on the backdrop so it really knows you mean business.
Out, you know.
That is funny.
None of these Globers wake up and say, I'm going to join the Flat Earth channel today, and I'm absolutely ready and willing to have my entire paradigm upended, you know.
All about having an honest debate. That's all it is.
They always wonder like, what? Oh, why is there no more? It's a bit messed up.
All these people in here and nobody's saying nothing? Where's the Globers at?
Man, there's silence in here. Where's the globies at?
Well, there was one in here not but like an hour or so ago, and I snatched his wig and ate his lunch. What was his name? Negator. Was it Negator? I think it was Negator.
Ad nauseum.
Yeah, ad nauseum. That's right.
Yeah, that guy's a little turd coming here every day, every time.
I think that the Globe side has
declaring victory of
made
debate.
Yep, and they've decided to make up this thing about, I used to be a flat earther. Like, that's their troll, right? That is their fucking troll. Like, none of them used to be flat earthers and are not flat earthers anymore.
So far, the only thing left now, then when they come in, is pictures from space. That's it. They don't say anything else now.
Yeah, a bunch of Globe cartoons.
Such strong evidence, pictures, eh?
Yeah, what's that one they really like? Just look at the pictures from the ISS. The fuck?
Can I go up there and take my own photo?
Nah, you gotta wait for SpaceX to send people out there first. If that ever happens.
Yeah, only private companies.
And I don't want to hitch a ride on a Boeing capsule, though.
You guys know the smell of fresh cut grass is a distress pheromone. Vegans hate to do that.
Don't they like saying in the movies, like, I love the smell of fear?
Yeah. Vegans don't know, but vegetables have feelings. Plants have feelings. Plants communicate. Plants respond differently to different music. Plants are living things. They're like, I'm going to eat these vegetables because they're not living things. I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, vegans think that mushrooms are plants.
You know how many chipmunks and squirrels and rabbits and shit have to be killed in order to keep a garden sustainable? Fucking vegans. All kinds of cute little furry animals got to be trapped and killed to keep the garden sustainable.
Did you ever hear about how well, I don't know about yours, but my grandparents, they used to paint rocks to look like strawberries, and they'd put them on the ground underneath the strawberry bush, so the birds would pick up the rocks, so that they would stop eating the strawberries.
That's pretty smart. I've never heard of that. So don't you think that after a certain point, the birds would get smart enough to figure it out?
Yeah.
You gotta coat the rocks in strawberry flavor.
I was gonna say it's like a scarecrow. You ever seen a bunch of fucking crows just sitting up on a scarecrow? Like, yeah, that fucking worked.
Get modern and put a motion sensor on it, rig it to make the arms swing around.
See, that's an idea. That's functional. Is that aspirin? Oh, aspirin left. What about Reckoner? Reckoner! I just want to say high five. High five. Radwin's on it. What brings you here, Five? What's wrong with your mic, Five? Five, 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 five.
Why are you telling everybody my phone number?
Was that you just trying to talk? Whoever just tried to talk, you sounded like a robot.
Yeah. I said, why are you telling everyone my phone?
Five, 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 five.
Good afternoon.
Hello, and welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Peter the Gold Loser is deafened. Why did he deafen himself? That's pretty funny. Imagine changing your strategy 100 times and still being wrong. That's Peter.
Hey guys, that's me.
Hey, Peter.
Good afternoon, Peter.
How much? Another day on the globe.
Cooking up a hot pot of globe stew for us.
You got a dedication.
I'm
Or
a dedicated
paycheck.
glober.
A dedicated glober, you get paid.
I do get paid, yes.
Did you get those Soros checks in yet, Peter? I got mine last week.
They bounced. I gotta call George and say, what's up, man?
Not today.
They were all written in Hungarian and my bank wouldn't accept them.
It's weird. Mine were written in Hebrew. I just...
Hebrew, Hungarian, same thing.
But Earth isn't a globe. Like, where did you get the idea that Earth is a globe?
For me or Cooper?
You, Peter.
Originally from my mother, and more recently from measurements.
Yeah? What kind of measurements? What'd you do?
Just a standard curvature measurement.
Curvature measurement? How did you do that?
By measuring the spatial relationship between 2 points of known elevation and known distance on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, what'd you use?
How else would you measure curvature?
Well, I mean, when I ask how, I'm saying, what method did you use? What tools did you use?
The primary tool that I used was a Euclidean triangle. And the physical tool that I used to obtain one of the measurements was a theodolite.
Can you show me the curve on a triangle? A triangle?
Not on a triangle, no, that would be absurd.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth yet again.
Is Earth a triangle?
No, but you can't get you're not going to be able to use those triangles on a curved surface.
I absolutely agree. That would be absurd, yes.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, Peter.
Well, if I had done it, then I would welcome myself to Flat Earth, but I didn't do that, so unfortunately I cannot accept your invitation to Flat Earth.
So what's your aversion to it?
What? Sorry.
What is your aversion to the Flat Earth?
Idea?
What reasons are Flat Earth what reasons would Flat Earth be wrong?
Well, I don't think it correctly describes reality. That's my only aversion to it. Otherwise, it's kind of a cool idea.
That's very vague. What do you mean?
It does not describe the shape of the Earth accurately in any way. It doesn't even approximate it.
Well, it sounds like you're asserting that Earth has to be a shape.
That's a good question. If we go a step back and we say we cannot assert that the Earth has a physical shape, then you got me there. It's as good as any other statement regarding its shape. Yeah.
You can't assert that the Earth is any shape. Can you draw me a flat?
No, but that's a good point. I give you the point. If I lobotomize myself and convince myself that things have no shape, then I can embrace flat Earth with no reservations.
Don't try to straw man what I said, right? I said the Earth, right? I didn't say that things on Earth don't have shape and form. I didn't say
Just
that.
the Earth doesn't. Okay.
But the Earth itself as a whole, right? It's not. Nobody can prove it's a shape. How come it has to be a shape? Like you're asserting that it has to be a shape, a three-dimensional shape.
I agree with you. That's That's a reasonable thing to say. I am asserting that the Earth has a shape, and you could question that assertion, and then we could both become shapeless Earthers.
But why would you say you're a flat earther? I mean, horizontal, topographical plane, it's just easier to say flat, okay? It's not that...
Want to start a new VC called Shapeless Earth?
That'd be cool. But we know that the Earth is flat, right? So everything's in a horizontal position to each other. If it's curving, then it's not in a horizontal position.
I agree with you. That's exactly the point I'm making and the measurement I'm making to show that it's not in the horizontal position. You got to the core of my globe measurement with one sentence. Well done.
Except it is in a horizontal position, and the horizontal doesn't curve.
Yeah, but it's not. My measurement shows that it's not. That you asked me why I believe in the globe or have a problem with flat Earth. That's exactly the reason.
What was your distance?
The distance was 34 kilometers. 34.12.
Was it across water?
It was, yeah.
It's pretty substantial. Could you see things at the other side of the bay, or inlet, water inlet, or whatever?
Oh yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay.
The problem with your globe, Peter, is that it's allegedly got a 39-59 mile radius, right? So we take that geometry and we apply it to the real world that we can physically test and see and observe and all that. We're finding that this isn't correct. If that radius value were correct, then
did you do it?
If that radius value were correct, how come we can see a lot farther, right?
Who is we? You said we. Who is we?
I mean, we can. You can. I can. Do your eyes not work?
I did, and I'm telling you that's the reason why I cannot accept your invitation to the Flat Earth community. Exactly because I did.
Peter, let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying here, okay? Is that when we take the math and apply it to physical reality, something is wrong. Something doesn't add up. Each and every time we do this, it's not adding up. That drop over distance is not there. There's no drop. There's no dip. There's no dip to correct for.
Well, for me it does add up, so maybe that's where we differ.
For you, I mean, this just sounds like you're just dedicated, so you can go ahead and have it.
I am dedicated to Euclidean geometry, yes.
You're dedicated to curvy triangles?
No, just regular ones.
Well, you can't have regular ones on the surface of...
Oh yeah, I don't need it to be on the surface.
Well, yeah, you do. You walk on the surface, you breathe on the surface, you talk on the surface, everything you do is on the surface of frickin' Earth. So yeah, everything we do in practical reality happens on the surface of Earth. Nobody's pulling a 90 out of their butt, out of the center of the frickin' Earth, man. Come on.
That's true. Another true statement. You're on the roll.
You don't do that in practical application.
Absolutely
not. You walk, talk, and chew bubble gum on the surface of the Earth, man.
I like to deploy a plumb bob every now and then. I don't know about you, but that's my fetish.
Look, you're not getting a triangle on a globe. You're arguing with yourself at that point.
Another true statement. I don't know. Soon enough, we're going to be one community.
Can you repeat that? There was a tractor driving down the road. It got loud.
You've made a series of statements with which I do agree, and I made a joke that soon enough we will become one community. There's just one last hurdle left. We need to agree on the shape of the Earth.
So a shapeless Earth.
Or fall back onto shapeless Earth, yes. And then we're all in agreement. No triangles, no Euclidean triangles can exist on the surface of a sphere. Agreed.
Here's the thing,
Can't
Peter.
take an angle to a curve. Also agreed. We're on the roll here.
Peter, is flat a shape, sir?
Is flat a shape? I think flat is more of a, what do they say in geometry? Topology? The topology is flat?
It's a description.
Geometry.
It's geometry and it's a description. Flat is it's description.
I agree,
So,
yes.
so if flat is not a shape, then that means that it would be shapeless. Welcome
It's a
to
topology.
flat.
Yeah, it's
Welcome.
a topology.
Yeah,
Not a topology.
welcome.
It's a geometry.
Yep. Welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to shapeless flat Earth, because flat is not a shape. It is shapeless.
Okay, let's
Welcome
read
to
here.
flat Earth. So you agree with me?
Okay. Euclidean spaces and more generally metric spaces are examples of topological spaces as any distance or metric defines a topology.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
a
for a
topology. So yeah. So a topology is a kind of broader category of a mathematical space, and then a subspace of that is a geometrical space or a metric space, as you said. Something that's flat has a specific kind of metric, so it isn't. So the surface of the Earth is like a metric.
I need to drop off. I'll come back in a few minutes.
I was talking about maths, and his fucking brain melted, so he had to leave.
Cooked. Cooked.
Literally.
Ate his lunch. He had to deafen. He's like, I can't hear this. I can't stand to hear this.
Too much. I'm gonna shit my pants. Yeah.
Too much. He's gonna go cry for a second. Go finish his Star Wars Lego ship.
Oh, 90 degrees to the surface of a ball. Just remind him of that.
Yeah, it's very much possible to measure an angle at a surface.
Oh no, it's not.
Of course it is.
No.
So fucking dumb. The thing is, Radwin. See that picture you posted, the one with the Chat GPT text. The look at the picture itself. Do you think? So you see those little squares, and then there's on the right there's a square with the 90 in it, and on the left there's like the weird kind of bendy shape with the question mark. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Glover drew that.
Yeah. Do you think that's what an angle is? It's that little shape.
If you look down farther, I posted what your angle is on a ball. You can look at.
No, look at the diagram I'm talking about. Look at the diagram I'm talking about. Do you think that's what an angle is? That little shape?
No, you do.
No, I don't. It's not what an angle is.
What is that? What's that called?
That is something that they draw for like basically fucking children to have a look and see and get an idea for what an angle is.
No, stop. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm really good at geometry. I've built lots of things, decking, houses. I put roofs on, and I can tell you right now that is the angle. Play with a speed square or a Johnson square leveler enough, and you're gonna understand that that is your angle, a 45-degree angle, right? And you draw that right there in that corner, okay? 45.
You draw it there. You draw it there because it's a useful way of labeling it when you're building something. But that's not what an angle is. It's just a way of writing a place to write a number.
Yeah, you're pitching degrees. Your angle is the direction those lines are going.
No, I get that. I know. He's got this diagram here. He's taken from, I don't know. He claims some Globe Earth believer guy drew it. He thinks that. So, do you see what do you see what diagram I'm talking about? By the way, who was the lady that was just speaking?
Yeah. It's the no perpendicular on a globe. Look at the picture.
So that little bit on the left with the question mark in it. The implication here is that this diagram, like the fact that you can't draw like you can't draw like a square on this corner here like you can with the diagram on the right, and then it's got to be kind of bendy and kind of squished looking. The implication is this somehow proves that you can't have an angle in this corner, but you can have a fucking angle in this corner. You just can do it. Because an angle is defined, so an angle between two lines is defined at the point at which the lines meet, right? It's not extended.
So
it's
at the tangent point where earlier you said it's 0, so 0 is the angle.
No, 0 is not the angle. You don't understand what
You said
tangent
it was
point.
0 before.
No, I didn't.
And so did your other friends that come in here.
I don't know who you're talking about, so don't accuse me of saying what they said.
What's the angle of a tangent point?
The angle between a tangent point. You mean the tangent line? Because an angle is something that exists with is a relationship between two lines.
You got to have two straight lines if you're going to use a line like that. I said point, the tangent point where they meet.
An angle. What two lines? What are you talking about? What's that? What the fuck are you even asking?
Your brain is melting.
Got him.
Jenna, I'm sure, as someone who knows lots about geometry, realizes that an angle is not at a point on its own. There are two lines. You need an angle between two
one
lines.
straight line, and a curved line. So you're kind of screwed, aren't you?
Yeah, you don't need two straight lines. You can have two of any line.
Oh my
any kind
goodness.
of line. Any kind of line you want. You can have an angle between them. Yes.
So a line is not a straight line?
Doesn't have to be. No.
What is it then?
A triangle only requires one straight line and a curve.
A line is a point?
A line is a set. A line is a set of points.
Does a triangle consist of two straight lines and a curved line on the bottom?
Can do, yeah.
You must be retarded, dude. Look up the definition of a triangle.
No, you can have non-Euclidean triangles, but that's not even what this is. I'm not saying it's a triangle.
Yeah, we're talking about celestial navigation, so you lost.
So who uses non-Euclidean geometry in reality? Anyone does?
Who is?
In which field out there? Like a surveyor? Do they do that?
No.
If I get a basketball and I draw a dot.
No, not drawing. I'm talking about in reality. Measuring, surveying, any kind of field, working field.
You understand what a non-Euclidean geometry is, don't you?
Yeah, it doesn't apply in reality. So gone.
You don't understand what it is, do you? You don't know what it means.
You need the center of a ball to make your basketball.
He's so dumb. He doesn't understand what that means.
Be able to place your dots on the ball. Jesus.
He doesn't understand what a non-Euclidean geometry is. He actually doesn't.
Yeah, but I asked you a question. You didn't answer.
You would know that the question was dumb if you knew what the.
Okay, so tell me which field uses a non-Euclidean geometry?
Which field?
Yeah, in the working field. Are you retarded?
In the working field.
Oh my lord.
Mathematicians study non-Euclidean geometries.
Math.
When you go outside in the field. When you go outside, it's called working in the field. When you go to the job, that's working in the field. Which one uses that?
You understand that there's a non-Euclidean geometry on the surface of any curved object?
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Yeah, because you know the center, the radius of it, which means you know the center of a radius.
Say it again.
You need to know the center line of your radius. So you know what your radius is.
What radius? Why are you saying my radius?
Any curve. Draw.
The thing is, right, if you didn't know
any kind of curve on a spline, and it'll give you the radius that's making that.
If you didn't know who I was, and we had a conversation earlier, you wouldn't know I could be a flat earther for all you know.
You're not.
I know I'm not.
Yeah, we do too.
Well, that's it then. It could be a flat earther, is what you said.
Yes. Yeah. But I don't understand. Right? We talk about something else.
That's all we expect from people.
We're talking about something else. We're talking about some very basic geometry. We're talking about very basic geometry, and you're just changing the subject. Right? Is my point.
I've got a question.
You become a flat earther.
Geometry.
We don't talk about the geometry anymore. You gave up.
I got a question on the geometry aspect, right? So, like resting bodies of water, they got a slope of 0, man. Like they don't curve in any direction, any which way. It's level.
Right. So you say?
No, it's not what I say. It's what the science says. That Water seeks its
No,
level.
it doesn't.
No,
At
it
rest
doesn't.
level.
No,
Calm
it
sea
doesn't.
level. Calm sea level is level.
No, it doesn't. Well, I mean, you're saying yuh, so yeah, nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. No, you're going nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh, yes, nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh to your nuh-uh. Nuh-uh to your nuh-uh.
Just make some random bollocks claim and I deny it and you go, nah.
Listen,
Why don't you go research it? Why don't you go research it, kid? Why don't you go look it up?
Oh, fucking hell. Go do your own research, man.
Well, who's Rick? Rick, you said, I swear we debunked this in 2014. Oh, you mean when fucking New Merriam-Webster decided to mind fuck you guys and change up the definition to make it contradictory in New Merriam-Webster 2014 edition, even though it's never meant that any other time in any dictionary ever in history? Are you okay?
About what definition of what?
Yeah, I think this is the problem with flat earthers, though.
The definition
There's so much other stuff happening in your heads that you're arguing over the word level.
Water level. How much of this fucking earth is covered with water?
Do you know how much is covered with water?
Sir, have you been to the ice wall?
Allegedly, over 70% of this earth is covered with freaking water. Allegedly, right? I don't know. I haven't.
Why allegedly? Why allegedly?
Because I haven't sailed the seven seas. It could be more than that. It could be more than that. Okay.
She won't believe it until she's gone out with a fucking liter jug and fucking scooped up every liter of ocean and measured it. Okay.
No, that's
you're gonna measure that.
Guys,
You're gonna
calm
measure
down.
it.
Hey, Themo, calm down. Can
You're
you
gonna measure that shit.
Dude,
calm down.
Tell us more
It
about
measures
the
zero.
geometry.
It measures zero. Slope of
If you want to talk about more geometry, I'll talk about more geometry with you. But she's just like going off.
I know, but like, stop yelling. I had to drop off to take a phone call, but you were explaining, and I suck at geometry. So, let me ask you a question. What term in geometry do we use to describe the fact that a surface has curvature, such as the surface of a sphere, versus a surface that's Euclidean plane, for example, that does not have curvature? What's the technical word for lack of curvature or not?
Oh, the technical word is just flat. Geometers aren't that. They're not that creative.
Right. So I've heard them say, curvature of zero is Euclidean, right? And then you can have negative curvature or positive curvature.
Yeah. So this is a bit of a difficulty, right? Is that the word Euclidean is used in a lot of different ways. So that you can have a Euclidean geometry, but you can also have a fucking Euclidean topology.
Right.
And also, even in geometry, it can mean a few different things. So it can mean that, the definition is quite technical, but it can mean, roughly speaking, flat in the sense of lacking curvature.
Word salad is what I heard.
You don't understand what I'm saying, so yes, of course.
Yeah, one way that it's described is that, triangles add up to 180. Then you have zero curvature, right?
Yeah, so there's this object called the Riemannian curvature tensor.
Nobody gives a shit.
If you calculate that for a certain metric, which is like a special kind of function that defines the distance between points,
yes,
and that object, the Riemannian curvature tensor, is equal to 0, then it's flat, and it's Euclidean in that sense.
Euclidean plane, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not really a shape, but a property of that.
Of the space, yeah.
The space, right? Yeah.
Space,
property
yeah.
of that space, yeah. So when we ask about to Jana's point, when we ask about the Earth, we're kind of implying, I think, that the Earth is some sort of space, some sort of baseline, right? And does that baseline have a positive, negative, or zero curvature?
You guys
Or
are
in between.
overthinking this. Yeah, hold on, man. You guys are overthinking this shit. Too much. I mean,
that's why we're here, man.
All these technical words that you're trying to figure out, these mathematical constructs, it's just a bunch of bloviating. You guys really don't know if the Earth is curving or not. If there's any way that they've measured it in the past, then you would know by now. You wouldn't have to come up with some.
Chill out. Look,
chill out my ass, dude. No, we're not gonna chill
out, dude.
Don't tell Mickey
to chill out. This is fucking chill out server. This is either you got the evidence that the Earth is curving or not, or just go sit down. Don't give us some fucking tensor equations about some
earlier today. Listen, he came
Who
in
is
earlier
this guy?
today and
Mickey, I
spiraled
think
out
you're
of
missing
here,
some
rage
context,
quit.
respectfully.
Peter, shut up. He rage quit earlier, and now he's back.
Yeah, I hate it when these guys come in with these convoluted explanations and thinking they have a better way to explain to these guys, and it's not.
Dude, he just asked me about geometry. He just asked me a question about geometry.
What does that have to? What does that have
this
to do?
guy.
Hold on, guys. What does that have to do with measuring any distance from point A to point B on the surface of the Earth? Come on, I need somebody to tell me. What does it have to do with that?
It does not.
Actually, I mean, it kind of does.
All
right.
Hold on.
Miggy,
Hold
calm
on.
down.
Listen, Themo, whatever. He said that a triangle has two sides and a curved baseline, and he
No, I
said
didn't.
yes. You sure did. We have the YouTube bot in here. I asked you that, and you said, yeah, of course.
Oh, sure, right. Okay, it could have that. It's not the definition of a triangle, though, no.
What do you mean it could have that?
Dude, you're fucking talking out both sides of your mouth.
Yeah, that's the definition of a triangle. It's 3 straight fucking connecting sides, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. But the word straight, the meaning of the word straight, is not fixed.
Well, now he's going to
It means
define
different
straight.
things.
No. You're not going to redefine terms.
Don't bring up the word straight, though. We're going to get.
You're going to redefine. You're going to redefine terms so that things that are already established are now having new meanings. That's
No,
some
it's
horse
not.
shit, dude.
Not a new
Yeah, it
meaning.
is. Yeah, it is. So a straight line. What is a
It's
straight
not
line?
new meanings. You just don't understand.
I don't understand.
You don't.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
You know. Okay, sure. I mean, that.
Oh shit, muted. Rip.
Perfect.
Yeah, rip, dude. Get out of here with those fucking. You guys want to redefine terms and then apply them to some kind of fucking knowledge that you're gonna do something amazing. You're not doing anything amazing. Terms are already established. Either
Are
you have the
Are you
information.
threatened by the concept that someone might know
I'm not
things about?
threatening you, fucking utter moron. Either you
sound
have
it.
the information. Either you have the information to support the claim, or you don't. Quit. Stop, like you and Peter and everybody else. You're bloviating. That's too much words. Either just substantiate the claim, or like shit, or get off the pot, dude.
Miggy,
Like,
you're
don't be
missing
in
the
here
context, bro.
No, context my ass, dude. Either you have the information to support the claim that the surface of the Earth is curving or not.
Man, these people are violently fucking stupid. It's insane.
No, you know what? You know what's stupid is you sitting in here for 40 minutes fucking talking about nothing. At the end of the day, I asked, is there any measurements of Earth curvature? And you say, no, we're just talking about Euclidean geometry.
Miggy, because
Well,
we
then
had
what
a
the fuck
convo
is
with
that?
Jenna.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. I'm talking.
Dude,
So,
if
either
you're this angry all the time, you'll have heart problems.
I don't give a fuck, dude. Either you have the
should.
information to support the claim or you don't. Shit, or get off the fucking pot.
Dude, he's gonna have a stroke. He's gonna have a fucking stroke. Like, chill.
Yeah, who gives a
Bad-
shit about
being
your
angry
fucking
is bad for your
color
health.
commentary? I don't give a
Your
shit.
heart is round.
I don't care.
Your heart's flat. His heart
Alright,
will be
well,
flat soon.
This is going to end really, really quickly, guys. So we either get back onto a subject, or I'm just going to end up muting people for not being on subject. So evidence for the
Yeah, whatever. Well, I don't give a shit. Go.
Hey,
The subject,
Hey,
the
Jedi,
subject
how's
is
it
for
going?
you guys, you fucking morons. Either you
Hold
have
on.
the evidence that the Earth is curving and you can substantiate it, or you don't. That's the fucking.
here-
That's what's on the
listen,
table.
We were talking about mathematics.
Listen.
Like, just
Hey,
chill out.
Jedi, Jenna asked
For
us
a
if flat
second.
was a shape. That was the
Dumbass.
topic.
Just chill.
Stop
Like, we were talking about
talking.
something else.
Stop talking. Emo, you're done. You gave up already. You said a triangle has two sides and a curved base.
No, I
So
didn't.
You're
I said
done
it could
with
do.
flat Earth.
I said it could do.
It cannot. A triangle cannot do that.
Okay. So on that premise, if I have one straight line and one curved line, can I measure an angle from that curved line with just those two lines?
Yeah, you could measure two angles at both the points where it meets
That's
the
horseshit.
straight line.
Sorry, say that again. 2 points.
So you're describing one straight line and the curved line, which crosses the straight line at 2 points, right? That's what you're saying.
No, I've got one vertical line which is straight,
Sure.
and a curved line. They just meet at one. They just meet at one vertex.
Oh, sure. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You can. Yeah. You can meet. You can make. You can. You can. You can define an angle between them. Yes.
Okay. So if I get a protractor, put it on these lines, how would I measure an angle?
Well, it would have to be a very, very small protractor.
Nah, this is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, so the thing is, right? Is it in practice? These you have to.
No, you can't do it. Just say you can't do it.
Why is he not being? Why is he not being muted?
You're not being. What do you mean? I'm not being muted. You're the one that needs to be fucking muted. If you're saying that you can get an angle, you know what? There. Now you can't speak. If you're saying that you can get a 90-degree angle from a fucking curved line, you're fucking moronic, dude. And then if you're here talking about mathematics, you and fucking Peter, you guys are morons, dude. There's no way you can get, and that's what Jedi was pointing out. So you're in here talking about mathematics, and then you're not able to substantiate how you can have an angle from a curved surface. Come on.
I don't know what to tell you. You can. I can give you a diagram and shows you how it works.
Do I need to do anything else? You mentioned something about a point. You remember, I didn't say anything else about drawing any tangents to points or anything like that. It was just these two lines and these two lines.
Yeah, no, I get you. But this is the thing, right? So if someone says to you, the angle, so, someone comes up to you with a diagram, and I'm hoping that this other guy won't interrupt me while I'm explaining this. I'm betting he fucking will, but I'm hoping he won't. If you have those two...
Shut the fuck up, dude.
You need to basically just say what you want to say without the colour commentary, and like the last word, like some kind of, I don't know, passive-aggressive bitch. It's not going to work like that, dude. Just stand point and then you won't get muted.
So, okay, when you have, if you gave me a diagram like that, right? So, because I assume that what you're talking about really is like the surface of the Earth. So, for example, a segment of a circle meeting a straight line, with a vertical straight line coming out of it. If someone says to you, like a mathematician or a scientist or whatever, the angle, they refer to the angle between the vertical line and that curve. What they mean, the meaning of that phrase, is the same as the angle between that vertical line and the tangent to the curve at the point at which that line meets, at which those two lines meet. That's just what it means. The meaning of it.
I posted a picture at 16 minutes after the hour.
Sure.
The angle at that guy's foot.
It's just 16 minutes after the hour. Oh, 7:16. The angle between what?
The angle at his foot.
So the angle at his foot, like between his foot and the ground.
Point's not a line.
Jedi's asking for. That's what Jedi's asking for. He wants to know what that angle is.
No, I know a point's not a line. A point. What I'm saying though is that the angle. So, like for example, if you have a square, right? You go. That there are 4 angles in a square, and each of those angles is at the point where the sides of the square meet in each 4 corners.
Right, so we understand what the definition of the angle is, right? The intersection of 2 straight lines where you can measure the deviation of these 2 straight lines from the vertex at which they meet. We can also apply this to rule of triangles, right? 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where you can measure and add the interior angles, and they will reach 180 degrees.
Yes,
now,
we agree.
Good. Yeah. So if you were to curve one of those lines within the triangle, will the interior angles measure to 180 degrees?
No, and it's not a triangle.
No, of course it won't. Yeah.
Thank you. Good, because you can't measure an angle from a curved line. You have to do something else.
No, that's not why. It's not because you can't measure it. It's because it's different. The angle is still there. It's just a different number now.
So do I have to do something special now? What else do I have to do? Because I can't measure the angle from the curved line. I have to dictate a point along that curved line.
You can.
To then make a straight line to measure an angle from a now created straight line.
You don't. It's not like you have to arbitrarily decide a point. The point is the one at which the 2 lines that you're measuring an angle between meet.
But an angle is not a point. The point at which they meet. You've got a curved line deviating away from a straight line. An angle is not a point.
An angle is at a point.
The angle is the deviation between two straight lines where at that point they meet, but those two lines straight.
It doesn't have to be straight. I'm sorry. You just keep saying it, but...
Does, because we've got a problem within a triangle if one of those lines is curved. For example, you've got to do something else. You can't measure the interior angles of a triangle if one of the lines is curved, because two of your angles are fucked, Sunshine.
But you claim that, but...
I know that.
It's not true. I've explained it many times.
It's the definition of a triangle, and as I keep pointing out, you have to do something else or infer something else. You say at the point at which they meet. A point is not a line.
At the point, so the angle at the point at which they meet is given by the angle between the straight line and the tangent to the curved line at the point at which they meet.
Tangent. So you're now drawing a tangent line, are you?
If you were going to actually measure one, yes, you would have to draw a tangent line.
So you have to draw something else.
Yeah,
this
sure.
Word's tangent is a straight line. Because you couldn't measure the angle when one of the lines was curved, you had to say, well, if I draw a straight line, I can measure an angle now.
Yeah, so but this is what I'm saying, right? Is it so the meaning, the very meaning of the word, an angle. What? Sorry,
I'm talking about application.
I know, yeah, but you've got to know the meaning of what you're trying to measure before you measure it, right? So the meaning of an angle between a curved surface or a curved line. What?
I don't think anyone said anything, dude, unless it was my background.
I thought you did. The angle between like a vertical straight line or something like that, and
is he still trying to weasel his way out of this, Jedi?
Yeah.
There's no way to get out of it.
Weaseling sounds unfair.
Well, it's not unfair if you're doing it.
The meaning of that.
You're trying to do. What is it? And listen, what's the angle? Okay, hold on a second. What's the end game here? What do you expect to accomplish when you find out that you can measure an angle from a curved surface, like a curved line? What do you expect to what is the outcome of that?
What if
you think do you think the Earth's suddenly going to be curving in some way, and you can measure the curved surface with this idea?
Bro, it's you guys that constantly fucking say it's impossible.
Yeah, so go ahead and tell me now that you established this idiotic idea of that you can measure from angles.
Oh, I've established it. Yay!
Yeah, let's see if you're able to measure the surface of the Earth. Numbnuts.
No, I'm good, man. That's awesome. I've convinced you. Yay!
No, you didn't convince shit, dude.
But you said I established it.
No, you said that if you think you can establish it, because Jedi's been pointing out how wrong you are, and you think you can actually do this method of seeing how curved surfaces can make angles to the curved surface. I want to see how you're able to measure the surface curving now with your idiotic idea. Is there any way that you can do that?
No, dude, I'm done. You said
you're not done. That's the beginning. You have to, if you establish that you can measure angles and curved surfaces.
No, I am done.
Yeah, how are you done? You just try to do something in mathematics that, according to Jedi, was telling you you're not able to do.
So wait,
he needs a way out. He is done. He needed a way out.
So do you still think it's
That's not the end of the argument.
It's possible or it's impossible or
you
what?
moron! It's not the end of the argument. No, it's impossible. But here's a problem. You think that it can be done, which is still a problem for you. So how can you, with your idiotic idea that you can measure angles from curved surfaces, how is it possible that you're measuring the surface of the Earth curving? Huh?
Mate, you guys that were saying it was impossible. Not me.
Right.
You made the claim. You made the claim.
I'm just going to fucking mute you if you're not able to bring forth the
you made the claim, man. You made the claim.
You've demonstrated it's impossible. You had to do something else.
Yeah, you drew a tangent. You drew a tangent line, idiot.
Why is that not allowed?
Because you're doing it from the curved surface, you fucking moron.
Why is that not allowed?
Not from the tangent line. I already told you. Because Jedi was telling you, can you measure from a curved surface? The curved line.
But what you don't understand is the tangent.
No, we're not going to talk about fucking tangents because that wasn't a part of the argument.
No, it kind of is. It's the demonstration that he had to do something else, thus conceding he couldn't measure from that curved line.
These guys are fucking idiots, man, I swear. That wasn't even a part of what you were saying. You were saying, how is it possible from the curved line to measure an angle? That's what we were saying this whole time. And now he introduced this tangent that nobody talked about. That's what he had to do. But we weren't talking about tangents. We're talking about from the curved surface. And that's exactly what he thought he could get away with. And then he shifted the goalposts to now introduce a tangent line. He didn't do anything new.
Posted it for him. Asked him what's the angle at his foot.
He can't defend himself, so whatever you say, it doesn't matter.
He said you need a tiny protractor.
That's exactly what he said.
Protractor.
He was trying to do it from the curved line, and you couldn't do it. Now he introduced a tangent because he knows it's impossible. So he's defeated. So now what? He wants to use his idiotic idea of measuring from a curved surface or a curved line. And how is he going to apply that to the Earth? There's no way. Idiot, dude.
It's funny. Got two lines. One of them is curved. Can I measure from that curved line? Can I measure the angle? Yeah. If I draw another line.
and then he said, let me use a tiny. The first thing he said was, let me use a tiny protractor. A tiny protractor? How the fuck is that going to help you? Jeez.
Funny. Anyway, what we're doing with him is he's staying on mute. Oh, he's off mute now.
I unmuted him for a second to see if he would talk.
Oh, yeah, I'll talk. Yeah. About what? I mean, you guys clearly...
tiny protractor, fuckface.
Yeah, so can I elaborate on what I meant by that? The tiny protractor thing.
Well, you're going to try to now do some mathematics to make it sound like your
Jedi wants you to talk to him about the tiny protractor. Go ahead.
Your tiny protractor is going to measure a curved line.
So obviously, right, when you have a protractor has a straight line on the bottom of it. So,
no shit.
Yes.
Dude, chill, man, chill. Like, you got to let me finish the sentences. You just got to do it.
Why? You're a fucking idiot. Why would I?
Well, I suppose you don't literally have to, but it just seems like the fair thing to do, doesn't it?
Well, you're not being fair. How about that?
I feel like I am.
I feel like you're not.
Dude, I'm trying to get through the sentence. Come on.
Who gives a fuck, dude? You're a moron.
Well, what? Ban me, man. Ban me from the chat.
No, you could ban your fuck. I want the trash to take itself out. I don't need to take it out.
Okay, well, I won't.
I want him to explain for the YouTubers what he's going to say so they all can hear what an ass this guy really is.
Yeah, go for it. So, yeah. The protractor, obviously, the way a physical, like, plastic protractor is made, it has a straight line on the bottom of it. So if you're going to measure a curved surface, the angle between, like, a vertical line or, like, a rod or whatever, and the curved surface of the Earth, for example, or a perfectly smooth ball, because obviously the Earth isn't perfectly smooth, but a perfectly smooth ball, you're going to need to approximate the angle, right, with a physical protractor. And the approximation will get better and better and better the smaller the protractor is. Because if you like, you're getting closer and closer to the exact point at which the angle exists, which is the point at which the line and the surface meet.
So two lines meeting, right?
Yeah, one of them is not a straight line, though. I know you're trying to get me on the word line, but...
It's okay. We just did basic fucking geometry, dude.
You can have a curved line, dude. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Dude. If I was to have 45 degree angle, a horizontal line, and the line at a diagonal 45 degrees. Yeah. Now I know how I measure this, right? I put the protractor point along the horizontal line and then measure that elevation angle up from that horizontal line at 45 degrees. If I was to curve that horizontal line now, I can't measure the deviation between those two lines because it keeps getting further and further and further apart.
Okay, so the deviation at the point at which they meet is the same as the deviation, as you like to call it, between the rod and the tangent at that point. It's the same thing. The words mean the same thing.
An angle's not a point, though, is it? Yes, these two lines meet.
At a point. They meet at a point.
Yes, they meet at a point.
So the
angle isn't described by the point.
No,
the angle is described as the degrees of separation of the two lines.
Yeah, so again, at the point at which the rod or the line or
no, he's just going to persevere. He's persevering to say what he wants, and he's not adhering to what you said, Jedi.
Well, yeah, because you're making incorrect assumptions.
That's sorry. Enough's enough. Enough's enough. He's already said enough to the YouTube people. They already know he's a fucking moron. Now he can take himself out. Fucking trash needs to just leave now.
Yeah, AV man, you're gonna have a stroke if you be this angry all the time. You will die of a stroke.
No, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here.
You'll get like a heart attack.
That's enough YouTube content with your dumb ass. Get the fuck out of here.
No, honestly, it'll really hurt you to be this angry all the time in your life.
Yeah, whatever. Leave. Just fucking leave.
And there
for you to have a
angles.
For you to have a go ahead.
Points where a point is an angle without an angle and without lines, but it has two lines. That's all he said was just a bunch of words and said you use a tiny protractor. So you end up with 0. Dude, that's your point is 0.
His idea of an angle is at the point, not the deviation between the two lines that make the angle. That's what he's saying.
He needs the angle, though. 2 straight lines. No mention of curvature, ever.
Yeah, but he's saying an angle is at the point. That's what he was saying to Jedi. That's what he was trying to tell him. That's an angle when they meet at the point. Not the deviation between the two lines, but at the point.
Yeah, this is where the globe leads you. It's horizontal at a point, and vertical at a point, and an angle at a point. So you just live on a little point.
AO wants to jump in. They're all in the side chat support. I support you. Like they're holding hands now and hugging.
Is it the clown car has arrived? Fucking clowns are going to be coming out.
Maybe.
Only the other point.
Hey, Radwin, I support you.
Oh, you're giving me a hug.
Well, this the guy who ran off crying about latitude angles earlier.
He specialized in relativity. I didn't even know that was a specialty. In physics, maybe mathematics. I mean, he's saying he specialized in the physics of relativity.
There's only so much you can fucking get out of a person like that. And then after that, it's just fucking moronic to even try to reason with someone like that.
Yep. It's painful. You feel the pain, don't you? They're in pain.
They're having a bad day. Remember, he rage quit earlier. Big time.
What was his rage quit about?
I forget. We'd have to go back and listen. It was funny, though.
I think I was telling him how latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement.
Oh, that's right. He pooped himself.
And then he was going on about tangent lines, but we was explaining that tangent lines when using celestial navigation has 2 GPs, and the tangent line won't be a ground position because it's got a line out into space and it's only touching one point of the sphere or circle, but he couldn't get his head around this. And then he ran away.
Yeah, one deck I've really enjoyed hearing you debate these Globers. A lot of them rage quit.
Latitude gets them, mate. As soon as you mention latitude as a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, it freaks them out because they're so used to seeing them latitude circles around the ball. That's just been drummed into them. But when you explain it's an elevation angle to and from Polaris, and it will require a horizontal baseline at sea level, they can't cope with it. It just destroys them. Latitude, flat Earth proof. Latitude from altitude above sea level. Every time they try and describe how the globe's measured, they've got to reference horizontal. They've got to use a line, a straight line, tangent line, which doesn't have two GPs on it because it's a line extending out from a circle or a sphere into space, not attached to the ground only at one point. Or altitude, sea level, elevation, angle, plane, horizon, horizontal. They will use one or nearly all of them terminologies when they're trying to explain how curvature is measured, which it's so funny because it's got nothing to do with curvature. So flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
And when it doesn't give them the ball, they turn to calculations to add on top of it.
Yeah, or they'll just say, well, boats disappear over the horizon. That's all we need to look at. But that's not a measurement. It's just an observation of a boat. Nothing to do with the Earth. It's just a boat disappearing.
Right. Sometimes they don't appear to do that. In fact, in a lot of places, they don't appear to do that. Some users here have said that they've never seen that phenomenon.
Jedi. I'm going to unmute this guy real quick. Here we go.
Oh,
go ahead,
awesome.
Gravity Man.
So, hey, I'm back. Yay.
Gravity Man.
That's me, Gravity Man.
Yep. Go ahead and prove that objects are pulled together.
Prove that they're pulled together? Well, I mean...
Prove that water is pulled down into a cup. How's that?
I mean, I think, you let go of an object, it goes down. Like, it's kind of that simple.
Oh, perfect. So there's water in a cup. It's being pulled down, right?
Yeah.
No, gas, though.
I'm going to debunk you right now. I don't even have to do it. I don't even have to do a presentation. I'm going to put your cup of water in my vacuum chamber, suck the air out, and the water's going to turn into gas and leave the vacuum chamber also. Gravity debunked.
That wouldn't happen though. So well done.
It does happen. I did it in here live. You guys have all seen it. You're done.
Yeah, gas doesn't go down, pal.
So are you sure that what happened isn't that the water boiled?
What, changed temperature? No. The water changed state because of the pressure that was decreasing. When you
that's what it means. That's what it means to boil it.
Yeah. But you have to be very specific with your terms. We're not talking about heat. We're talking about reduction of pressure. And yes, that's what we are talking about. That's what he just demonstrated.
Dude, you have
well, I mean, Themo Pan, you responded right away. That never happens, and then you said, "Are you sure it doesn't boil?" So maybe you're not an expert on gravity. It's no big deal. Like you said, you denied the thing happening, and then you guessed. So I mean, you're probably not.
I mean, so it
probably not your thing.
So it did boil.
I don't know. I mean, you're just not your thing.
Air pressure is pushing down on the water. We remove the air pressure, and the water is left too because there's nothing pushing on the surface of it anymore. So that's the end of gravity.
It's not the end of gravity. No, no, it's not because it wouldn't just float up arbitrarily far.
Nuh-uh. What do you mean it wouldn't float up arbitrarily far? What are you talking about?
Sorry, one second. Let me reply to someone in the side chat. Oh, I can reply to you in person. Jenna. You kind of have to study Newtonian gravity first.
You reply to Jedi.
You think I'm easy, huh? You think I'm an easy target? Oh, you.
No, I really don't. You just asked me. You just asked me a question. I'm answering it. You kind of have to study Newtonian.
Yeah, what did Newton say about the behavior of gases and gravity?
I don't know. What did he say about them?
Not much. In fact, not really anything. He said gases state of matter.
No, dude, stop interrupting, right? Your model claims that the Earth should curve.
You weren't going to say anything because you just
Yeah, look,
right, I'm going to help you shut up.
Yeah, your model, right? It claims that the Earth should curve at a specific rate over distance, that you have to have a geometric horizon over distance at a set distance depending on the height of the observer. Okay, so when we actually test that, it does not exist. right? So your model's horse shit. It's a debunked model. So yeah, you guys, we have a model. Your model doesn't fit reality. It sucks.
What about geodesics?
I just think there are obvious tensions here. Like, you're simultaneously saying that you don't have a model, but then you're also making predictions. That's contradictory. Clearly something has to give. I'd like you to resolve that tension for me.
We're not claiming to have a model. We're not claiming to have a model. You claim to have a model. We test your model. It fails to the reality test.
What about geodesics?
But you literally just told me that you don't have a model. That's a little bit silly, given how many predictions you've made thus far.
When I gave you
predictions, hold on a second. What predictions did I make? I'm just telling you. What name one prediction that I've made so far?
Well, you said that if we went out there and we went forward, we wouldn't see any curvature. That's a prediction.
Yeah, so I can show you.
It's not your model.
Like, it's not your model.
Yeah,
dude.
That's it. You've had your chance.
Yeah, look, so what happens, right? I'm making claims that I can back up, right? I can show you empirical experiments, right? Empirical practical demonstrations that anyone can do themselves that completely debunk your radius, right?
Like
so I
what?
can back up my claims.
Okay.
Like what?
But just
I'll
to clarify, maybe I misunderstand, but like when I asked you the question about the stars, and I was curious about your basically how you interpret that phenomena. You gave me a model. I understand what you said.
No,
hold on.
No, I didn't.
So how I understand like a scientific like a hypothesis or model to be is that like you have a phenomenon and then you have an explanatory framework for it, right? And your explanatory framework is going to assume a flat surface, which is necessarily going to need like other tangential explanations for a phenomena, which is kind of a model.
The hypothesis is not just an explanation. You need a valid hypothesis.
Yeah, so I didn't give you an explanation, right? I told you how it's explained on the globe, right? I told you what we observe in the sky, right? So even on the globe, they assume that the ground is a flat plane in the celestial sphere. I didn't make any claims. What I said specifically was that I don't know what the stars are. I don't know exactly how the stars work. I said that what we observe in reality is that they make circles around the North Star and they reset back into the same positions, it seems, right? That's the claim that I made, which is what everyone sees in reality.
So
what are they? Where are they? All that sort of thing. I don't know.
Then we have a conversation about like projections being somewhat more individualistic based and like the whole like cube mapping and whatever.
What?
Yeah, that was Ree talking about the cube mapping and whatnot.
So are we ignoring the model that geodesics give us?
Well, what I'm presenting, right? What I was just about to present is demonstrations that go directly against the radius value that's given to us on the globe side.
Okay, well, geodesics would explain why you see a flat Earth, like observationally, because it's not a perfect circle like you're trying to make it out to be.
No, but it is roughly a perfect circle, right? If you have a look at what's presented by NASA and whatnot, you can draw a circle around it. It fits in the circle, right? So Neil deGrasse Tyson says if you shrunk the Earth down, right, to the size of a cue ball, it would be the smoothest cue ball known to man, right? It would be ridiculously smooth, right? So what you have to have, if the Earth has a radius of 3959 miles, right, you can calculate where the geometric horizon should be in reality and how much curve there should be over distance. Just because it's oblate, it's claimed to be oblate or whatever, is such a small difference on a grand scale that over 10 miles or 20 miles, it's not going to be something that you would have to factor into the rate of drop over distance. But what we're seeing when we go out and make these laser tests and observations, we're seeing like ridiculous amounts too far, like 10 times too far, 20 times, 30 times further than what you would be able to see on a globe, right? This is a good observation in the side chat there. It's taken in Santa Barbara, California, and we have some oil platforms there. And without the oil platforms there, basically we wouldn't know how far away that horizon line is, right? So on a globe that has a radius value of 3959 miles, you can calculate that from an 8-foot observer height, you have to have a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles. Has to be there because it's physical, like a physical horizon line, a geometric horizon. So what we can see in this observation is that the horizon is way, way beyond the second oil platform, which is 10.1 miles away.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to convert that to kilometers.
I could give it to you in kilometers. It's like
That's all right. It's all right. Just a metric system is just so good, bro.
You understand the overall point?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I use metric system as well.
Yeah,
What's
I mean,
that?
the specifics don't really matter to the general point, right? You understand his general point?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to pop a Earth curve calculator in the side chat, and you can put the numbers in there. You can just change it to metric if you want. It does the math and that sort of stuff as well.
Okay.
1 second. Here it is.
I'm going to need what you said in layman's terms, please.
Yeah, okay. So on a globe, there has to be a horizon at 3.46 miles. In reality, we see the horizon way beyond 10 miles.
Well, let's also factor in the observer height. So that's for a 6-foot observer. For a 1-foot observer, like in the Black Swan, the horizon would be at 1.22 miles.
And
Yeah, so
where are we getting these numbers from? Because that doesn't seem like...
Yeah, it's from the
global
globe.
radius is supposed to be a radius of 3,959 miles. These are not our claims. This is the claimed geometry of the globe.
Do you... Okay.
The numbers are coming directly from maths, though, right? So that this isn't like this isn't us saying this. This is if the ball is that size, then these are the necessary figures to go with that ball of that size.
Once again, we're ignoring geodesics again, and that's what what my initial point was.
No problem. So, can you get us the radius of the WGS 84 geoid, please?
Say what? Once again, layman's terms, please.
Can you get me the WGS 1984 WGS geoid? That's supposedly the fictitious sphere that they created, using geodesy or geodetic surveying, and what the radius of that particular geoid is. And we'll see how far off it is.
I have a model of what geodesics thinks the world looks like.
Okay, what's the radius of it?
What's the radius of it? I don't know.
How are you defining geodesics? I don't think that you're using the term in the way I'm using the term.
Correct.
Well, okay. All right.
How are you defining geodesics?
You want me to define geodesics?
Yes, please.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Are you going to Google it?
In layman's terms.
Of course.
Well, you should really understand the terms you're using, bro. Because when you say you're ignoring geodesics, I mean, I understand geodesics to be the application of a straight line to a curved surface, right? So I don't really
Geodesics is a curve that represents the shortest path between 2 points on a surface.
Right. So yeah, as I said, so I don't know how that is affecting your line of sight over a ball over distance.
Do you see my picture? Can you see my PFP?
So I didn't mean to take over your chat, anti-globalist, but I just
that's okay. I got to go anyway, so please do.
No, I actually was trying not to, but I wasn't sure about this. Yeah, I see this.
All right, so that would explain what you're talking about. Of course, we don't see a curve because for maybe, we don't know how many miles, hundreds of miles, there could not be a curve, and then it curves off.
Yeah, no, you're not understanding the point. The point is that the size of the ball would define how far you can see over that ball, right? It's not about whether you see a curved horizon or not. That's not the point. No one thinks that.
And you're saying because of the size of the Earth, we would see a curve at like 2.4 miles or something like you said?
No one's saying that you would see a curved horizon. I don't know why you think that. No one said that.
All right, repeat what you said one more time.
Well, I was just asking you to define geodesics.
And I did.
Yes, I don't know how that is relevant to your line of sight over a ball.
That's okay. Well, they've mapped the Earth. They've given you a model.
Your line of sight isn't curving with the surface.
You're going to cut me off? You're cutting me off?
Yeah.
You got it. Okay, so go ahead and talk.
What? I stopped. And you're still complaining.
I'm not. Oh my goodness.
I think that you're just getting cooked on this point, and you're looking for a way out. If I'm being honest.
I'm not. I'm literally asking questions. I don't care about getting cooked or not. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, I don't think the curvature of a surface matters to the line of sight over that surface. I think they're two separate things, and you're conflating them.
How am I conflating these?
What do you mean how? You either are or are not conflating them.
Explain it.
Well, that's what I'm asking you to do. How is it relevant? How is the curvature of a surface relevant to the straight line of sight over the surface?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
How is the curvature of a surface relative to a straight line over a surface?
The line of sight, the straight line of sight. Because unless you're saying that the line of sight has to curve with the surface.
No, what? You got it, bro. You got it.
I don't understand why you're bringing up geodesics then.
That's not what geodesics means.
Yeah, we've already defined geodesics. You weren't using it properly, and now you are. So where do we go from here?
Well, maybe the more appropriate question would be, how are you thinking that geodesics has anything to do with the curvature of the Earth? Where are they measuring the curvature to create this geodesic? Or the geoid, the 1984 geoid?
Silence.
Okay. In reality, they're measuring rise over run. They're actually measuring many planes. And then they take all those planes and they mathematically wrap them around a sphere that isn't measured. It's just essentially a coordinate system. Kind of like a giant disco ball with, very small little mirrors on it. All those little mirrors are the flat planes that they measured. Then they mathematically wrap that around a ball. But the ball doesn't exist in reality. No one's actually measuring any curvature. That's the hilarity of it all. They measured the Earth flat, they showed you a ball, and y'all went with the ball.
Somebody got to go watch. Somebody got to go watch. Somebody got to go talk. And then y'all ain't really die shit. Somebody got to go glass.
I really hate Drake fans. Like they just won't let it go. Like, all right, I'm tired of seeing the Kendrick versus Drake shit now.
Yeah, that shit.
I'm tired.
I've seen a lot of people since this song came out off of SZA's album right a few days ago. They keep thinking he's talking about Drake still. Like, it's fucking dumb as hell that they believe it's. I understand you could say argument. Yes, might have been his biggest thing in his career.
Why is this guy hot micing? I don't get it.
I mean, to y'all,
time though.
To y'all,
actually listen to him more than just this 1 year or since the Damn album.
Yeah,
it's definitely wrong.
Yeah, like, bro, to y'all, like, yeah, because you got.
Thank you. That is a relief.
Yeah, I was about to say I couldn't care less about rap politics. Is that Britnat?
It is, yeah. Hello.
Oh my god. Finally got let out of jail.
I was going to say, like, oh, it's been a long time since I've been here, but I'm pretty sure you were away for a while as well.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I took probably a couple of months off. Something like that. Just brushing up on my FE arguments, you know.
Yeah, same. I only unmuted my mic because I was in here for a couple of weeks, but I didn't want to get banned, so I just kept my mic muted.
Fair enough.
And then eventually I decided, okay, I'll unmute my mic and we'll start talking again. And like I just felt like so out of practice, so rusty on everything. You know, I've not really debated it in a while.
Oh, were you getting battered on every argument?
Well, I wouldn't say that, you know.
I would.
Always choose my victims, you know, like Alpha does, right? I've got my turkey legs.
Oh, right, I see. Is that why you don't debate me anymore?
Exactly.
I've noticed certain people, I'm not talking about you actually, but I've noticed certain people avoid discussions with me. Like as soon as I join, there's like 3 or 4 Globers that'll always just leave the chat if I come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you know you're winning when someone doesn't want to debate you, really.
Well, that's exactly it. And I don't even. The thing is like winning a debate doesn't mean that you're like objectively correct. Obviously, you know that, and I know that. But I do find it quite interesting that you'll join, and certain people will be like, they'll instantly either they'll go straight to their coping mechanism, you know. And I'm thinking of someone very specifically when I say that, but like they won't even try and engage you at any point. Like they're fighting tooth and nail on everything, even stuff that's obviously true. And that's when you know, oh yeah, this guy's scared of debating me.
You're obviously referring to Trigonometry Man.
I'm not actually. He's actually pretty cool. I like him. That guy, I'm not talking about someone in this server actually. I'm talking about someone in the Geo server there. But
I got permanently banned.
But yeah, there's definitely people out there who are scared to debate.
Yeah. There's a lot of ego on the line with a debate, right? And I think when people want to back down from a debate with you, it's probably because they know they won't win. Obviously, like you say, it doesn't mean that you're correct or they're wrong. It just means that that whatever, even if they are correct and they're the smartest person on the earth, they clearly don't have the capacity to communicate what's going on in their head. Which
the question I have to ask you: are you here to debate, or are you here to debate the subject matter? And that's what we get because of the nature of the server. You get a lot of people that just want to practice their debating skills. We could be discussing flies crawling like a piece of shit, and they'll still want to debate it. And all they want to do is practice their debate skills. They don't care what the subject matter is, and we get quite a few of those coming through. So, and you get to pick them after a while.
I don't actually mind that kind of person. What really pisses me off though is when people, they want to debate but they don't actually have any idea how debate works. So they'll make a point and then you'll point out what's wrong with the point, and then they'll just say it again, or they'll just nut or start calling you names. You know, okay, well, if you're practicing debate skills, why are you going straight? Like you've made an argument and now you won't stick to your argument. You won't admit that you're wrong. Like there's nothing. It's almost like they're practicing debate bro tactics rather than debate tactics, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Yeah.
Yeah, I think that probably annoys me more. I feel like the sport of debate is the sport of debate. I mean, it's fun, right? Like even if you're not invested in the outcome of the conversation, a challenge is a challenge, and that can be fun. I agree with crypto that the really annoying people are the people who have brought all their confidence into a debate and have no idea what they're doing. You know, when people from the global side.
When people like Jekyll think they're like really confident, but they're actually really bad at debating.
Oh, well, I got a good example. It's like when that maybe the flat earthers probably understand is the globers when they it's almost like random. It's like, you know, you just get all of you get hit by a stray bullet when there's a debate going on, and then that glober decides to call you all retards. It's like, where did that come from? Like half the time.
Yeah. But it's normally the most retarded ones that do that. So it's kind of like just projection, I guess. Like maybe they feel intellectually weak. And I think sometimes they feel like that because they walk into a room and they're like, oh, these guys are all idiots and I haven't proven it yet. So maybe I'm the idiot. You know?
Yeah. It's I don't understand it if they like get muted constantly, because then that can just annoy anyone, right? But the ones that are the weirdest ones are the ones that like the debate's just happening, yeah, it's a bit heated or whatever, but it just comes out of nowhere and you're just like, okay, like where did that come from? I don't think I've actually ever, the entire time I've been here, ever just randomly call everyone a retard. They've called individuals a retard though.
Yeah, it's just kind of weak form, isn't it? Especially, I always point out that it's actually quite, because pattern recognition is an important part of intelligence, right? And so walking into a room and calling everyone retards and then getting banned and then complaining about it is poor pattern recognition. Like, you don't realize that your actions have caused you to be muted or banned. And so to then complain about it is actually a sign of low intelligence.
Yeah.
It's quite ironic.
I mean, some people think that they have any say in the room. Like, I think it's obviously your guys' room and you can do whatever you want with it. But having said that, sometimes I would like a warning, you know, when I'm being annoying or talking too much. You know, I like there's a lot of signals saying you need to shut up now, and I'll do it. I'm not afraid to close my mic, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really had a massive problem with you. I mean, we've had some heated debates, but that's the whole point of the room, isn't it? Like, if you're not going to have proper debates, what's the point of even coming in?
It'd be pretty boring if we were all just in this room. Like the worst conversations, in my view, are the ones where everyone's just like perfectly civil. I like the bit of the fiery debates where people start to get a bit heated. What I've heard, like, yeah.
We have the real Dr. Jordan B. Peterson in here right now, guys.
Sweet.
Jordan Peterson fell off.
That's true.
Don't you think he's a bit sus? Like, Britnat, from your political perspective, don't you find it a bit strange that he's lumped in with right-wingers when he's clearly leftist?
Is he a leftist?
I don't know if he's leftist, but he has like this weird sort of like. I understand what you mean. Like, for instance, let's take like Christianity. Like, he says he's a Christian. He acts like a Christian, but then some of the things he says is like, I mean, if you think God is just an idea to strive towards, you wouldn't think that means you don't think he's real. Like, you don't think there's an actual God, right? And it's just, I don't know. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it's a good point. I just find him to be too hyper-individualist.
Yes. Yeah.
And he has absolutely no appreciation of groups whatsoever, which doesn't make any sense from a right-wing perspective.
Yes, that's true. Although then again, there are some right-wing libertarians out there, isn't there? So, just he's no
I don't
nationalist.
think he is one, though. But anyway, we don't have to talk about that.
Oh yeah, just on that topic. Well, not on that topic, but slightly related. Because Globers like often come from different political backgrounds, it's very hard to like. It's funny because in some of our group chats, I'll just start talking about immigration, and then I realize like some of these people could just be like complete leftists, and I'm just like talking about things they don't want to hear. So it's hard.
I think the majority of your side are far left, to be honest.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, I can.
Look at Euclidean. He's all in on it.
Oh yeah, he's not. You're not. That's why I'm happy to talk about this stuff with you two.
Like, what's his say? Scott Mackey is like he literally wants like state-owned housing where the government builds houses for people. Like, he's crazy.
I would say maybe I know what you mean. I mean, obviously Globers come from all spectrums, but like I know the Globers that would come to debate a flat earther frequently probably have a left-wing orientation in my view. That's a guess.
Yeah, they're the sorts of people who just love to shout at you and call you names, and if you disagree with them, then they kind of paint you in a certain light, and then won't, like, for instance, calling you a racist, sexist, whatever, and then that's then just who you are in their eyes, and they don't need to know whether you're wrong or right. They just know that you're evil, right?
It's the leftist school of thought, bro.
Yeah, exactly. But that's kind of how I feel about how a lot of the Globers treat us as well as flat earthers. It's just they know that we're stupid and evil and wrong, and the facts don't actually matter. What matters is the rhetoric and the narrative.
I think all the good like Globers are actually right wing. I don't know of any good Globers that are left wing.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
What do you think, Britt Nat, Jekyll?
The only people I would classify as right-wing Globers are me and Embo. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the rest of you are sort of like, I don't know, maybe centre, right, centre, maybe a little bit left.
Do you think I'm center left?
You're a liberal. I mean, like socially liberal, right?
The liberals took it away from us. Liberal meant libertarian at some point in time.
You are a capitalist that wants gay space, or you want gay space capitalism, right? Like
absolutely, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
You forgot to call him a filthy capitalist pig.
Yeah. No. Well, Jekyll here thinks that you need government to build roads. So I mean,
absolutely.
Not the sharpest tools.
Yeah. I like capitalism, right? But there are some things that just have to be controlled by the state.
So you're a filthy capitalist pig?
Sort of, yeah.
Oh man.
I would say no. I'd say I'm a socialist.
English invention.
No, I would say, well, yes, capitalism is, but Karl Marx was also writing in England as well. I'd say I'm a socialist of a nationalist variety.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Who else was a socialist nationalist? Not. Oh God. No,
I'm not aware of any others. He's the first.
It's a new school of thought.
Yeah, it's always the third way of thinking.
Well, this would be the fourth way of thinking right now.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know why that tickled me so much. I think it's because I don't know. It's normally me making that kind of joke, so it kind of caught me off guard. Anyway, very nice. I do find it interesting how like, in a more general sense, like how people instantly go to mocking different ways of thinking. Like if someone thinks differently, like a lot of people, their very first thought is, how can I mock this? Not how can I understand it? I do find that quite an interesting kind of way of being as like a meta thing. If that makes sense? Because it's completely opposite to me. Like when I see something weird, I'm like, oh, that's weird. I want to know more. I don't think, oh, that's weird. How can I mock? You know?
Yeah, I have like this weird, because I would agree I'm basically the same, because I don't like science or maths, right? But I come here all the time, which is basically a lot of that conversation is surrounding that. But it's obviously the curiosity I have about the beliefs. But I do lose my temper, right? And that's only when I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall, or like they're just not getting it, and I'm trying to, and like, I don't think I speak in like very complicated. I use basic language. I'm no Gregory, right? So I feel like there's a stage where someone knows what I'm saying, and then I lose my patience. But I think that goes for anyone, though. I think that's pretty normal.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I lose my patience when people are obviously being dishonest. I just don't very much dislike dishonesty, especially when they don't really know what they're talking about, and they're trying to deflect from the fact they don't know what they're talking about. That's very frustrating for me as well. Oh shit.
When are you going to approve the globe, Jekyll?
Proving the globe. I rarely ever try and do that. I much more prefer to debunk a claim than to demonstrate the globe.
Lame.
You're gonna do it, aren't you? The trigonometry man. You know you got geometric proofs, don't you?
Yeah, you've been taking the flat side recently. What's cracking with that? Just fancy a new challenge?
You on about me or Gamma?
Gamma.
Oh, well, since he's not unmuting, I think I could take a little guess on it. I think he, I think he hates new Globers. I think he feels like he's getting. think he feels he's getting replaced. You know.
He's like the OG, and he's like, you guys are sellouts, and like I'm the original, and you know that kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is that kind of energy, right? God, imagine being the OG Glober, original Glober, OG. I'm so glad I'm not on your side of the fence. You guys have got so many retards. Imagine having to be friends with like Gem Panda and Fight the Flat Earth and MC2. Like, you have to be friendly with these people.
The
Rumpers.
Just see the meme I posted recently about Micktoon. Wasn't flattering. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
I'll try and find it 1 second.
So what's your take on it? They've just gone down to Antarctica. They've seen their 24-hour sun. What would you do? So let's replace you with McTurn. What would you do? Would you be ringing Oakley up and go, holy shit, dude, we've just seen this.
Where are the guns?
Screaming, you're a liar, there's no guns.
I mean, it's actually confirmed, because I haven't really been keeping up with this. Like,
I think Britnat would be hitting on Witsit, to be honest.
Probably.
What would I do in Antarctica? You know, actually, like I have no idea what the point of most of the things are, except for the 24-hour live stream. That's the only thing I could say. Like, right then, that's the actual point. If they'd done anything else, like they were measuring shadows and stuff, I wouldn't have bothered. You know, so I don't know.
That's a good one, by the way, Jacko. I like that.
Is it worth pausing Elden Ring for?
Probably not.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. Okay. Go on then. I better hide in a corner so some 9-foot octopus doesn't eat me.
Somebody in side chat last night was complaining that they lost 80,000 runes.
I'm literally carrying around 400,000 right now.
Oh, there you go.
Does he actually have a Balenciaga Batman t-shirt?
No, it's just me exaggerating shit.
You might want to change the spelling on Balenciaga as well, unless
Is that wrong? Let's check. Let me see.
CLAGA, unless that's just my screen being shit.
No, it's right. It's right. BALENCIAGA.
Is that an I? Looks like an L.
But you can see the little dot. It's pretty hard to see though, just because shit font.
Fair enough. Fair enough. He's fucking pissed. True.
I can never get.
It's too pointy. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I can never get the video to send of him raging out. I don't know. It only works when Clay sends it for some reason.
That's so true. Single-handedly travelled to Antarctica to call Nathan Oakley on Discord. I mean, he kind of
happened.
Sorry, Matrix. You're like really low. I don't mean to talk over you, but you're super low.
I was actually on Oakley's panel when it happened. I was on Discord when it happened. It was hilarious.
Weird watching him do it, like, because you think, is that how I look when I'm talking on Discord on my phone? Like, he's just walking in circles. It's so weird.
He's just like the ultimate tryhard. I think that's why I find him so cringe. Because like there's a certain element to which if you're trying really hard, then what you produce should be really epic, or you shouldn't try so hard. If that makes sense. Whereas he's going to Antarctica just to do what, like, and just the way he stands and the way he talks, everything seems very try hard, but the results are just so meh of what he produces. I don't know if that makes sense.
So I like Midtoon, right? I do find him quite entertaining. But he's not entertaining like, you know, you admire him. I mean, he is a bit goofy, right? I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, when I see the gifs of him looking like he's jerking two guys off, I mean, I find that funny.
Of course, you would like that.
He's quite funny.
I don't even hate watching him.
I don't watch many fluffs. I only watch. Well, I don't watch Nathan Oakley, but I do turn up for Nathan Oakley because he's entertaining. That's it.
So you only see what I call the Friday night show. That's it.
Yeah,
Or
I don't
hear it.
I don't listen to Witsit. Don't listen to any of the others. No.
Do yourself a favour and just listen into another night, not Friday night. Friday night is just pandemonium.
What, on Nathan's stream?
Yep, just pick a random one. As long as it's not a Friday night, yeah, you'll probably find them a lot more tolerable. Nathan's got this either love him or hate him thing about it.
You know, weirdly enough, Nathan doesn't bother me as much as QE does. I can stomach Nathan even when he's like in his most aggressive or whatever, but QE I struggle with more. And QE is usually hanging out with Nathan, so that would be a hard watch.
It's got a lot to do with the accent. So yeah, once you start sort of looking into that side of it, you realise that someone has got a similar accent to yourself. When they're flipping their shit out, you sort of sit back and go, yeah, I don't care. But when someone with another accent is losing their shit, it's like, oh wow, that sounds obnoxious and horrible and I don't want to listen to it. And you do your best to avoid it.
So I can kind of tell that Nathan's not actually angry when he's shouting. Because of like you said, like the accent. Like, I mean, sometimes he is angry, but sometimes I can detect a bit of sarcasm when he's speaking.
Bit. Quite a bit. It cracks me up. Oh shit, be right back.
Well, you don't think that him wanting to teabag everyone is fully legit then?
Yeah, I mean, like some people say he's disgusting and everything. I'm just like, he's obviously just trying to have he's trying to have a joke that maybe like all the flat earthers know that the Glubbers don't know, but I'm not autistic enough to not be able to detect it.
He's just playing a character, isn't he? Like I've always said, it's not really my style. Like I've got respect for him. I think he's actually quite a good debater. But it's not something I would watch like every week or whatever. But I haven't got a problem with him.
Yeah.
I do think as well that it's ironic for some Globers to complain about his attitude when they do exactly what he does. And they just don't like it being done back to them. And I actually think that's where it comes from. Like the character.
Yeah.
It's just, how can I just basically be what Globers do to flat earthers, but as a flat earther?
I definitely see that.
Because I don't know if you heard the because I've heard this from a few reliable sources that apparently QE used to be like very, very respectful when he first got on the scene, and was just treated like shit by everyone, and then he was like, fuck it, and then became the modern QE that you know today.
This must have been a really long time ago, because I remember debating him back in like 2018 or 19.
Oh, we're talking like 10 years.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, actually, Crypto, word on the street is there's other members that are complete polar opposites. QE used to be the super nice guy, and other ones that are now super nice used to be the aggressive, not so nice people. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, 10 years of debating people with no idea what they're talking about, and all the death threats and all the other dumb shit that used to come along with it. Yeah, it changes people. So
yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I can believe that as well. You know, just getting that kind of level of disrespect constantly, and then just eventually going, fuck it, have some back.
But to be honest with you, I could never imagine QE being super chill and super nice. I just can't do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know what? I actually can.
I just can't see it.
Yeah. No, I get you, but I can.
If you've caught him just after he's had breakfast, he's very chilled.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so he's just a hangry
yeah, just
man.
in between where the
is.
coffee hits and the hunger hits. He's really, really chill. But as soon as that hunger hits...
Oh, if he's hungry, forget it. You just run.
Yeah.
Any of you caught yourself on the wrong side of Nathan or QE?
QE, yeah, we've had a couple of back and forths, but is what it is. I haven't really spoken to Nathan, so Can't say.
I haven't had any wrong side of QE. The worst thing QE will tell you to do is shut the fuck up. That's it. If you can put up with that, then you're super thick-skinned. Or if you can deal with being called a numpty. Oh no, I've been called a numpty. I'm going to go and cry.
What's the evidence for your globetard?
Exactly.
Yeah, but he doesn't call flat earthers globetards, so I'm pretty safe there. But Nathan, on the other hand, even it doesn't matter what side you're on. If you ask him a sensible question, he for some reason takes it as a personal attack. I believe the reason for that is most of the time he's not looking at Discord, he's looking at his panel, and he doesn't know who's asking the questions, or he doesn't know who the people are. If he just clicks on Discord and it says flat earther, then high probability that they're going to be asking a sensible question because they'd like to learn more about it. But yeah, Nathan just seems to go at the majority of people. So yeah, I've had a one with Nathan, but I think he's realised now after a fair while that I'm not really that worried. I just ask stuff that I don't know. So that's me, comparing the pair of them.
Well, it happens on the globe side as well. I mean, me and Peter have got into some arguments before about what is good debate strategy and so on.
I think I was here when you were doing that, actually. He was basically saying you should just, like, win at all costs, and you were saying kind of the opposite. You were saying, like, you got to be persuasive.
Yeah. Well, we have very different approaches, I think, which is funny.
Yep.
I mean, like, it was only a couple of days ago we were in a private call, and I started to get a bit heated with him. But, everyone has their own philosophy in debate, so you can't win them all.
You know Peter's married, right? Why were you in a private call with him?
I was, it was in a group call. It was with you as well. You were there.
I know. I was just playing with you.
What's
Damn, he was trying to frame you and that backfired.
Deal?
If you wanted to try and frame me, I've got plenty of dirt on equality and trigonometry, believe
That's
me.
Probably true.
My DMs are always open for shit talking.
Why do they make
Tune memes? Sorry, go on.
I said I was going to say something that wasn't even relevant to the topic, but I was going to ask why are uncarbonated monsters a thing?
As in the drink?
Yeah.
Don't drink that shit, so I don't know.
That's because we have too much carbon in the atmosphere, so we're trying to reduce that by not selling carbon in drinks, so people then fart the carbon, the extra carbon.
That's impossible.
You got parasites in your brain.
The 1,000 kilometer Antarctica plateau.
Plato as a plate in Spanish.
Well, my plate is curved. I don't know about your plate.
That will be a bowl, not a plate.
No, my plate's a little bit curved. Plates are a little bit curved.
Now you're changing it. It's a little bit curved.
Around the outside, they're a little curved.
Got upturned edges.
There you go. Yeah. I'm actually
kind of cold on the outside and warmer on the inside.
There you go. Just like our flat Earth.
I'm going to post a picture of Gemsey in the chat, by the way. If anyone wants to see it.
So, do you guys think that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica definitively proves that you're living on a ball?
Maybe to Jekyll.
Well, I do. Euclidean probably does, but he always says, like, oh, we should have gone to space instead. And I keep saying, no, that wouldn't have been a better idea. That would have been objectively a worse idea.
No, you could have set up a satellite for that amount of money. You could have set up a 50-kilogram satellite.
I keep saying, if they don't get on that satellite, then it doesn't count.
Is that true? Because how many flat earthers don't even believe that Witsit went and that they were going to someplace else?
Yeah, there'll always be some people who just say...
So it doesn't matter if somebody went, right?
No, because more people will acknowledge the idea that there's a 24... Like, nobody denies that besides like a handful of people.
All right, Crypto, which one would be more interesting, satellite or 24-hour sun?
I don't really care what people do, so... That's up to them, isn't it?
What else you got in here?
But yeah, I don't think it proves the globe. I rather think it disproves flat Earth. Well, do I think it proves the globe? Not really. Probably not. It supports it, maybe.
Wow, you're sounding much more confident before. You're like, Gamma, I'm 100% sure this will prove the globe.
I've never said that. I said it debunks flat Earth every single time.
But Pac-Man Earth still holds.
Yes, of course, yeah. It doesn't debunk all flat Earths because you can have Pac-Man Earth, you can have 25 suns if you want, all those sorts of things. Like, it debunks, let's say...
rational flat Earth.
Yeah, the flat Earth where I guess you're not, I don't know, going full-on Geo, if you know who that is.
Giants rumbling beneath the earth. It's great stuff.
You don't believe in giants rumbling beneath the earth?
Yeah, that's the cause of earthquakes. I believe it.
Sweet.
You have to believe in giants, elves, gnomes, Agartha.
Three-toes gnomes. Don't forget about that. Verb. Three-toes.
I won a debate against Euclidean trigonometry earlier on, actually. It was very quick. Yeah, you conceded, remember?
Against what?
Or about Tolkien and Flat Earth.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
You were right. I wasn't
so
gonna.
So I won, and you conceded. 1-0.
I agree. But I was half correct, okay? During the first stage, it was flat. The second, they sung a song or something and made it round, right?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, I was half correct. Can you give me that?
Hey guys, why were you guys playing on Flat Earthers when the scientist was telling you the Earth is not a globe last night?
Appeal to Neil. Is this an appeal to Neil
fallacy?
Appeal to Neil.
You guys were kind of defending the globe, and then the scientist said it's not a globe, and you guys switch into Flat Earth.
Which scientist said it's not a globe?
Remember the one you were talking to yesterday here?
You know, Brendan?
Oh, he's not a scientist. Meteorology is not a science.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that. I feel like it is, but anyway, yeah. But he's okay. The thing about Brendan, right? I'm not a fan, right, of Brendan, but his whole shtick is being a meteorologist that is a glober, absolutely is a glober, but he'll.
He told you he doesn't believe in the globe.
Yes, yes, but he does, right?
He likes to dick ride.
Yeah, he dick rides, and he hates.
Why are you lying, bro?
He hates people who he thinks is dumber than them trying to talk about science. That's his shtick.
Yeah.
Is this the guy that has like a galaxy as his profile picture, like a purple galaxy?
No. It's a picture of himself, I think.
Oh.
That's not. No, you're thinking about someone else trigonometry.
Am I? I don't know. Don't quote me on it.
You know who Brendan is, but because he is a meteorologist.
He used to have a picture of clouds. Funnily enough.
Yeah. We had an argument. Something I think he was like yesterday saying, because I said I didn't think the debates got much to do with science at all, and then he said, "Yeah, it does, because if you think about it, being critical is a part of science." It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, being critical is just like, it applies to anything,
Yeah,
like
debating on
history,
Discord.
philosophy.
Debating on Discord is a part of science, bro.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a globetrot.
Does that not frustrate you too? Like how let's just say generously people will define science when it's convenient for them.
Yeah, it does. I think there are parameters to science. I know that Globers tend to count things as science that you wouldn't, so you have a very narrow, strict understanding of it. But like yours would exclude astronomy, and I would try to include astronomy and all those sorts of other things that are not adhering to a specific like a rigorous method. But what I'm saying is I'm more open to broadening science, but I still think there's a boundary. Like I wouldn't use like wishy-washy language, like, you know, science is just about being critical and objective. You know, that's just.
It's kind of pointless if you define it too broadly, though, don't you think?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. You know, you just take all of its credibility away when you say it's arguing with people on Discord of science.
Why are you guys denying science?
I'm glad we can all agree on that, because that's one thing that I find really, really frustrating is when, for instance, the other day someone was saying science says X, and I was like, well, science can't say anything, it's a method. And then he was like, oh, but scientists say it, so therefore science says it. And it was like, well, no, because scientists are people with opinions, and science is a method, and a scientist could do science and come to the wrong conclusions because he's a fallible human. Right, and all these like thoughts were going through my head, and he's already decided that scientists and science are the same thing, and so anything a scientist says is science. And you're just like, it just, I don't know, gave me an aneurysm just thinking about how wrong he was.
I remember him. He was an idiot.
Yep. You're using the past tense as if he isn't still an idiot. But yeah.
Would be nice if a Glober came in right now. You know, I want to see Mick debate. You know, that's some of the good content, I think.
Why?
Well,
why do you, a Glober, want to see another Glober come in here? From your point of view, why?
Well, okay, so why I wouldn't want to debate is one, because I feel like, you know, I have like this, believe it or not, a sense that I've talked too much, right? But then I like watching a bad Glober come in, mainly because when it's a good Glober, good Globers tend to be more argumentative, tend to not last long, and it's like, you know, it's
Good Glober or good debater?
Good debater, right? Yeah, not like necessarily someone who's competent
So
in
you're
physics.
in more for the debate tactics as opposed to the subject matter.
Well, a bit of both. It's hard to explain. I mean, but yeah, I like when the stupid ones come in, because that's a lot more. There's a lot more to draw out of a conversation there. But as for what you were just saying, I care about the subject matter in terms of I think it's challenging and interesting. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. But the conclusion and the discipline this is about, I don't really care for. Like, I don't care about science or maths, and I don't care about the conclusion about whoever thinks the Earth is a sphere or not. Right? But I do enjoy the sort of logic, reasoning skills, critical thinking skills that go into this debate.
Do you just believe it's a globe room, or do you know that it's a globe?
It's a requirement of his membership of the religion. He has to. It's not an option.
Well, yeah, I'm just asking now. I want to know if is it just a belief, or do you actually know? Do you think there's evidence, like proof?
Well, first of all,
Tattoo to prove it. Show him your tattoo.
Absolutely. What would you say? Like, no is here? Are we saying like certainty, 100%?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of hard to define. I guess no is in like know that you have a hand. You know, like I know that I have a hand.
And in as much as I know that I've got a hand, I know the Earth's a sphere. I think that's
Really? What's your basis? What's your basis for that?
I don't want to debate. I want someone else
He's
to
got
do
a
it.
hand. That'd be your
He
basis.
saw it on the TV.
I mean, that should be easy to answer. If you're as sure as you have a hand as it's a globe, the other answer should be like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that I don't think I could. I don't know, because I feel like I'm. Have you ever seen the little white girl and like loads of black dudes all behind her? That's what I feel like I'm in that situation right now. And all the flat earthers are the black dudes.
Why?
So
Why would that be the first?
I couldn't think of any.
He's wishful dreaming. He's wishful dreaming at the moment.
If
that
I
he's
start
talking about.
debating, it might not end well for me, right? That's the point I'm saying.
Well, yeah,
Why?
I already know that.
He wants to be in that situation.
So you don't know because it wouldn't end well. So even if you brought up something that you do know, you still don't think it would end well for you.
Exactly. Even if it was something I would probably do quite well in debating, I just think like there's too many people. I get exhausted. You know. It's
Oh, he gets exhausted.
Well, so what's your example of a measurement of curvature? What's your best example of a measurement?
Measurement. I think it would be disingenuous to say anyone like Shoebill or Jesse, right? Because I don't actually know the method. I just know that they've got data. So I don't think I could say that.
Are those geodetic surveyors?
Are they Euclidean? Do you know if they're I think Shoebill is. I don't know
Yeah,
about
they're veteran. Well, no, well Jesse is not. He's hobby, but Shoebill was a surveyor by trade and profession.
I thought so. But I don't know their method, right? So I think it'd be disingenuous to say them because I'll just be showing you the results, and then I don't know if it's good or bad. But I'd say Eratosthenes, you know, his method works well.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's one, but it does make the assumption. It makes the assumption of a far distant sun and the parallel rays. But then I've brought up that if it's not a distant sun, then couldn't you use that to measure the distance of the sun, and then it would be so close that it would change size? But then somebody says, well, it does change size. So
yeah, I mean, like one thing I often hear with the Eratosthenes thing, and this is probably why it got a negative reception, is that people often equate the fact that because like when Eratosthenes gets brought up, right, it starts off with how do you know the Earth's a sphere, and then who measured it, right? And those two questions are distinct for me, right? One is asking how do I know the Earth's a sphere, and that's talking about the quality of curvature, right? Like for instance, if I see a slope, like a ski slope, I don't need to measure it to know it's sloping, right?
No need to be racist.
But likewise with Eratosthenes, like if he already established in his mind that the Earth's a sphere and goes on to measure it, yes, the assumption's baked into his measurement, but the result is if the Earth is a sphere, then this will be the circumference, this will be the size. So if that's what you mean by is there a measurement, then I'll say that would be my answer.
So why are you more hooked on the quality of the curve as opposed to is there or is there not a curve?
Well,
Like,
that's because I'm.
This one's nice and smooth over to that one's rough and jagged. Why obsessed with the quality of it as opposed to yes or no?
Well, so that's going to be a very straightforward question. I'm mathematically illiterate, right? So asking me a question about what methods did Jesse or Shoebill use to get their data, I'd have no fucking idea, right? And even if they explained it would probably take a couple of hours to sink in. So
a couple of hours? How stupid are you?
I'm very stupid, right? I'm very stupid.
Oh my god!
So the quality of curvature, just observing, based on basing on observation, sort of like what you'd expect. That is more my lane, I'd say.
But based on first-hand observations, you don't see curvature.
What do you think about that, Euclidean? Do you want to take that one off? Because I don't.
You don't see curvature? All right. I tried to get somebody to engage with this today, I think, but I'll post it again. The SpaceX booster landing. I'll send it in side chat again.
Oh, is that rocket landing backwards thing that everyone keeps raving on about, that this is proof of curvature?
Well, I would say it's pretty strong evidence of drop over distance, for sure. If you look at the GIF, it's from 2 vantage points. One shot is at a 28th floor of a building from 92 meters up. Other shot is at sea level. And
okay, so at sea level, so what was the swell?
The swell height of the
example. So say it's glass, dead flat. There's zero swell. You can see that it's not moving. If there's a 1 foot wave or 1 foot swell, and you're got your camera at water level, like if you go down 1 millimeter more, it's swimming. 1 foot of swell is going to look monstrous. It will cover it'll hide that rocket at that distance. So that's why it's very important. Even if you've got your mobile phone held right down at water level, and that swell is only say 5-6 inches, it will nearly hide that rocket at 28 k's. Actually, probably would.
Yeah, I'll have to plug in the coordinates to see if it was sea level, as in the elevation, not necessarily being at eye level of the water. Even then, I would still say that the amount of
written on it says 0, so it's at water level. So you
If
can
it was
only
at 0
assume what it is. So what I'd like to know is, what was the swell? Like, you've been to the beach before, you've seen waves, you've seen swell.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Awesome. So, yeah, you know yourself that as that wave gets closer and closer to you, things will hide behind it more and more easily. And if you're right down at water level, that swell or that wave does not have to be so great. It only has to be tiny. So if you're right down on water level at, 28 k's, that's a pretty fair distance. If you're right down at water level and there's only 1 foot of swell, it could easily hide that rocket. So these are the things you've got to take into consideration when you're out there taking happy snaps. I'm all grateful that you've done it. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm doing stuff too, and it's nice to actually see people out having a go. But yeah, just
all right. I will admit that
these things will affect it.
Yeah, I will admit that I do not have that data, but I do have another observation where we do have the data for that. I have to get the image for that. Wait, Jekyll, you have it. Post the Princess Paula and Grandma Huda. Come on.
All right, 1 second.
I'm going to do another reading. I'll be back in a sec, guys.
All right.
So, Room, I'm guessing you accept the looming explanation for the long distance observations?
Well, I mean, I was the one who was talking about the long distance one, but I was just saying that I don't have that data right now, so I wouldn't be able to explain if swelling could be a possible cause of that. So did not choose to go with that one. But we do have a observation where the weather data is included, which shows that it would be impossible for a swell to obstruct that much, especially since the camera height was 30 feet above the water. And more than half of the ship to the left is obscured, while the ship to the right is a couple feet are obscured from the ship on the right.
So you're claiming it's the geometric horizon that's obscuring that.
I'm claiming that the surface is not level. But yes, it would be the ball would be the reason. But bringing up geometry and saying the geometric horizon is always interesting to me because we don't see geometry. We see the products of geometry, but we see that through optics. So we see the products of geometry through optics. And optics are affected by ambient conditions. So
you got a problem with that term, geometric horizon?
Kind of, because it makes it sound like we see geometry, but we don't. Like the geometric horizon, we see a product of the geometric horizon, but we see it through optics.
What about a spheroidal horizon?
I mean, still, that's geometry.
So, say you're about 20 miles from the shore in a boat, and there was a sniper on the shore. You'd be pretty cool with the sniper having a shot at you, because what he would see would be an image projected from over the curb, right? You'd be pretty cool with that.
I mean, 20. Yeah, I actually would, because I know he wouldn't be able to make a shot.
Really?
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to make a shot from 20 miles away, so it doesn't matter. There's no rifle that can shoot that far, so I'm good with that.
Yeah. What if he could, though?
What if he had like a
cool
tank cannon? I mean, I don't know.
Like a laser guided something, like a missile.
Well, then, as it
That'd
gets
be cool,
closer,
wouldn't
as it gets closer, if it's laser guided, then it would have a better, resolution.
It would fly over your head, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would launch to my apparent position, and as it comes closer and closer, it would get a better and better representation of me. So I would not be comfortable with that for sure.
I want to know, if you're watching from the shore, you'd see the thing go through like an image of you. It would just go through it like a cloud or something. It's a perfected image, right?
Like
this is your claim, though. This is your claim, so I'd like to test it with some form of ballistics.
I was looking into buying a large caliber rifle to test Coriolis just for this.
How would you do that, though? Because it's only in the air for like a fraction of a few seconds.
No, I would probably buy the lowest caliber I'd go is 338 Lapua, which goes about 920 meters per second. So I'd want to shoot at 2 kilometers. So you'd get like 2.5 seconds of flight time. And I would go up in latitude so I could get a higher, it would intensify the Coriolis, and I should get, a couple, like a foot or 2 deflection.
Wouldn't a pendulum be a better test than shooting a gun? I think a pendulum is way cooler because you can keep on using it. Yeah, a gun, that's way harder. A pendulum, you can move it around. There's a lot more you can do with a pendulum.
I can move the gun around too. And you can't say it's not cool to prove the globe using a rifle, okay? I mean, that would be pretty badass, right?
I didn't say it's not cool. I just think a pendulum's cooler.
Sounds very American.
It is.
Gun. I like it.
Yeah. Shooting my way to globe proof, as they say.
If you're playing darts, do you have to account for Coriolis?
No, I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't get who this guy is. The field goal thing. I'm sure you guys know about that, right? I'm sure you've heard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I did the math, and they won the game because of the field goal Coriolis. It deflected, 8 inches to the right or whatever. It's like, no, it didn't.
Yeah, he's obviously a total liar and psychopath.
But again, appeal to Neil fallacy detected. So. Any of the big name physicists are like controlled opposition or something. I don't know, to make Globers look bad. Jekyll.
Yeah.
You're gonna email Daz the cameraman, right, for that coordinates, because I know Anti-Global is gonna ask for that in chat right now. Just wait.
Even in the call.
You said you would, right?
I will, yeah. I don't know why you won't do it, to be honest, but
I have more important things to do.
then I won't do it. Then, if you're saying that, absolutely not.
That's not very likely.
No, unironically, I do have more important things to do.
So with your ship pictures here, is there somewhere on a map or something where they're marked?
Yes, there is.
Awesome.
I need to find the. He has it in the video, I think. I have to watch the video now.
So in the video at 2:45, you know it's miraging on that back ship.
Wait, what's miraging? Why are you saying that?
Because it is. If you have a look at the front of the ship, you can see it's miraging across the front of it. I'm just pointing out the obvious, but anyways.
Where's the mirage?
Timestamp 2:45.
Yeah, what am I looking for?
Miraging, front of the ship. Right hand end.
Okay, I kind of, yeah.
Okay, so there's miraging in place.
I don't know if that's miraging
why
because
the ship's a little bit lower. Yes, no.
that's
yes,
like 30 meters,
yeah.
man. I'm sorry, like 10 meters. Because the ship is 30 meters
you're making
high.
excuses, so you've admitted to it's miraging. That's all I wanted. Happy with that.
So half of the boat is miraging?
Well, mirages do
And-
weird things. Sometimes it compresses stuff. Sometimes it stretches things. Yeah. So what is it? Sinking, looming, something else.
I actually don't think it's miraging though, because you can see.
Because you can see the front of it miraging.
No. Because if you look at the whole boat,
you can see the front of it miraging.
I don't think that's miraging. That looks exactly
you can make
like
all the
what the
excuses
front.
you like, but at 2:45, you can see the front of it miraging.
It's the same image that's in the side chat of where the ships are marked. That does not look like a mirage. I mean, this isn't going to go very far if we're just saying nah.
Well, it's you that's saying nah. How about we let everyone else have a look and see what they say?
I think we should do that. Yeah.
Where do you see the miraging? Is it in the photo, or do I have to go to the YouTube video to see
The
it?
video 2:45. Here, I just want a map roughly of where the photo was taken from, direction it was pointed.
Yeah. I need that. Jekyll.
You want?
Do you have that image? I'm trying to look for it. You probably found it faster than me. Of the map of where the camera's pointing for it. I mean, I'll just have to scroll up. But
where the camera's pointing.
Yeah, there's a map of
1 second.
You've probably heard a few times people say observable. Well, we've got that. Measurable. Well, you've put in measurements there. That's great. Repeatable. Can you repeat this? Or can I repeat it if I've got the coin to fly over to wherever this is and do it? That's why it's important to put down on the maps the location so other people can drop in and go, oh, that's where it's done. Thank you.
Yeah, I would. It's not necessarily even just the location. I mean, it's just any boat and any body of water. I would say this could be repeated in.
Any boat, any body of water. So I've got photos of boats that look like they're flying. Does that count?
Yeah, we live on concave Earth.
We live on concave Earth.
Or inside, sorry, yeah.
So that's why it's sort of nice to know conditions and stuff like that. You know the other photo of the Black Swan that you always throw back at us? Oh, but this is not... Why is the oil rig sinking? Exactly the same image. Except replace oil rigs with boats.
Well, the one in the Black Swan, the one that uses the Black Swan is absolutely the craziest refraction ever. I mean, you can literally see the bendy grains. Oh my god, yes it is.
No, it's not. You know why?
Have
you ever taken done long range photography? Or better still, go and look up a YouTube video and have a look at long range photography and about lenses and what you're using. It's just heat haze. That's all it is. And when you sit and try to film at long range, and I'm talking with a zoom of like 800 plus, everything looks like it's distorted and wavy. It looks crazy.
I mean, that ship is further than the Black Swan oil rig. And it's smaller, and it doesn't look wavy.
So all you're worried about is the waviness. So it's just heat haze. That's all it is.
No, that's definitely refraction going on there.
It's just heat haze. Do I have to spell it out for you?
Does anyone have the image of the Black Swan?
Yeah, I'll put it up for you if you like. Hold on. That folder.
I mean, this isn't very productive because it's going to keep on being what we see, and then it's not. It's entirely subjective.
There's other footage from that same location, right? One of them's done later in the day, and that crane's completely straight. And then also Matthew Learns, who comes in here, he went there himself with his telescope, and he did his own observations. And yeah, we don't see any bending of that crane whatsoever, and you can still see, pretty much the same distance.
There's the two images to compare them. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, both of the cranes are...
So let's compare the second image to your boat image.
Yep.
Oh, look, one of them's half missing. Oh, look, one of them's half missing. Just the weather conditions at the time. That's all it is.
So it'd be refraction is what's causing them to look like they're disappearing bottom up?
Just the weather conditions at the time. Whether it's humidity, whether it's the water's hotter than the air temperature, or vice versa. Just the weather conditions at the time.
Yeah, that location as well, right? Like, people go surfing there, right? Some days there's big waves, big swells, medium swells.
Well, we have the swell height today at the ship, for the ships.
What ships? Sorry?
The Princess Paula and Grand Mahuta.
Oh, you're going back to that one. Yeah, look, man, refraction, depending on the temperature gradient, right? Refraction, you can also have sinking refraction, where it's literally defined as things that should be visible on the horizon appear to sink, right? Appear to sink beneath it, right? So that can easily happen, right? It's pretty common. It's just when the warmer air, right, in the vertical temperature gradient, when you've got warmer air closer to the surface of the water and cooler air above it, then you'll have the opposite of the looming effect happen, and you'll have sinking refraction. Doesn't necessarily prove its curvature.
So does it prove that it's flat either? if we're saying that.
No, we don't use any of these observations as proof of a flat Earth, right? This is just literally challenging the geometric horizon.
Yeah, but if we're going to go to the extreme of saying that any type of, it could be some extreme refractive phenomenon to produce this sort of effect, we could say that it's the same thing for a globe as well. So
why doesn't the whole image appear to be refracted then? Why isn't on the Black Swan image the whole lot of it got wavy shit across it if it's heavily refracted? Why isn't
it
only
does. Even
the
the
crane
second
at the top of the image, right? And there's a band. If you have a look at the crane, you can see at the top of the crane it kicks, and down the bottom it kicks. And if you look across the image, there's a band at that same level. Now, if you go below that band, it's not affected. So if it's heavily refracted, and this is the problem, you have to pick the horizon up and move it backwards. So if it's heavily refracted, the whole image would be affected, not just one thin band high up on the image.
I mean, not only is it just the cranes, it's also that whole
what?
There's this like boxy structure to the right of the on the right of the oil rig on top of it. It's like twice as high as it is in the non-refracted one. And it's stretched out as well.
So that's the band that I'm talking about. Is there anything wrong with the image below that band, other than the fact the horizon is about, I don't know, a minimum of 9 miles behind where it should be?
Yeah, I mean, refracted horizons happen.
Refracted horizons happen.
Yeah,
so
everything
you've got
lifts
no
up.
proof of that, other than the boxy thing in the crane on top of an oil rig, but yet there's nothing wrong with the rest of the oil rig.
And all the other refractive phenomenon going on in the image.
And what? Point them out to me.
The whole
copy
crane.
the image and draw a circle around it so everyone can see it.
All right, I will do that.
That image does remind me of like how it looks on a very hot day and you're looking down a road. I don't know the qualities of what a refraction looks like, but that does. I mean, it looks just like, what he's saying, heat haze.
Yeah, definitely. And also, it's during the day. Some people did mention there could be like diesel generators or whatnot running those cranes. So if there is extra heat haze right at that spot where that crane is, I'm not saying there is. It's just throwing out an idea on why that particular part of the image might be a little more looks like a little more heat haze than the rest of the image. But the one that I posted, right, it's much clearer. It's much later in the day. It really doesn't look like some crazy atmospheric effects taking place in that one.
See the shimmering on it though. Yeah, I knew there was going to be one. When it zooms in on your GIF there, DJ, you can still see the heat haze on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's through a huge amount of distance as well. But yeah, I mean, even Matthew Weathers went there, and when he used his telescope, I have the image here somewhere. Yeah, you can see like it's like a good black swan as well, and there's hardly any distortion, like heat haze or whatever when Matthew went there.
Y'all post up the Skunk Bay observation?
Yeah, I've got it here.
Bet. I like pointing at the Skunk Bay too, because that, the camera itself is stationary and you get to see what actually happens between you and the bay that is Skunk.
Yeah, you need to remember that the flat Earth side for this is that the horizon is an apparent location, right? You're going to see it shifting around. You're going to see a lot of different types of atmospheric effects and combinations of those taking place in all of these images, right? What the globe side needs to do is validate that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon in the first place, right? Because what the globe side is claiming is that there is a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles, right? And everything behind it is just perfectly refracting up to hide the geometric horizon, make it completely invisible. All of a sudden doesn't match the description, right? The definition of what a geometric horizon is anymore. And for every single one of these long distance observations, they're claiming really there is a geometric horizon there where it should be, but everything behind it isn't really where it seems. It's just an illusion, right? And it's all perfectly refracting up all the way along the distance to make it look flat, all the way out to the other horizon, right? The apparent horizon.
And we can say the same thing for, the long distance observations of ships on water. I mean, everything's perfectly refracted, so it looks like it's curving and matches the expectation of a globe. So it just sounds like observations aren't really any long distance observation doesn't go either way, right?
No. Where you've just drawn your box there, brother, you've failed to draw the horizon. So the horizon's the bit in question here.
Yeah, you were asking me.
This is the problem. All we use the oil rigs for is demarcation. That is it. If we could remove those bastards and have an orange traffic cone there to represent the distance, we would do it. Okay? So when you're crying about, oh my God, the cranes were factored, and you're having a meltdown over it, it doesn't mean anything to us. Because as you've just drawn there, you've highlighted your problem, but our problem is the horizon is still behind your oil rig, where it should not be.
It showcases that there was extreme refraction during the day, right?
But it's still not affecting the horizon.
How do you think that
the horizon should be in front of the front oil rig? Now, the front oil rig is not affected by refraction because you would have drawn a circle around it or boxed it out for me.
So you think on a globe that refraction would not affect the horizon?
Why are you sidestepping?
No, I was asking you a question.
Yes, you are sidestepping. You are cleanly sidestepping because you know that I've just handed your ass to you with your own stupid argument. So now, again, with the Black Swan, the refraction means zip to us. Nothing, nada, nil. All we are interested in is number one, where the horizon is. Is it at the geometric bullshit distance of 1.2245 miles where it should be given a radius of 3959 miles? This image, all it does is debunks that claim. That's all. So you've got two options now.
Again,
number one.
Okay, just monologue for longer. Just like monologue for longer. Bigger,
or number two, it's flat. I don't care which way you go. I'm easy.
Or monologue longer. You could do that as well.
Or you can be a smart ass and not talk at all. Funny now? Yes, no? And you're okay, we can play that game. What happened to the last person that muted themselves?
Is what you're saying, Matrix, that the he's claiming that the refraction is actually moving the horizon in front to behind where it should be, and he's not explaining that?
Correct.
And to jump in right quick, let's bring some clarity to what's happening right now. Who actually sets the horizon line? Let's ask this question. Anybody? Like, what is the horizon line? We have to know that the horizon line is based on the person perceiving it. You set that relationship, right? You gain altitude, that horizon line goes further out away from you. You come back down to the ground, it comes back into you. Tangential relationship. So from a standpoint, as Brother Matrix was just saying, we use the identification of the Black Swan at that marker where the horizon line should be. If we're dealing with a hard sphere, if we're dealing with a hard horizon, we don't find that because we can actually see the rigs off in their distance without issue. Thanks.
Well, yeah, I'd like to hear Euclidean's response on the apparent shift of the horizon from in front to behind, and how that lines up with refraction, or how he justifies that.
The problem with Euclidean trigonometry, child, is he put his fingers in his ears when he doesn't want to listen to things, so he can just sit there and go, "Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that," or "I missed that," so he can stay muted and miss the whole lot.
Or say, la, 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 I can't hear you making sense because I'm too busy trapped in a spheroid claim of something I don't totally understand front to back, and I'm standing upon a foundation made of sand.
Yeah, the Globies literally have to claim that the oil platforms, right, are behind the horizon, right? Because that geometric horizon cannot move, right? Unless you change the observer height, it can't move. So they have to say there's a geometric horizon and there's another horizon behind the oil platforms, right? You can't have two freaking horizons.
And this is why I said, like, let's strip it down to the bare minimum and talk about at least the thing that's in contention here, which seems to be the horizon line. Okay, fine. So let's again double down on who sets the horizon line. Guess what? The person perceiving the horizon sets the horizon line. I don't know if that's a newsflash to some people, but every time we move around, that horizon line updates. You can't escape that.
Yeah, I get the refraction would lift things up, but I understood Matrix point is like he's not just lifting up, it's shifting it from in front to behind, and I never heard like
That's the problem. If it was lifting up, I get that. Refraction causes things to bend up and bend down. I've got no issue with that in any way, shape, or form. But if that's the case, then everything is getting lifted up or pushed down. Either way, it doesn't matter. Not just picked up and moved.
And that's from a standpoint, again, right? And if we're dogpiling, I'll withdraw. And let me know if this is too much. But if we look at the Skunk Bay observation as refraction working, we know two things. We know the camera is on a pedestal. It's steady. We know that the bay itself ain't moving. So what we then can conclude from a if this then that, the only thing that can be causing the quote muddying of the waters, if you will, is the introduction of additional water within the medium that is between your eye or the camera, the aperture, and Skunk Bay. That's the only thing that's a fair concession if you're not willing to totally take on refraction and how it works. Refraction can move stuff around, but it can't move the object itself to an entirely different location.
National Geographic Society definition of horizon, right? What is a geometric horizon? It says the visible boundary between the earth and the sky. Right? What's that?
No, brother DJ, I was just going to say, and if we were inside maybe a warehouse, right, with a crazy long hallway where the floor meets the ceiling, but either way, the thing overhead meeting the thing that you're standing on. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say, right, like they have to have a geometric horizon at a set distance if the Earth's a globe, right? So just say you have that black swan observation, the geometric horizon has to be at 1.22 miles away. Right, you just hypothetically remove all the atmospheric conditions, right? That geometric horizon line has to be at 1.22 miles. It cannot move unless you change the observer height, right? So you add back in the atmosphere and whatnot, right? That geometric horizon's still there. It still has to be there, right?
And that's ultimately when they give us the 3959 claimed radius. Guess what? That leading edge of that 3959 radius is this hard edge that we're looking for, right? This thing that doesn't show up when we go higher in elevation, right? Or sorry, go up at this, well, not really elevation, go up in altitude actually. We're still able to see out further. There's no hard edge that stops us from being able to see beyond the limits of a quote-unquote hard edge, this leading edge of the 3959 claimed radius.
Yep.
And to boot,
if it's not the visible boundary between the Earth and the sky, it's not a horizon. So there is no geometric horizon.
And when we say there's no geometric horizon, that would be synonymous with we can't find that curve. We can't find that drop over distance. We can't find that 1% over 100 miles that gives us a 1 mile drop over a 100 mile travel. It's not there. Not even 1%. And you could also say the at sea level, that murking of the refraction that we see, the Skunk Bay observation, if you will, you could say that that's the 14.7 pounds per square inch in action, the 1 bar pressure observed in action, right? Condensing, if you will, because uncondensed gas would, no, sorry, I'm going to mess this up. Condensed gas would be water, precipitation, raindrops, things of that nature. But uncondensed would just be invisible air, so to speak.
So yeah, I was reading up a bit on sinking refraction as well, and it usually happens right when it's like a more clear day, right? So if someone's seeing sinking refraction and they're like, "Oh, the cranes aren't as bendy," right? Because it's more common on a clearer day to have the sinking refraction. It's where you've got cooler air overlying warmer air. Most common like early in the morning or late in the afternoon, and most commonly happens over large bodies of water.
Which makes a lot of sense because, sorry, I'm finishing a bite. Apologies. That makes a lot of sense because when you set, let's say, the oven 425 degrees, put in some chicken nuggets or something. But you open up that door, and if you look at it just at the right angle, you'll see the numbers on the back of the panel start to kind of move around, start to dance. Now we know that heat rises, so rising, I guess, would it be rising refraction at that point, DJ? The opposite?
Yeah, it's like when the opposite vertical temperature gradient is happening, right? When you've got warmer air closer to the surface of the water, and then you've got a cooler layer of air higher up.
Right. Lensing. Love it. Thanks for that, brother.
So, do you guys claim that looming refraction doesn't happen?
No, absolutely not. It definitely happens. It's just the opposite of sinking.
You just claim that it can't bring things over the horizon?
I haven't seen a demonstration on a smaller scale when someone's been able to prove that it makes you be able to see like over a physical obstruction. Yeah, I'd like to see that demonstrated without begging the question, if you know what I mean. You know, I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'd just like to see it demonstrated.
All right.
So let me ask you guys a question. And brother DJ, you can probably like help this along, but our brother who's asking about refraction can also take this on. So this morning I'm heading back home from the gym. I look up in the western sky. Now, it's about 9 a.m. at this point. The sun has risen in the eastern sky. But I look up and about 45, maybe 60 degrees above the horizon is the moon. And I'm like, holy crap. Now, apparently, the Glober's explanation for this is that would be refraction working, where you have the moon present and the sun in the same sky, and through refraction, the moon is able to relocate itself from below the horizon line to 60 degrees above the horizon line. I don't know how that's possible. I can understand that. It doesn't look like that moon is something that's being relocated. It looked like the real moon that I've come to know over the last 45 years. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, if I've incorrectly steelmanned your position. Globy, if anybody can answer that.
What did you observe about the moon? Where was it exactly?
Bro, it was in the western sky, 60 degrees above the horizon.
Mm-hmm. And that contradicts the globe? Where was it supposed to be?
Yeah, I'd love to hear this.
I mean, what time of... Where do you think it was supposed to be at this time?
9:30 a.m., heading back. I'm in the I'm north of the equator. I'm in Ontario, Canada. Again, the sun was present, eastern sky, and the moon was present in the western sky, 60 degrees above.
I don't know. What is the problem with this?
I'm seeing it as I understand it. Now, it works as I understand it, no problem. I can't figure out how it works when our friends in Australia are supposed to be seeing the same two celestial bodies at the same time when they're on the opposite side of a ball. and I'm observing level, and I know that they're observing level too. I can't make sense of diverging or converging plumb lines when I'm observing all this stuff in the sky and then seeing this level observation on the surface. It blows my mind to know this works on a ball. I have no idea how this works on a ball.
So were people on the other end of the Earth seeing the same? Were you saying that they were seeing the moon as well?
Yeah, I was seeing a full moon in the north. It was pretty much due north at about, I don't know, 45 degrees or something.
Big homie in the chat. Sorry.
Yeah, and he can see it in Canada in the west at the same time.
Mm. All right.
And like when I'm looking at the full moon, it just looks like the moon is like I'm looking at its face, you know, and that anyone on the other side of it, like someone in Canada, would have to see the other side of it, sort of thing. It's logically, but he can see it in the west, and it's full moon. And I can see it in the north in Australia, and it's like, yeah, I can't figure that out on any model.
And the thing about it is, we see the same dark spots, like the same pattern, right? The face, like we agree that the moon turns like a wheel on a car, but there's definitely, it doesn't rotate. You go to Google right now and look up full moon, and they show it to you rotating like on an axis, and I think to myself, wow. Bro, Google's even showing you the fallacy right in front of your face. Poor you for believing it. My.
I mean, I don't see the problem with that either.
You gotta listen, brother. Again, like you gotta remember when you rebut to things. Not to say people judge you, but when you're not able to conceptualize it, it means like you can't build it in your head. Now you got to understand, right? Daz and I know that level is a thing because we both talked about construction. We both talked about the Symphony Opera House down in Australia off the coast, right? We know that thing is built level. We know that the CN Tower 45 minutes away from me was built level. I know when I go up the side of the CN Tower, the horizon line gets further away from me. And I know, right, that there's no curve that shows up at a 100-mile distance that would give me even a 1 mile drop that's supposed to be there, right? So it's all these things that literally, in your mind's eye, leads you to, when you're honest with yourself, you realize you're dealing with a plane of existence within a containment due to the measurement being presented. But us being able to observe celestial bodies up in the sky at the same time, bro, that puts us on a planet Earth with the lights in the sky doing their thing.
I mean, I guess I'd have to look closer at the geometry of it. I don't know if it's that implausible.
Let me ask you this. Oh, sorry.
Well, because there are definitely places above the Earth, like there are definitely places above the Earth where Canada and Australia are both visible.
Okay. Who am I talking to? Wait. Where's your name at? Who is it?
Artio.
All right. So, just from a standpoint of observing level, what is your understanding of that?
In what context? What do you mean? But like,
we go to the hardware store. Like, what's your local tool shop? If you need to buy a screwdriver, a hammer, or something, where would you go? So don't say Amazon. Hell, you could do it on Amazon. Actually, nah, who am I kidding? But like, if you had to go to a tool shop and buy a level,
yeah.
Now, you ever seen a level in use?
Yeah.
So you're familiar with what it does.
Yeah, of course.
All right, bet. So when you go from your one location, and maybe you take that level, a 6-foot level, let's say, or we don't have to be that big, maybe a 4-foot level, and you drop it on your kitchen counter and you observe level, because when you pour water, the water is just going to kind of sit on top of that countertop. Yeah. But you then take that level that you buy at the tool shop, drop it on top of the countertop, and you're like, yep, it's level. Now, you're going to go literally from every single kitchen, from place to place, township to township, so on and so forth, right? Canada, United States of America, you're going to go down to Brazil, you're going to go to Tokyo, you're going to go to every single kitchen that you find, and you're going to drop this 4-foot level down, and you're like, bro, level, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think a ball starts to come into play with you literally observing up and down the whole way? Because that's ultimately what it boils down to, right? You're observing level. The bubble is trying to get out of the canister, and the green liquid is trying to drain out the bottom. But you're just seeing up and down the two directions you're seeing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You agree, or like I'm kind of listening and guys just kind of lulling me to sleep? So I've been accused of that too. So
come on. I thought I just thought you had something more to say.
No, I'm trying to hold you accountable to the line of questioning that I'm engaging you with it.
So, I mean, based on those observations alone, there's no reason to there's no reason to posit a globe. But those aren't the only observations we have.
But I'm asking you, right? You and I just walked through that line of observations, right? Now I'm going to ask you, what other observations do you want to bring to the table that we could talk about? Because this is where we have to get very specific with the evidence we're looking at. So my evidence that I just presented to you would be called direct evidence. So I'd like to know what kind of evidence you would like to bring forward and see what we can work out together if you're willing to. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be when I can answer those questions.
Sorry, say again, brother? I missed it.
I said I've got to go right now, but I'll be back at some point and I can answer those questions.
I wish you well. It was a pleasure. Take care.
So you're saying because you bring a level to all different places all over the world and you observe the level that there's no reason to think that you're on a ball? Is that basically what you were saying?
Exactly it, Mushkane. I've only been able to observe up and down that entire time. So I'm going to stick with what
a level is using Plum, and Plum, is using the vector of down to reference a horizontal. So at every vertical, you're going to have a horizontal.
Very good. Yes, I totally agree with you. Okay, hold. Are you going to wait? Do you have more to say, or?
Yeah, I was still going.
I bet. So from the standpoint of that, I totally agree with you. We observe level, right? Perpendicular to that is plumb. So we have plumb and level confirmed in all of those different locations. Again, Canada, United States of America, Brazil, Australia, Tokyo, Japan.
I was saying a level is plumb. Like that's what it's using the vector of down.
Yeah. And I agree with you. Like I said, right? Throughout that entire way, when we've been observing level, we've been observing up and down.
Yeah, so on a ball, it would what you're saying is that the vector of down is giving you that horizontal reference from the vertical, which would, and then you would say, well, the vector of down, that's gravity. So then you would just be arguing, you'd just be arguing gravity.
No, we would be arguing, and if again, we're going to be completely honest with what we're doing, we're going to be observing converging plumb lines. That's the first thing, right? So with the observation of converging plumb lines to this magical epicenter where the magma lives, we have to then understand how we have converging plumb lines, though we've observed up and down the entire way by observing level on our local kitchen countertop. It's like literally when I say to you guys, a square peg to a round hole. It's literally that.
Evening.
Evening. Welcome.
Up.
Much, man. What brings you in here?
Don't know. Just curious to talk to people
Cool. Have you been in this channel before?
about some of the more, the more delicate political. Because I've noticed that there's multiple leftists in this, in this group, in this server.
Well, we're here to talk about flat Earth. Where's your curvature?
Huh?
You got an opinion on flat Earth, globe Earth? What's your opinion on that? That's what the room's about.
I mean, I can't really be sure. I don't really know, honestly.
Well, when you go outside and you experience like life every day, like what does it feel to you? Flat or does it feel round?
I mean, rather flat, but like honestly, I don't really care about physics or space. I've never given a shit about space, and I'm not really sure if it even exists. So,
Get out of here.
what? I mean, I'm pretty sure that this world is the only thing that exists. I don't believe in planets.
Yeah, dude, when I was a glober, I wasn't really, I wasn't the biggest glober, going around. I was always kind of like, what? I was never really... Yeah, it was always a bit of a head-scratcher sort of thing. You see these things about NASA and black holes and meteors maybe going to hit us, and it's kind of like, really? So when I realised the space is fake because of its natural law, it's like, well, obviously, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, why would God create space? I don't understand it. It serves
why
no
would he put
purpose.
us? Why would he put us on a ball and spin it 1,000 miles an hour like he's
that's silly,
crazy, like he's a crazy kid or something playing with a top?
I think space is just atheist propaganda.
I like this guy.
And the people who run, the world, we all know who I'm talking about, might have a word in that also.
That's bait.
What? I mean, they're schemers. They want to deceive people, right? I mean, I'm not gonna name drop them, but everyone smart enough will figure out. Who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I love conspiracy theories. But when I was a glober, there was this conspiracy that really got me hooked in, and it was called the Lucifer Project. So the idea was to ignite send some sort of explosive probe into Saturn and ignite it, because it's just a big ball of gas. So if you can, so the idea was that if you can ignite it somehow, that it would become like a sun. It would become like a nuclear generator or some shit, and it'd be like a second sun in the sky. I'm like, wow, that's really trippy. And then this thing comes on where they're going to crash Cassini into Saturn, and I was like, and everyone's like, oh, whoa, what's going to happen? And nothing happened, but it was kind of like, what are they doing, man? You know? And it just really tripped me out. Why are they crashing it into Saturn?
Who was trying that?
That was the Cassini probe. So it flew around Saturn, took all these photos, and then they said, oh, we're just going to crash it into Saturn now. So they just let it go into Saturn and like explode. This was a while ago. It was like 10 to 15 years ago. Planet X got me sucked in. I used to follow this site. It was called, what's it, GE Earth or something, this dude. And he's a kind of serious dude, and he was sure that Planet X was going to show up. And he had this big countdown, and there's all these other people around him that were like, yeah, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And the day it happened, and the day that was supposed to happen, it didn't happen. And his site disappeared, and all his sites disappeared. I was like, well, that was weird.
Are there any voids here?
Any what, sorry?
Are there any voids here?
Any voids? What's that? Sorry?
A void, a toilet.
Oh, a what? A forward?
No, a void.
As in
Freud.
FOID?
F-O-I-D.
No, a void, a femoid.
Yeah, as in FOID, yeah. Yeah, he's basically using like MGTOW language to describe women.
What do you mean incel language? Are you kidding me?
I didn't say incel. It's funny that you heard incel because I didn't say it.
Because I'm kind of fucking tired of people saying it, that's why I hear it.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't say incel. I said MGTOW.
What did you say? Foid? F-O-I-D?
Yeah, it means femoid, which is like a way of, I guess, dehumanizing women.
Yeah, a femoid, a toilet.
It means what?
It means toilet.
Toilet?
It doesn't mean toilet.
You know, a toilet.
It doesn't mean toilet. He's lying to you.
No, do you not know what toilet means in internet language?
Yeah, femoid is not what a toilet is.
A femoid is a toilet is another word for femoid. But not like the toilet in the actual sense, but in the metaphorical
So back
sense.
to
Is
flat
that some
Earth.
weird female conspiracy theory? What are you talking about?
You talk like this on a date?
You know, obnoxious creatures, that's what a void is. A toilet.
Yeah.
And they should not have the right to speak.
Yeah, dude, this is not the place for that. So, you going to talk about flat Earth, or do you want to fuck off?
Very well stated, brother.
You sound bitter and drunk, Ravi.
Oh my god.
So, Drunk, what says you about the shape of this place that we're in? Sphere or planar?
A what? A what?
Sphere, that means like a basketball, or planar, like a piece of paper.
I don't think it's neither. I think that's everything that exists. This world is everything that there is. There is no space.
Okay, there is no space. That's a very valid statement. Can you push forward without saying that everything is everything?
I mean, I don't believe in space, and I don't believe in the world being a flat pizza just floating through space, you know?
Okay, so the insertion of the floating pizza is a bit of a straw man if you're going to go there. Is there anything that tells you that we're in fact moving, or are we stationary?
No. I don't believe that the world is a planet that is just moving. And I think it's just everything that there is, you know? There's nothing more than this. And maybe hell and heaven, but you can't see that.
Bet. So you agree then that the Earth is in fact a stationary topographical plane then, is that correct?
Yes.
Wicked. Welcome to the community.
The tiny hat people want to push space ideology on us.
Yeah, there's no flat earthers are claiming like a disk planet in space.
I mean, I've heard about some insane people who claim that.
You'll hear about it, but it's usually just in like bullshit
Yeah, it's kind of
YouTube
used in
videos.
offensive than people who believe in flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's like lying about what people in flat Earth believe to make them look stupid.
Yeah, to
when
ridicule them. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody thinks that.
Oh, it's so cold. I hate this shit.
Your opinion of Little Hat people is definitely jaded and obscured by imposters. Thanks.
The hell is the vegan room? What the hell? Probably a bunch of admins in there. Not preferable to me. Certainly not. Oh no! I've spotted a Jew.
Wow.
They're usually leftists, the ones who carry on like that too.
Yeah, the kind of shtick is that one acts that badly, and then another one points out all of the anti-Semitism that he's seen on the on the channel or whatever, and then turns out that actually it's just them framing other people. But yeah, okay, cool.
Hey.
So where's this Xanthocleon? What do you believe has been proven by the sun doing something?
You got proven wrong.
I got proven wrong.
Dude, you didn't listen, heretic. You don't even know the shape of the Earth, man.
Listen, I'm not heretic.
Oh shit, so Matrix.
Yeah, how did I get proven wrong?
You don't even know the shape of the Earth. What's the shape of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth?
How about you take a breath, and when you start a conversation with "you got proven wrong," I'm assuming you're carrying on a conversation of something that I've claimed. Now, all I've claimed is when I go outside, in reality, I don't see curvature and I don't feel spin. So, I'd like to know how that, with your 24-hour sun, does what? Means what?
Dude, you guys made the claim. It was disproven, real life.
Okay, so
that's all there is to it.
Go back. What claim?
You guys made the claim that there is no 24-hour sun.
I heard that bit. We got that bit. You said you guys made the claim.
The conversation
I'm
ended.
asking the question. I need you to clarify. What claim did you guys make? And even better still, who made a claim and what was the claim made?
The claim was made by a flat earther saying that there does not exist.
That just narrows it down a little bit. You're in a flat earth room. So who made a claim and what was the claim made?
I'm talking about the flat earther community. What are you talking about, Matrix?
So you're just going to compartmentalize everyone and say, because one person said something stupid, I'm going to put everyone
Actually,
in the
multiple
same
people said this, actually. Multiple people said this.
Excellent. So you could name one.
What have we said?
Yeah, I got to look it up. Wait, let me look it up.
So I can't get out of him what was said, Jedi, and he's now going to look up the person that made a claim. Wow.
Yeah, these are all flat earthers, by the way. These are all flat earthers.
Well, that's also a claim yet to be proven.
These are famous flat earthers who are in actual YouTube videos. Who are famous, who's been on news.
They must be famous. They're on YouTube.
Okay. Interesting about famous flat earthers, people that have been demonstrated to be idiots in the past. They don't speak for everybody just because you see them on YouTube.
Hang on a minute. 24/7's on YouTube. We must be famous.
Hey. Yeah, I'm a flat earther. I don't say that.
But he's been on debates. It's got like millions of views. How do you not know this? Dude, you guys aren't even flat earthers. You guys are a bunch of like beta flat earthers.
You're weird.
This one is definitely broken in the head.
Another broken.
Dude, you guys are nobody compared to that guy. He's a flat earther. You guys are nobody. You guys don't even know the shape of the earth. You guys don't even know the shape of the earth.
Dumbasses on YouTube, it doesn't mean anything. Any knuckle dragger can get on YouTube and make a video.
Yeah, but no knuckle dragger would get millions of views. If you guys posted yourself on YouTube, you'd have like hundreds of views. That's it.
All you need to do is be female and willing to lower your top a bit, and you can get
exactly. These are all assumptions. See, you don't know anything. You guys are a bunch of.
I need you to breathe a little bit, sunshine.
Guys, you can calm down. It's not that difficult to get views on YouTube, I promise.
Well, can you please tell our friend down the bottom that? He's got some idea that intelligence means YouTube views.
Intelligence does not equal views. I'm a fucking retard and I get loads of views on YouTube.
Ooh.
Okay.
So at least it's given our friends some time to look up and see who made these claims.
I got muted because I'm right. You guys are all wrong.
No, you got muted because you're an idiot and you were talking shit.
No, I wasn't. How was I talking shit? How was I talking shit?
Yeah, you're talking shit. Now, all we were after, let's get back on track. Who made the claim and what was the claim made in order for you to necessitate you come flying in here You are all wrong.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so a lot of flat earther community. His name is Flat Earth Dave. His name is Flat Earther Dave.
Never
So he's wrong. So Dave's wrong.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's a flat earther community. He was proven wrong. He's made a claim that there is no 24-hour sun. He was proven wrong. You guys are nobodies. You guys are literally nobodies.
Are you talking to your mom right now?
I'm talking to your mama.
He's talking to you.
You
No,
gotta
he's
be
actually
talking in the
talking
mirror
to you.
right
He's not talking. He didn't sound like he
You
was
gotta be
talking
sitting in a room full of
to
mirrors.
his mom.
Resulting into insults. Resulting into
Who are you
insults.
funny to? The group of yourself? In a room of mirrors you're sitting in?
Oh yeah. Why are you
You're sitting in
resulting
a room
to
of mirrors.
3. And Demox,
Xanthem, you have a fucking flat cock.
Now,
Well done. Flat cock.
right, we've got
That's all
some
I'm saying.
control in here. Xanthem, pull your head in. You haven't won anything. You'd be lucky to win a chook raffle if you bought all the tickets. Now, your call cry when you came in was you're all wrong because someone made a claim. Now, we've got it out of you. Who made the claim? Flat Earth Dave. Personally, I've never met him. I've never spoken to him on Discord or anything like that. I don't really care what claims he makes. I'm pretty sure he represents himself as a true earther, whatever that is. So if a true earther is running around making claims, go into the true earther server and tell them that they're wrong.
That's what I would do.
Well, okay, cool. Why did I have to be silenced? I was asking. I'm not with that guy. Who was,
Yep, I get that. The reason
maybe
for
trolling.
it is it's because audio chaos. People can't hear what's going on when there's two people yelling at each other and then third and fourth decide to yell over the top. So that's
okay. That makes sense. Sure. But my question was, right? So it doesn't matter whether you know Flat Earth Dave or not, right? Because like everyone is like okay, go see it for yourself. There were multiple flat earthers who were there. There were globe earthers who were there, sure, of course, right? But the thing is, there's also 24/7 camera video. There's time lapse proven this, and like it's like, and also not to even like get beyond the point where a lot of times a lot of you guys were saying before, maybe you're going to try to reject this, but a lot of you guys were saying before we can't even go to Antarctica due to an Antarctic treaty,
Well,
which
actually,
I would
that's a
always
lot
say
of
like, no,
bullshit.
you can. That is bullshit, because like that's like what
I know
people
that
would say
because
that
I've
ice
always
world.
wanted to go down
But,
there
I'm
because
not.
there's actually a peninsula you can go to, and it cost, last time I checked, it was about $28,000. It's probably higher now. You can
No,
go
it's
down
like,
to
it
the
was
peninsula
the trip cost like
and sit and
41,000.
look at penguins and shit.
Well, no, their trip cost like 41,000.
Yes,
Right.
but what you don't understand is you've taken out of context what was actually said. You just can't go on free range down in Antarctica. You can go on guided tours. We don't dispute that. Anyone can contact a travel agency and go and do it tomorrow, as long as you're happy to pay for it. But
Do you
if wish to
understand?
free range? If you wish to
Do you understand the dangers in like actually exploring Antarctica when it comes like because like so okay, one big thing that you have to worry about.
Okay, stop for a second. You can't even do it in an aeroplane. You're not even allowed just to fly across the bastard. That's how strict it is. So
Do
you're
you know how
telling me
far
of
that
all
is?
these dangers, and you're going to tell me how cold it is, and how there's ravines, and how the snow will drop out from
To
under
get to the South
all
Pole,
these
we're talking about going to the South Pole.
non sequitur things, but you're
That's
not
not
even allowed to
non-sequitur.
fly over the bastard. That's
He hasn't been there. He hasn't been to the South Pole that he's telling us it's so fucking easy to go to, and he knows all this
No, I
stuff
didn't
about.
say it's. I said it's possible to go there. I didn't say it's easy.
Why don't you
we
go there
don't
then?
disagree with you. Nothing's stopping you. You're not chained to a
Okay, so here's one of the biggest concerns for me personally. crevasses. That's a big deal. You have
What
to
the
have
fuck
like
are you talking about?
like a good. Have you ever? You've never been like. Have you ever been like high altitude mountain climbing before?
I just want to know how long you stayed in Antarctica at the South
Okay,
Pole.
so like
for you to know all these facts to tell us about how dangerous it is down there.
crevasses.
Somewhere
That's
you've never been.
So let me
Pretty
get
weird,
this
isn't it?
straight. There's a plateau down there that's
but
the largest one.
So here's like one of the
And you're
the
telling me
biggest,
all about crevasses. That
Okay, yeah, no, because I
That's
talked about
awesome.
dangers, right? Here's the biggest one. Crevasses.
No, the reason you're talking about dangers is because it's a red herring trying to drag
It's not
us
a red
away.
herring.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
The reason it is because no one gives a fuck. You're trying to make out the claim that it's all locked down and controlled because
I'm
of
not
all
ma-
these dangers.
I didn't make the
we
claim.
don't
I
care.
didn't say that. I
One
didn't
of the
say
other
it's
reasons
locked
it's
down and
locked down and
controlled.
controlled is because of animal protection and shit like that.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
But
yeah, sure.
no,
So let's
well,
get back to the true story. Number one, we don't claim
There's
you
different-
can't
there
go
can be-
to, and no, you're not going. No, don't do that. We don't claim you cannot go to Antarctica. We know you can. You can do guided tours down to there. We've known that for years. I've already said I want to go down there, so I can go and look at penguins and shit, or I can do it the lazy way and just let the bastards come up to Tasmania or wherever they come up to. What you cannot do is go free range exploring down there without a lot of fucking around. And one of the guys has already looked into it, and it costs a metric shit ton. By the time you deal with the Australian government, and by the time you go through the hoops, loops, and fucking around, it costs about $250,000. So, no one's saying you cannot go down there.
Okay.
So
That's
now,
not, that
as
wasn't.
we are,
okay.
your
I
24-hour
said
sun
some people
proves
said
what?
that. I said some people. You said it. You like okay.
Yeah, stop.
That's
We don't
not my
care.
claim.
We don't care.
That's not my claim.
So
my claim is
your
like
next
we're not
concern.
talking about just
Move
going
along.
to Antarctica.
Move along or you're going to get nuked.
I was talking about going to the South Pole.
Yeah, so will we.
Okay, on foot. And like actually,
Unless you, what are you going to walk on water now? You're Jesus now, are you? What's the fucking go?
no. Well, I mean, at some parts, it
Listen,
can
you're
be-
babbling. How about you just get on to the main story?
No. That's why I was talking about the dangers.
We
like
don't care.
crevasses, dude.
Oh no! You see, again, we don't care. Get
What do
on
you
with
mean
the
you don't
story.
care? Do you know the?
Listen. Unless you're going to tell me something really cool about penguins with laser eyes, we don't care about crevasses and shit. Get on with the fucking story. People went to Antarctica. That's great. What happened down there that I really give a fuck about? That's going to change my life.
Okay, what happened there is that the sun was like there was a 24-hour sun.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Under the summer solstice.
Hell yeah!
As like literally like how the global Earth model predicts, and you cannot replicate in the most common flat Earth map.
You can't replicate? There are no flat Earth maps. They're all globe projections. You're the one that can't replicate it, stupid.
What do you mean I can't?
Show me the map. Show me your favorite globe map on how the sun works in Antarctica. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Do what you just said couldn't be done for us.
Do you really like?
I don't listen. Stop talking. We don't want to hear what you make up, loose lips. Get the fucking map.
Make
how
up.
the sun works in Antarctica on the map. Or shut up, Glober.
Okay. It doesn't matter what I say.
No, it matters
to
what
find
you
some
show.
reason why I'm wrong.
Pappas, we want you to use your brain. For your convenience, at 41 past the hour in text chat, there's a whole page of maps there. You put on that map, like Demok said, your son's path.
My son? My sun. So the sun
24-hour
doesn't
sun.
exist? It's my
So,
sun.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you a little secret. A week ago, the Earth was measured flat. They saw a 24-hour sun. The Earth is still measured flat.
Holy crap.
So, as you can see, we don't care what the sun does. So you've probably dropped into the wrong room to tell people that the sun has some magical effect on the ground.
I didn't say that, but like you would.
You also don't know the sun's path for your own globe model. He's giving you the maps.
Yes,
He's giving you the maps, and you haven't drawn shit yet, have you?
What?
Globe guy who only knows how it can be done on a globe. He put maps in there. Draw the sun's path around Antarctica. From where to where? How does it get there? Where does it go afterwards? Show us. On the map. That was your claim. It only works on you with you, Glober. You're the only one that knows how.
I'm the only one who knows how.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Right.
Only a Glober knows how. I'm a flat earther, so apparently I don't know how to draw how the sun works on your globe map. Only you do. So do it.
No, you're a flat earther. Apparently you can't accept like new information. And
no, I don't draw on globe maps that don't exist. Why would
we've
I?
accepted the new information, and now we're trying to make it more convenient for you. We've offered you a whole truckload of Globetard maps there. I think there's, 260?
Globetard? What do you mean Globetard, dude?
And now, all we're
you don't have
asking
to be
is you
so
to draw the
condescending. I'm not
sun's
being
path.
condescending with you guys.
All we're asking you
Yeah,
to
you are.
do is draw the sun's path on one of the quite well-known Globetard maps. That's it.
Why is that so hard? Get a marker. Make a fucking line on there. How the sun works. Why is it so hard, bro?
What do you mean? You're asking me to like actually like.
I'm asking you to do what your claim was. You said there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica that only works on a globe. Those are all globe maps. Can you please show us what you're talking about?
The question was, how do you make that?
No, there is no question. You're supposed to prove your point. You came in here to prove what the 24-hour sun does on your globe map. And if you can't demonstrate that, what the hell was your point in the first place to come in here and talk?
I can demonstrate it, but like.
Excellent.
Why
So
are you
get one of
waiting?
the maps, or we don't care which one you choose.
You can Google that. Like that's like.
No, we can't, because you ain't. What are you waiting on?
You made a claim that the sun does something for 24 hours. We've got no problem with that. All we want you to do is draw the path of the sun on one of those many, many maps. Surely you could do that. It's not hard. Here's the map. Draw the sun's path. That's it. That's all you're after, Demok, yeah?
Yes. Just the sun's path on that map for Antarctica. Yes, sir.
Just draw a line.
Isn't that the point? That's the point in contention, right? That's what he came to the room with. We're all dumb. We're all wrong, the other guy. And this gentleman said why. It's because blah, 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 flat earthers, Antarctic sun, 24 hours. Now he's going to demonstrate what he was talking about. And he can't? Isn't that sad?
You guys had any, like, if you guys had any answer for that on, like...
We're waiting for your answer, Globe Master.
We just want your map with the line on it. That's it, bro.
My map?
Simple.
It's
Come on.
So, like,
Globe Master.
You've just realised you don't have a model.
No, I do have a model.
Excellent. So,
the thing is, my model...
one of those maps would be it.
Okay. All right. So, like, what I can do, I can show, like, the trajectory of the sun, of sunlight, in, like, a specific area.
No. We want it drawn on a map.
But then,
we
like,
want it drawn on a map.
It's not a map.
Look, we're going to help you. Look, you're not listening, bro. We need you to listen carefully. Pick a map. We don't care which one. We're not overly fussed. Pick a map. Draw the sun's path that shows us the 24 hours loop-de-loop around Antarctica. That's it. You don't have to go over the top. We're not expecting you to colour it in or do anything fancy. Just draw a line.
Dude, I can draw a line on a map that shows like the area closest to South Pole where the sun
No. We just want you to draw it on the map. We gave you a whole truckload of them to choose from. That's it.
Like, do you understand that these are...
No, Hablis, do you understand what we want you to do? Yes or no?
So I can't just model that.
Yes or no?
I can model what it does on a map.
Okay, this is how this game's going to work. I'm going to unmute you. You are going to answer yes or no to the question. Do you understand what we want you to do? Yes or no?
What you want me to do?
Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Right, good.
I have.
So, now that you understand it,
This is
please
not
go
how.
and do it.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Are you fucking no? Like actually, can I actually just
go
like
and do it? We offered you a whole page full of maps to choose from. You're the one spruiking about this 24-hour sun bullshit, which apparently proves the ball. So they are all globe maps. Listen,
with the ball.
Hapless,
With the ball.
don't melt down on me now, bro. Oh, you're holding out pretty good.
No, I'm not holding out pretty
No,
good,
no,
'cause
don't
you're
do
not
it. I'm going to mute you. Just hold out for us, bro. We've offered you a whole page full of globe maps. They are legitimate globe maps. A whole page of them. Now, we want you to draw a line representing the path of your sun on that map. Or one of the maps. Pick one. It's all up to you, mate. All you got to do, pick a map, draw the line. That's it.
Am I unmuted?
No, I can still hear you. What do you think?
Well, I was just asking.
So you don't like the task?
No, it's not that. I just don't like.
You don't what?
I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah, no. We don't need explanations. We just need the picture with the line on it. That's it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, like honestly,
It'll explain for you.
No, it won't.
Why not?
No, it won't.
We said it will.
Yeah, okay, hold on.
No, you said it will. You guys are the ultimate authorities on like how the world works, right?
Yeah, we're the ones you came in here to talk to.
I don't claim to be the ultimate authority, but you claim to be struggling to do something that's extremely simple. So, grab the picture, or grab one of the maps, draw the line on it, and we'll see how you go. What's wrong, mate? You're coming to realize something.
You guys have a great day. There's no arguing with you. There's nothing. Like okay, I can draw you the fucking picture, but like at least let me explain any
Listen, Hapless,
anything.
The picture will explain itself.
What's up?
It won't. The picture will explain the trajectory, but like I'm sure you've already
That's what we want.
that.
That's what we need is how that goes there and leaves. Goes for 3 to 6 months, does its little circle path, and then leaves.
Okay. So like here's the thing, right? Like I'm gonna
Which map are you gonna pick?
Which map?
Which globe map are you gonna pick?
I'm just gonna pick a map of Antarctica.
Which one?
I'm gonna show.
We don't want
it's
just
literally gonna be.
No, we want the world map, brother. We want a map with all the land on it.
What I'm trying to explain to you guys.
You're going to show us with the drawing.
Hapless, breathe.
No, it's hard to breathe.
Hapless, you're getting excited again. We don't need you all excited because your microphone skitzes out.
Okay, all right. Can you please allow me to explain myself?
Slow down, mate. World map.
All right.
Sun trajectory. That's it.
Okay.
Do it. Come on, it's for your team, bro. You can do it.
Can you please allow me to explain myself?
There's nothing to explain.
No, there is a lot to explain. There is a lot to explain.
You've run out of crayons because you're eating them. That's about all you can explain to us.
What? No, I have more to explain. You're just not letting me say it. So listen. In order for me to like properly demonstrate this in like a diagram, right? It's not just drawing lines on a map of the Earth, right? The Earth and the Sun are two different bodies, two different celestial bodies.
Hold on a minute. You're telling me you came in here earlier, and so did your dickhead mate down the bottom who just got banned for whatever reason. You're telling me that on a flat Earth, the Sun and the Earth are connected, but on a globe Earth, they're two separate bodies.
They are two separate bodies, yes.
Oh dear. I hope this is not recorded because we wouldn't want to tell the rest of your global friends that.
What?
What?
Wait, what?
What?
You understand the Earth rotates around the sun like every other planet.
No.
Prove it.
What would be your reference for that?
Yeah. What are you
We
measuring?
definitely need a 3D ball and a little sun so we can see it go over Antarctica and North Pole, and then around the equator and around North Pole and Antarctica. During the whole year, you're going to demonstrate with a 3D ball in a lab, right? Now you got that ready?
Do you
you're full of demonstrations. I love you.
Do you understand why I said like I needed more than just to draw lines on a fucking map to convince you guys or whatever? Whatever that you want. I don't know.
Do you not know what we want?
I just asked your perspective. How does well, I guess 24-hour sun can work anywhere on the flat Earth model. I shouldn't have said that. I guess sure.
Pretty simple.
But why is it only on the poles? Like, why is it only on the poles and specifically during the summer and winter? The winter solstice on the North Pole and the summer solstice on the South Pole. Like, why?
Yeah. Why? I don't know why.
You can.
That's
why not anywhere else?
Well, I'm just going to keep talking. Don't know why.
Why don't you see 24-hour sun anywhere?
Brilliant. So why? Don't know why, but this is what we measure and this is what we observe. Yeah, we observe 2 rotational points throughout the seasons, the course of the year, of the sun and stars every night. And what do you mean this doesn't work on a flat surface? This is how we're going to measure them in the sky.
No. It's like, why is it like, okay, so 6 months from now, minus a few days, you're going to be able to observe the same phenomenon in the North Pole.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And like, here's the thing: like, the Earth has like a asynchronous type of rotation along like the orbit around the sun, right?
Okay. Why have you thrown that in there? At the moment, you're just pointing out observations, and now you're going to throw in a model in there. Why?
You know what?
What?
I really, you guys school me. I like go ahead and school me. I really don't have to.
Well, on that topic, but just to point out to you, it wouldn't be 6 months plus or minus a few days. It'd actually be technically exactly 6 months because today's the 21st. That means it's the solstice.
No, the solstice was a couple of days ago. That's why I said plus or minus. Plus a few days. I mean, minus a few days. 6 months.
Isn't the solstice the 21st? Am I wrong about that?
That is the time.
I'm pretty sure the solstice is today.
Yeah, it
depends on your time. It depends on your time zone. But
Depends on where you're at. Yeah, for some people it's already tomorrow, and for some people it's still yesterday.
I'm talking about when, like specifically when the 24-hour sun happens in Antarctica.
Yeah, for 60 days in Antarctica and 60 days in the Arctic.
Well, there's 1 day of 24-hour sun.
No, there's multiple days of 24-hour sun. What are you talking about?
In Antarctica?
Yes.
I think it's like 1.
No.
Maybe a little bit more than like maybe a day and a half. I'm pretty sure like it's not multiple days of 24-hour sun.
No, this is a Glober. The 24-hour sun stays up for about 2.5 months.
Actually, three to 4 in both. It's supposed to be 3 months in both, at least.
Oh shit. Oh well, never mind. I'm wrong there. Let me look that up.
So you're supposed to have how many days of sun?
No, I honestly thought that it was only like for like a couple of days.
No,
I didn't think that was like.
Isn't that weird that they only go down there for 1 day?
Night. Oh shit. Never mind. Yep, you're right.
Cool.
I've actually experienced 30 days of night in Alaska.
Yeah. So, for example, at the moment where the sun is going around Antarctica in the south, it's dark in the northern hemisphere, right? It's dark where you are. The sun's not there. You only see it for a short period of time throughout the day, and it seems to be very far away, low on the horizon.
and then eventually it'll go away like it has at the moment, and you'll be in darkness. So what happens in the Arctic circles, Arctic and Antarctic circle? 6 months, for 2 to 3 months of the year. It's fucking dark. 2 to 3 months of the year.
That also is like how we determine the poles, like dependent on. Okay, so like you have to also believe in gravity.
No, we determine.
You have to consider gravity and like our gravitational momentum. No. You have to like. Why did we determine the poles? Right? What are the poles?
Determine the poles.
What are the poles in the first place?
The celestial rotation in the sky. If we're talking about celestial pole or geographic north or south, celestial rotation in the sky. If we're talking about magnetic north and south, those are magnetic declinations.
No. I'm talking specifically about how do we determine what the poles are.
I've just told you.
Okay, it has to do with our our actual rotational momentum and like the rotation of the
sky. That's the rotation of the sky.
And it's based off of you don't believe in the poles if you believe in the flat Earth. It's not a thing.
No,
like
I'm pointing them out. What are you talking about?
Globe Earth idea.
I'm pointing them out to you. That in the sky, rotational points in the sky. Polaris, the North Star. In the north, they rotate from east to west in a clockwise type fashion. In the south, opposite rotation.
But the thing is, like, the way that we determine poles does actually have to do a lot with angular momentum and like angle, like the angle and like basically. Because like it's not just like we're not just like rotating around the sun. We're also spinning, right? So like the way that we do that, like you have to determine the gravitational gradient. I guess I'm trying to be like
gravitational gradient. What are you trying to be like, mate?
Sorry, I'm a Glober. Can I help out here?
Could you?
Go ahead. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
what he's telling you is correct. The celestial pole is the star in the North Pole, for example, is Polaris, upon which all other stars appear to rotate around from our perspective. And the celestial South Pole is the exact same thing on the other side of the globe. Magnetic North is where the compass will send you. And none of this has anything to do with gravitational gradients.
Well, I mean, I think there is like, well, sorry, I was talking more. I guess I was referring more to the gravitational poles.
Gravitational poles.
There are no gravitational poles.
There are. I mean, no, magnetic poles.
There's not a south magnetic pole.
Yeah, but they are actually kind of tied to gravity.
There's only one pole. There's the north.
The one pole. The one pole is the north.
Yeah, your compass works off north.
What's north on the flat Earth?
I don't know, man. Huh?
Gravitational north.
Don't know?
No, I didn't make it.
What's north? What do you mean?
So,
magnetic.
Like wait a minute. There's no. There's only a north pole.
No, I'm saying the compass points to north. It doesn't. There isn't no South Pole compass. Do you have one of those?
What do you mean? There's no South Pole? What are you talking
about?
There's
no South Pole.
No South Pole compass.
Do you know what a compass is?
Yeah, it points to north. Do you know how
compass works? No.
I'm looking for the south one.
And like it also points to south as well.
Show me.
The color part, the red part, usually there's a part that's red, and then the part that's white. That part
don't be a fucking idiot.
North. There's a point.
Don't be an idiot.
Oh, never mind. Good lord. The compass points to the south as well.
No. See, a compass follows field lines.
It points to south as well.
No.
I'm just saying I didn't make the compass, but I know there isn't a south pointing one.
What is a compass? What is a compass?
It follows the magnetic field.
Yeah. But like, what is the physical makeup of a compass? Is it not like an arrow? That's like kind of two sides.
That has a 300.
All right.
Yeah, we understand.
We're going to use some critical thinking.
You have a misconception about what a compass actually does. So it follows field lines. These field lines aren't necessarily all converging in a straight line towards north.
No, they're not. Because the Earth is why are they not convergent in a straight line? Why not?
Have you ever seen a magnetic field map, for example?
Okay, do you know what a magnetic field is? And why is the magnetic field generated?
Yes, I'm trying to
explain. Do you know what an inductor does?
Why?
Breathing, Sonny.
Okay.
Trying to explain.
Okay, all right.
Keep asking questions. Right, you seem eager to talk, but not so eager to listen.
You understand what a magnetic field is, right?
Hapless.
How it...
Hapless. Jedi's got a really quiet voice, and all I can hear is you saying dumb shit over the top.
Okay, all right. I'm going to talk...
Do yourself a favor. Just hold on. Do yourself a favor. Look in text chat 2 minutes past the hour and listen to Jedi.
Why am I saying dumb shit?
Do you see the map on the side, in the side chat? Matrix has posted magnetic field lines. Now you'll notice that the magnetic field lines don't go vertically up and down the page, pointing north and pointing south.
Right, I understand that.
Okay, good.
What are they like?
Hold on, I haven't quite finished.
Okay.
We understand that when we use compasses for these types of bearings, north, south, east, and west, we understand that when we navigate, we also have to do a thing called declination. Now, declination can be for a few reasons, but usually because we're trying to find celestial north. But ultimately, we understand that the magnetic field lines are not straight lines from north to south, as you can see in the image.
Right.
They converge. Do you see at the bottom right-hand corner?
Do you believe that the compass is pointing you to north?
My friend, excuse me. Do you see at the bottom right-hand corner underneath Australia a convergence and divergence points of the magnetic fields?
Why would you believe that the compass is pointing you north?
Is that south?
Wait, what? Repeat that. Sorry.
Is that south? That convergence points underneath Australia, the bottom right hand of the page. Is that south?
No, it's not south. It's south.
It's a magnetic convergence and divergence point. Right, there's one in the north, there's one in the south. They move.
Okay.
It's not as simple as just pointing your compass and saying that way is actually true north. It's not.
Oh, that's kind of like how you explained it. That was kind of how you were making it sound like you understood it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So, do you know what an inductor is?
No, what's an inductor?
Okay, so an inductor is it's a circuit component. It's like kind of like a it's like the opposite of a capacitor, but like it is. Whereas a capacitor stores excess energy in the circuit in an electrostatic field, right? A conductor stores excess energy in a electromagnetic field. The reason why I mentioned an inductor, that the whole magnetic properties, it tends to be like kind of be like a like kind of like a 3-dimensional type of that's why inductors, they don't really interact with DC voltage. They only it only matters if it has like a voltage and a phase, right? So like AC current. Sorry, not voltage, current. Doesn't matter with DC current. Go right past. You need the fucking resistors, right? But when it comes to inductors, it's also with a phase, and that's important. Like especially like when you see the field that it produces, right? When you see like representations of the field that it produces, it's a 3-dimensional field. and these are like, this is like really when it comes to large, like or even large objects, right, that have like a rotational momentum with a set, like a magnetic core, it's indicative of that.
Right. What's magnetic about the core?
The mineral makeup of it. The makeup of it.
Is the mineral makeup at a certain temperature? What is the mineral?
What's the mineral?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not about the core. Like, I guess that's like, it's like molten. It's like molten, like rock. I guess. I don't know. I don't know I'm not a geologist. Like, I don't know the exact mineral makeup, but I know it has it has a magnetic.
You know it has. So you understand that, say for example, iron that goes over a temperature, I think it's about 700 degrees with iron. Might be higher, but anyway, it goes over a temperature of 1,300 degrees. It's gone over its Curie point, which means it's turned from a solid into a molten metal. When it does that, it doesn't hold and can't sustain the magnetic field.
It can.
No, it can't.
It can.
That's what a Curie point is.
It can.
It can. So when it goes beyond its Curie point, where it loses its ability to have a magnetic field,
Iron
it can have the ability.
At a molten level, yes, it can.
Sorry, this is why I asked about
temperature. It retains the same magnetic properties.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Sorry, my friend.
It doesn't lose magnetic properties.
You're talking and you shouldn't be. Hapless, I want you to type into Google, at what temperature does iron lose its magnetic properties? Just type that in.
Okay, let me do that. I'll do that right now. Actually, I'll do that for everyone there.
Iron
loses
Google. Its magnetic properties at a very low temperature. And the reason I know this is I used to work at BHP at the steelworks. We used to squash iron into all different shapes. And whilst it was cooling, we couldn't use the electromagnetic cranes to pick it up and move it until it dropped below a certain temperature.
It doesn't. No. It doesn't completely lose the magnetic properties.
I was an apprentice.
It doesn't completely lose the magnetic properties. It depends on like how sensitive that. Never.
How sensitive it is. What sort of like chocolate and flowers and shit, or what?
It doesn't lose. It doesn't go away.
Every metal has its own Curie temperature, at which point it loses its magnetic properties permanently. And iron is, I think, 770 degrees, if I'm remembering that right. Sorry, I'm a go-over. I'm just keeping you honest, Hapless.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, every type of metal has a Curie temperature. That's what it's called, after Madame Curie. And iron is 770 degrees. And that's when it loses its magnetic properties permanently.
Is that Fahrenheit or Celsius?
770, I think, is Fahrenheit. Sorry, I'm an American.
No, it's Celsius.
Is it Celsius? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. We get those confused.
So
it's not going to sustain a magnetic field.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Iron. Then you also have nickel.
Oh, okay.
There's also nickel. There's what else makes up the core? Let me look. It's not just iron. I think it's mostly iron.
It's iron and nickel. You are correct.
Iron, nickel. Okay. What else? It's not just iron and nickel though. What makes up the core?
Primarily iron and nickel. I don't know about anything else.
Sulfur.
Oh.
And then there's also, seems like there's other alloys. All right, cool. Okay. All right, let's see. How would they discover the temperature of the core? I'm going to look at the experiment that does that. But
that's a good idea.
If I'm remembering my old science classes, the core itself does not produce the magnetic field because it's too hot. I think it produces an electric field, and then the layer outside of it interacting with that electric field is what generates magnetism.
So here's the thing. This is why I was mentioning like inductance, like like the electromagnetic field generated in an inductor. It's like kind of a similar concept, and you can relate this to like okay, what you were saying with the, because like I'm not a geologist, I'm not an earth scientist or whatever. I'm an electrician. I'm an engineer in the semiconductor industry. So like yeah, I'm not fully in depth. I know some basics, but I'm not fully in depth, and like a lot of those I haven't gone through those concepts in over 2 decades. But you know, honestly, I think this is good. I'm obviously not a material scientist either. Oh, Earth's core, 5,500 degrees Celsius. So yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. It's not the iron, but what about nickel? What temperature does nickel lose its magnetic properties?
Well, you can just Google that, my friend. You're probably going to come up with a lower value than iron.
See if it's a lower value. I think it would be.
Yeah, it's lower than iron. Nickel, I think, is almost.
I think
it's a little over half. I think nickel is around 400 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Nick. Yep.
The whole thing is like, I didn't think it completely lost its magnetic properties. I thought like it was just like reduced, like greatly reduced, like say like, okay, the difference between gravity, like, so like the force of gravity and like never mind. The difference between like the weak and the strong nuclear force. You know what I mean?
This one,
or like something like gravity, which like the difference between gravity and the strong nuclear force, where one is like kind of like it has more force at like a higher like close, and then like one is like really strong, but then it kind of like with distance it's exponentially weaker. That's why I assumed that the relationship between magnetism and heat of a material worked. But never mind. I guess I'm wrong about that. If it's like literally it just completely loses all of it at a certain temperature. Oh, yeah. I admit, I was wrong. Might be.
It's all right, mate. It's not like we know why there's a magnetic field. We just know that the story we're told specifically just about a molten iron core it can't really be that. Something else has to be going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we have a magnetic field, and it's not straight lines up and down, north or south, following longitude lines. It's wavy. Yeah, we can use compasses, but we have to understand that they're not 100% perfect. Yeah. Where are we going with all of this?
Probably not the best person to be talking about this. I'm very focused. Oh, you're right. 354 degrees Celsius. So about half. It doesn't come from the makeup of the metallic makeup of the core. It can't. Doesn't seem to. It has to be something related to maybe the angular moment. I don't know. Yeah. Let me look this up. Let me see the explanation that Google will give me. See? That's why I like being in here and not being silenced. I don't pretend to know everything, but I do know a lot about my field. I'm pretty sure that the Earth isn't flat, but hey, good learning opportunity.
Well, I think it also helps when somebody's not calling you a fucking retard every 2 seconds.
It does help. It does help that. Did I call anyone a retard in here?
No. But people who live in here definitely do that.
Oh. Yeah.
People who live in here.
No, I think we're all just people. We all just like, like, hey, maybe like, yeah, I went into school and like I invested. I know I've done my own physics shit. It worked for me through school, whatever. And like I benefit from a lot of the spoils of scientific discovery, and I see it every day, But like, that doesn't mean I study all of this shit. I'm not a fucking like generalist scientist or some shit, There's things I have to accept because like, oh yeah, okay, this is a number that we got from this experiment. I don't have to understand the experiment. I understand the number and it works for a set of equation. I can use that in my field, right? But let's go here. All right. Why is the Earth, very basic question, magnetic? Go. I'm doing this on my second phone. I should be doing this on my computer. But whatever. Okay. The Earth is magnetic because of the movement of molten iron in its fluid outer core. Oh, the outer core. Oh, it's not the inner core. Oh, shit. Oh. Okay.
Fluid outer core.
The outer core. Which generates I was wrong. It wasn't the inner core, it's the outer core. But what temperature is the outer core? And they said molten magnetic iron. So let's see if we can get Google to contradict itself. All right.
Just have.
What?
Just have.
Temperature is the outer core.
I'm curious. Does the flat Earth have a core?
Wait. Oh my God. Okay, so the temperature of the Earth's outer core is estimated between 4,500 and 5,500 degrees. So it would be the movement then. It's not just like the property. So like no. So it's not. It doesn't just have it shouldn't. According to that, it shouldn't have like a hard line stop point where it just stops being magnetic. I think it's more like an exponential type of thing where it's like barely register. That's the only way that would make sense. If the field is generated by the movement of the molten metals, that's the only way that would make sense. If it's exponential rather than just like a hard stop.
Who said that silly question a second ago? Does the flat Earth have a core? Who said that?
Yeah, just step over the turd.
Oh, I didn't. I don't think the flat Earth would have a core. I don't assume that it would.
Oh well, I was just gonna say. I mean, it should be obvious. Like, core would be something that is relatively spherical, and like flat is not a shape; it's just a description of the surface.
Right, that's why I wouldn't ask that. I don't know who asked it. I don't remember.
Oh, I asked it. Since we're talking about the core, I was curious if the flat earthers in the room believe or accept that the flat Earth has a core.
Yeah. So my response to that is an apple has a core. That's because an apple is kind of spherical. Not exactly spherical, but kind of spherical. So again, that's a shape, or an irregular shape.
Here's the thing:
you have to like. The thing is, again, flat is a description. So flat is not a shape. So the actual three-dimensional shape of the Earth itself, it's unknown. It's unknown to everyone, as far as I know. It may be known in the future at some point in time, but it's unknown now. So it could be anything, really. But we just know that the surface of it, the top of it that we walk on, is generally flat.
But here's the thing. Here would be a better example with an apple. This is why, because like obviously you guys established that there's magnetic properties, right? There are magnetic properties that can be repeated. You know how to use a compass, right? That's why I like, rather than an apple, I use.
What's your reference?
As an example.
We have the phenomenon of magnetic.
You can't just use an apple, like, oh, an apple has a core because it's spherical. Okay, and an inductor has a core and that magnetic field.
I mean, what's your reference for all this magnet talk with no 3D ball? Like, you guys never have a sphere, a little one, with all this magic shit going on, and you can rub the compass over the little thing and show us what the fuck. Because it's like, what are you talking? Like, you can't. I don't
I
understand.
mean, it's a really. I think it's a really large scale. That's why I think, honestly,
a large scale of iron that gets real hot.
I would say that maybe, to me, I'm not an earth scientist.
Well, you shouldn't make that excuse that you need a large scale. You should just show the
It's
physical
not an
attributes of what
excuse.
you're saying.
Are you an earth scientist?
No, I'm saying you should show the physics of what you're saying. Get some hot ass iron. Show us how magnetic it is and what cool stuff it does.
Don't think I can
with a compass.
Like, get some hot ass iron and
molten iron or something. You go to a smelting plant
on a large
rub your
enough
compass in
scale.
there?
No. Listen. This is my. Oh, I'm not going to call it a theory. This is my hypothesis, right? My hypothesis is that maybe these metals, rather than like just like completely lose magnetic properties at a certain temperature, I think it's more of an exponential decrease. I think it's more.
Is that like kinetic energy, like rubbing your head on a balloon? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that. I think it's more exponential. Like maybe it's functionally low enough, like that you can say there's no magnetic properties. Like at a certain heat, it's functionally low enough that you can say that. But when you get a large enough mass and you get it to rotate, and especially like the same way that a motor works internally, right? You have the stator, you have the stator, you have the stator, and then you have the rotor, right? And then the way that the motor works is that you pass electric charge that creates a magnetic field, and it moves that rotor, and it's an interaction between that rotor, the opposing magnetic fields of that rotor and that stator, right? So I think it could be the same thing, and like the key is that you have two different materials, right, that have different magnetic properties.
We'll model both out and see which one works.
And you also have rotational. They're molten. You have rotational. I think they may actually retain some properties exponentially low at those heats. But I don't think it's just like a hard stop, no properties. Maybe there's an exponential level to this, right? It could very well be. Like rather than at certain degrees, it loses all of it.
Hapless. Like, you're an engineer. Model them out. Model both ideas
I'm an engineer. I'm not a scientist. What do you mean model it out? I'm an engineer. Model it out.
Yeah, engineer. Model it out and see which one will work.
I'm an engineer. I go off on how things work, and I either build them, I fix them, I repair them, or I create something. But like I'm not in the business of creating scientific models. I just have theories. This is like really me. This is me having like a troubleshooting theory. Okay.
Hapless, you trying to explain the magnetic field of the Earth?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. It's much like you were describing, right? There's an innate magnetism to the Earth, much like Mars has it, low level magnetism, right? Here we go. and which is provided by the magnetic ore in the mantle, right? And the fluid passes through that dynamically, which creates essentially a big generator of sorts.
It has to do with the movement of the fluid, because like the thing is like they according to like what I can Google, they don't maintain magnetism after a certain heat, and like that heat is like is like at least 7 times that.
Yeah. The fluid is not necessarily magnetic. That's not what generates the field. It's passing a ferromagnetic metal through the inherent magnetic fields of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 different metal or different
Apparently, already there existing magnetic.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Never mind. I'm not an earth scientist. I don't. Okay. That goes more into thermodynamics than I know. Okay, maybe I'm too stupid to talk on this.
No, just model it out.
To think that.
Just model it out and see where you get results. You got 3
No. I need to model that out based off of like actual physical principles that I may be missing. Can you re-explain that? With the dynamics, the movements between the fluids?
Yeah, so my understanding is it's essentially the Earth has an inherent low magnetic field derived from the magnetic ore in the mantle itself, which is not liquid. It's not superheated. It's just in the mantle. It's the liquid ferromagnetic substance that's circling through the Earth, and it forms vortexes. It's actually kind of cool the way it probably works.
Conductor,
and
right?
It passes through the innate magnetic field, creates essentially a generator. It creates a stronger magnetic field from the circulation of the fluid.
It's about circulation of fluid between the layers in like opposite directions.
Which is, just like if you ran a metal through a magnetic field, right? You generate electricity, right?
Yeah.
So this is essentially the same thing. You're generating a magnetic field by taking metal and running it through an existing magnetic field.
What metal?
There's different makeups of like said metals between like different layers that are like opposing each other. Right?
What are you guys talking about?
Magnetic fields. And
yeah.
How they're caused, and just listening to these two people just talk shit.
Yeah, you're talking a bunch of shit, both of you guys.
I don't think we're talking. Whatever.
Yeah, it is. Like, how do you know any of this is true?
You're not helping me out here to understand more.
Yeah, understand more. You're not understanding more. You don't know what you're talking about.
Also,
how did you figure out? How did you figure out this was a?
Is it speculation? He's doing a speculation Sunday.
Sure. Okay, call it speculation. All right.
Oh, my bad. All right, you're speculating.
Whatever. Yeah, let's speculate. Sure.
No, it's not. Wait a minute. No, is it a speculation or is this a fact?
No, we got one speculation he doesn't know. He's just figured out the Curie point of metals won't hold a magnetic field. We got another globe. Yeah, we just figured that out. And we got another globe. Why are you talking, dude?
Hey, wait till Jedi's done talking, man. My God.
You don't stop talking, mate. And we got the other glober who's trying to correct him on the narrative that the already existing magnetic field of the Earth, because of the inherent properties of the mantle, I think he said, creating a submagnetic field, but the flow of the molten metal at temperature of over 1700 degrees Celsius is making the magnetic field stronger. That's basically
stronger. Yeah, but it's one thing to have.
No. That's not what he explained.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I believe Jedi. He was here listening. But I would say this, man. If it's a speculation, then it needs to be said like, "Hey, man, this is just what I think it is as speculation." Because Crit was outlining this is speculation Sunday. But the problem is, if you think it's a fact, then is that what you think this is? A fact?
Well, Alpha, I posted a link. Hold on, I posted a link to the US. I posted a link to the USGS, which basically reiterates what I've said.
Like for me, like working on electronics, like a lot of components, a lot of different components, and a lot of things I've done in the semiconductor industry. A lot of like that, like yeah, it kind of like that's why I brought up like how an inductor works. Like like two opposing materials, kind of in a way.
I get that you work in that type of field. But Mark is proposing something that's happening inside the confines of the Earth.
Right. But to me, it's not just speculation because, like, it does actually have, like, those same concepts do actually have, like, practical, like, repeatability, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but the guy was saying that this is what's happening inside the Earth. Do you think that that's a fact alongside what he's saying?
Well, I don't know. I've never been inside the Earth.
No, I'm not saying if you've been inside. I'm saying, do you believe what he's saying? Do you believe it makes sense? Do you think it's a fact?
That makes sense, yeah.
Okay, there you go, Crit. He actually thinks it's real instead of it being.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I misinterpreted it because it looked like at first we were going over the molten core with him, and at some point he agreed that his understanding of it was wrong. Then it appeared that he went into speculation and was presenting different ideas.
I was going to speculation. Yeah, sure.
Well, this doesn't sound. You're not agreeing that Mark G is speculating. You're agreeing that he's saying true things.
No, I'm saying what he says what his explanation makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. But he's not telling you how he knows he's derived this information. It's all just theories.
How would you derive this information?
Well, first of all, you have to figure out how it was tested to be true. What did they do in the field? What did they do in the field to test this information to be valid? What is it that they did? What information was collected in the field?
We can look this up.
No, I don't need to look it up. You were listening to the guy tell you. What from that made sense to you that they collected data?
No, you listened to a guy explain the concept to me.
Yeah, well, he wasn't saying concept. He was saying this is what's happening inside the Earth.
Okay, from his understanding, he specifically said this is from my understanding.
Yeah, but you guys need to go down to the source.
Right.
The source point. The source point where the source point.
What's wrong,
dude? Hold on. Wait. You need to go down to the source point of information
all right.
where the information. Dude,
I mean, the most basic.
Stop talking over me. Just go down to the point source of information where the information was derived.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Where's it from?
Okay. Wait. Most basic one. How do we know
oh my God,
the composition of the core?
It's seismology.
We just don't.
I think we do. Honestly.
He believes that it's true.
I think they would only. I think they would only accept if we actually went down to the core.
No, dude. I think you know what I mean. Like you instead of speculating, instead of saying, you know what, I don't know, but I'm just giving an idea of what this could be.
No.
You're actually thinking your idea of what they. I'm gonna have to stop you from talking because you don't know how to stop. So what you got to realize is that people aren't figuring this out by doing any kind of rigor of testing things out. They're just making ideas and then handing it down to somebody else and saying, "Hey, what do you think about this idea?"
You know what? All right. Let's do this. Okay. How do I'm sure this is gonna be this is gonna lead me to this, something that can help you out with
help me out. I'm not the one who needs assistance, sir. You are. The hell are you talking about? I'm not the one who's agreeing.
Right now.
I'm not agreeing with the claim that was being made by some guy who says that something's happening inside the Earth, and you're like, "Oh, that sounds plausible. It's totally happening, man."
Sure, whatever.
That's you. That ain't me. You need the assistance.
All right. 1 second. Okay. How do we know the composition of the core? Very basic.
It's seismology. Seismology.
Yeah. We primarily know the composition of the Earth's core by studying seismic waves generated by earthquakes, which change speed and direction as they travel through different layers of the Earth, allowing scientists to infer the materials present in the core. Even though we cannot directly sample it, this is combined with analysis of meteorites and laboratory experiments simulating extreme pressure and temperature conditions within the Earth's core. So,
wait, hear what he just read.
Not rigor. It's not rigor. There's no rigor.
Can you
we just guess. You just kind of guess.
Yeah, post your sources so everyone can see it and read it.
Oh, good lord.
Well,
I told you I did simple Google search. Okay. Here's this. Okay, the primary method for studying the core is analyzing how seismic waves, P waves and S waves, from earthquakes travel through the Earth, revealing changes in density and composition at different depths. Right. Inference from wave behavior. By observing how seismic waves are refracted and reflected, scientists can deduce the presence of a solid inner core and a liquid outer core, and estimate their composition. Right? Solid inner core. That's key right there. Studying the composite. Oh, okay. Never mind. That explains it. The inner core isn't liquid. What the fuck? Oof. I'm dumb. Never mind.
Are you in line?
So look, studying the composition of certain meteorites, which are thought to be remnants of the early solar system, produced clues about the likely composition of the Earth's core, as they may contain similar material. Researchers conduct experiments in labs to simulate extreme pressure and temperature conditions of the Earth's core, allowing them to study how different materials would behave under those conditions. Right?
You're just repeating yourself. You're just repeating
Based on available data, the Earth's core is primarily believed to be comprised of an iron-nickel alloy with a solid inner core and a liquid outer core.
I don't know if you're listening to yourself read that, but do you hear all the suggestive language that's being used?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, because we haven't been there. Sure, we never dug a drill to the Earth's core.
Well, it's not the fact that you dug a drill to the Earth's core, but a lot of these inferences and deductions are happening because the only thing that they can study are things that are not in the Earth's center. Everything else but the Earth's center.
What do you mean?
So the only things that they can use to, like, the thing you just read, you just mentioned, you were looking at meteorites.
Okay.
And what do they think? Hold on, dude. What do they think meteorites are coming from?
Okay, so listen. Let me finish it, and then I'll answer this. While iron and nickel are dominant, scientists suspect the core may also contain small amounts of other elements like sulfur, oxygen, and silicon. All right. So where do I think meteorites are coming from? Outer space.
Okay, but like where? From where?
Okay,
not just from outer space, but they came from an origin. Where's their origin?
Okay, so like there's like an asteroid field, right? There's a fairly large asteroid field. Okay. What happens? I think meteorites can come from. Okay, so like other bodies and the planet, they can get hits. They can take hits. Even the moon takes hits. A lot of those,
they're just
kind of like
hapless. They're just leftover. They're just leftover stuff from the formation of the solar system, usually.
Well, all right, we got Mr. Globehead coming in. Okay, so leftover things from the formation of the universe. Okay, that's their origin.
Solar system.
Yeah,
I guess I was going on a roundabout way, but
okay. Sure. So some unknown origin is giving you information about some unknown origin of what's inside the Earth. That makes a lot of sense.
That's not all of it. That's part of it. And it's not unknown origin. It's not unknown origin. You can detect like what type of metal, like the metal makeup that it is.
Really? And so when you detect the type of metal that the meteorite is, how do you know where it came from?
Dude.
Well, I'm asking a question.
It's special space rocks.
Yeah, special space rocks. And those special space rocks can tell you more about the thing that you don't understand from inside the place that you've never been to.
Right.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, if I put a space rock in front of his house, he wouldn't have a clue what it was. He'd be like, I don't know what that's made of.
Why don't you guys get together and build a drill and go into the core and figure it out?
I don't need to. I don't need to. I can just show. Yeah, listen, I can just show how the paper that you just read is talking about meteorites, giving them more information about what's inside of the Earth. So if they're studying meteorites, which of course they don't have it.
That's not what it gives a little bit. It gives some information. It's part of it.
What information does it give them?
Do you know the main thing about what I just read?
Yeah, I do. I was listening to you. What do you think? What information do you think it gives them?
So why do you focus on meteorites?
Because that's what the paper that you just read said that they were studying.
That's supplemental information.
Supplemental.
Yes, the main part is seismic waves and how different materials interact with them at different layers.
Seismic waves.
It's detecting seismic waves.
All right, so you want to put the meteorite to the side because that's kind of like not
No,
giving
I'm
you
not
the
putting it
information you want.
aside, but you're making the main thing like, oh yeah, no, meteorites tell us about the planet.
That's what they said. That's exactly what they said in the paper that you just read. What they said.
No. They said yes. That's an additional data point that they.
So they did say that.
From.
So they did say that.
It's an additional data point.
So
that
if rain drops down.
Point. That's not the main way.
Yeah, but they did say that though. You're saying they didn't say that when they did say that.
You're that's the main way that we know about the makeup of the core.
I don't know why you're denying. I don't know why you're denying the thing you just read. I don't know why are you denying it.
You are. Oh no, I can't.
Oh no, what? Oh no, for the globe. What do you?
I can't.
Oh
do
no, you can't be saying that they're studying meteorites. For heaven forbid.
No. I didn't say that they aren't, but I'm saying like you're making it as if this is the main thing. Why
it's not the main thing. It's a part of the main thing. The main
thing are seismic waves. Meteorites. Yeah. That's another data point. That's how you.
Yeah, what is it? What does the meteorite help them understand? What is a meteorite?
Meteorites. We get inference from meteorites.
Yeah. Well, like what? What
so
inference?
The main things are seismic wave.
Yeah, what inference, dude?
Interference from wave behavior.
You're spiraling. Stop spiraling. What information do they get from meteorites?
Studying the composition of certain meteorites, which are thought to be remnants of the early solar system, provides clues about the likely composition of the Earth's core.
There you go. Attaboy. So now they're getting information about what they think could be the inside of the core.
Right. So, like, here's the primary
from the air.
Primary method. The primary method.
Who cares about primary methods, dude?
Is analyzing how seismic waves from earthquakes travel through the earth, revealing changes in the density and composition at different depths. Are you listening?
Yeah, but they don't know the materials that they're working with unless
reflected. Scientists can deduce the.
I don't know why you're getting upset, bro.
Oh my god. No, because you're trying to make I said something that I didn't say.
Oh, you didn't say. You just read something that you're denying right now that gives them information about what's inside the core.
No. But you're denying it as if meteorites are the primary data.
Double speak.
It's a supplemental data.
Yeah, I never said that. It still gives them.
Point is that seismic waves. Obviously,
yeah, it doesn't matter. The waves are telling them the density of the material, but the meteorite's giving them the elemental. Dude, listen. The meteorite's giving them the elements that they could be thinking about what's inside of the Earth. So everything is like you saying points of data that they're collecting.
Okay. Here's the thing. You understand that things could be tested at different levels. There's like a lot of people on this. There's been
tested falls from the air.
Really?
No. Wait, let me finish. Don't interrupt, please.
Seriously, dude.
Okay, so
a lot of this, but you're going to try and educate us on something that you really don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know. Can I?
I mean, you can try.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me try. All right.
Just don't deny it whenever you're done.
Oh my god.
Be honest with yourself before you start. Do you know anything about this subject matter? You know yourself. It's a yes or a no.
Yes, I know some about the subject matter, but I'm not a researcher in said subject matter.
Well, shit.
Okay.
But I do understand how the science process goes.
Excellent.
And I think I do have experience with some technologies that can sonars. I was a nuclear electrician on a submarine for 6 years.
Oh,
Lord have mercy.
I understand, like, I do understand how, like, radar works.
I don't think you understand anything you haven't been told to understand. Bob, understand this apple's red. Okay, Bob.
Like, listen, I actually work as an electrician and an engineer, and I do have.
That's great.
Yeah,
wonderful.
I understand.
Yeah, wonderful.
I obviously understand things I haven't been told.
That's great. That's great.
I actually work with. Never mind.
Yeah, but we're just wasting a lot of time because the information that you've been reading so far is all data points collected that gives you.
I'm not reading anything now. I'm not reading anything.
I know that when you were reading the information, there are data points that are collected to give you. Dude, shut the fuck up.
You didn't let me. You guys.
Are you drunk? Are you drunk? You don't have any situational awareness, do you?
Okay.
I'm talking and you're interrupting. All right. So basically, what?
Me. Go ahead.
Fucking bridle that shit, dude. All right. So when you're talking earlier about the paper that you just read, you're mentioning that all these data points that they're using to give them clues as to what's inside of the Earth, including meteorites and/or earthquakes that are shaking and propagated to the Earth, and then they're learning about different densities of the Earth and possibly the types of materials that they're working with. But the meteorite was a part of that, giving them information of what elements they could be working with that are inside of the Earth. So therefore, dude.
Oh, sorry.
The thing that you were mentioning earlier, that you were like, no, I'm not talking about meteorites being the main topic. I only was talking about that they were saying that it's a part of the information, and that they're saying that the meteorite is giving them like that much clues as to like what elements that they're working with. Now you can't deny that.
Okay,
because
sure.
they said,
Sure. I have.
Okay, so what's the problem?
All right. Yeah. No, we're on the same page.
All right.
A couple of questions here, right? I'm gonna have a couple of questions. First question is, all right, you know the absolute temperature where iron and nickel loses its magnetic properties, right?
Yeah, of course.
How?
Yeah, we taught you that.
How do you know? No, you didn't teach me that. You didn't teach me.
How do we know?
But,
because we get iron and nickel, and we.
I thought it was more exponential, but like, okay, sure. Maybe.
Mute him because he doesn't have situational awareness. He doesn't have
It's a
situational.
deflection, though. That was a deflection, though.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, hold on a minute, because he's talking straight through somebody speaking that's going to give him the answer. So it's really hard for anyone to give him an answer. He doesn't know how to have those cues when someone's talking. I think he's drunk. My take. I don't know what you guys think.
I can explain the Curie point to him, but that's fine.
We have done 3 times, and he's Googled it, and he's asking us if we agree when we told him.
Say like Curie point or whatever, but like, how do you know that? How is that?
But you can demonstrate that. You can demonstrate that in the laboratory.
At some stage.
Okay, you can demonstrate that in the laboratory.
Yeah, we're going to help this out. Right. At some stage, somebody has got a fistful of iron or nickel, and they've heated it up. And they've gone, oh, look, at whatever degrees it got to, it's now non-magnetic. So some numpty got there with an oxy torch or with a fire or with something, heated it up. And when it got to a certain temperature, they went, oh, wow, that's where the magnetic bit stops. And then they let it cool down. Oh, wow, that's where it came back. That's it.
It became science that we're being told to ignore.
Like, there's certain science that you like. Here's the thing, right? There's certain science that you like. You'll accept as like.
Don't say that. Don't just.
And certain science that you'll.
We accept what you can demonstrate. We accept what you can demonstrate yourself with your hands.
Okay, so here's
personal of some sort.
Here's what you can demonstrate, right? Regarding types of waves, regarding there's different waves that you can pass through different materials at different.
Yeah, like the Earth. Like the Earth.
No. Like metals. like different
Yeah,
metals.
but we're talking. Yeah, why are you talking about that? We're talking about the Earth.
We
Let's
know
see-
the composition of the metals through seismic waves.
Now, wait a minute. No, you're losing focus. You're losing focus right now, and the focus right now is the Earth. So they're telling us. Where are you at? Where's your name at? Is what I'm gonna do.
He lost focus ages ago, mate.
Yeah, I have to mute him because he doesn't know how to stop interrupting. So first of all, you have to figure out that what you're talking about is the Earth and seismic waves traveling through the Earth. That's what we're talking about. That's what's at hand. Seismic waves and them traveling through the Earth and then giving the researcher information about what's inside of the Earth. So you need to relate the conversation to telling people how you know that seismic waves are giving any indication about what type of materials the researcher is actually getting from those waves as they propagate through the Earth. If that even is a thing, you need to tell us that bit, not the part about other metals and stuff like that. We don't care about that. We care about the specific information. Now that you've heard me, go.
Yeah, it has to, like, you absolutely have to talk about the specific information because, like, literally, that's like how you like.
Okay, once again, you don't realize that the topic is about how that information that we know that the waves that are propagating through the Earth are giving the researcher information about what materials they're working with, the densities and such. You need to get to the. You're not relating the topic to what you've just read about how they're getting the seismic waves to give the researcher information. You need to relate that information you're talking about to that.
Oh my God! I am trying to relate the information. Stop muting me. Let me fucking speak. Don't interrupt me. Like I'm literally. I'm answering your question.
Yeah,
Like,
just land your plane.
No, this is getting bad. Like I'm literally.
Get to the point. Stop complaining. Just make your point. Stop acting like a fucking woman.
Okay, all right. Here we go. Right? The reason why I mentioned different metals, how we know a rate, like you pass a signal, you pass a wave. There's an entire field of signal analysis, right? You pass a certain wave. You know this wave. You know what this wave. You know how it interacts with this metal, and like what you expect to read from like when you from receiving that signature. It will have a different signature depending on the density of the material. Each material has different densities. This has to do with just go back to your fucking particle fucking tables in physics, right?
So let's go.
You'll have a different signature for different materials. So therefore,
Atlas, we're gonna breathe. Atlas, just a little question. Signals go through different density stuff. Okay, that's cool. Now, what if the signal passes through something that's really dense, something that's medium dense, and something that's less dense? How do you tell the difference when it's passed through all
yes,
three?
you can tell the difference.
They vibrate
How
at
do you
different
tell
rates.
the difference when it's
They
passed
vibrate
through
at
all
different
three?
rates.
It's the density of the specific. Do you understand how sensitive we can detect things these days?
So it's gone through three separate things, and the density is
Yeah, you can detect the density on each layer. You know why? Because we can do this. We can do this on multiple layers, and literally, we can do this on today, right? Right? We can write millions of transistors on a level that's smaller than a fucking tip of a pen.
That's awesome.
Yes, we 100% have material, and in order to do that, 100. What does it take to do that? Hey, you have two beams. You have a pre-pulse.
Side
have
story. We don't care. We do not care. Seriously.
No, I'm telling you.
Listen, Atlas, I'm going to just get down to the point, mate. We want you to prove to us how all this bullshit proves you live on a ball tard.
You know what? I can't.
Good.
I can't. It's only
Make a speculation. Why does the law? Hey, dude, pay attention. Okay, if you don't have proof,
I have been. That's why I'm so frustrated right now. But
instead of offering proof, today is a special day in this channel. Monday through Saturday It's the really is level. Really is. No speculations. You prove it with objective reality.
Still Saturday.
Okay? Today,
Can't prove
listen,
it
dude.
reality, but
hold
you
on.
guys can't prove that either. A lot of your.
Okay, just don't get triggered. Okay, you're obviously
I'm not getting triggered. I am already triggered because you guys keep muting me when I'm trying to explain shit, and you're like, "Oh, get to."
Okay, I'm trying to help you out here. Exactly how to frame your message, so the other flat earthers are going to be able to engage with you at your level, which is speculation.
Okay,
you keep pretending. Okay, hold on. You keep pretending like.
Shouldn't we all be at a speculative level?
No,
like
we work at the really is.
You're saying like, okay, you're convinced that's a flat Earth.
Well, yeah, not convinced. I know. I know it's a flat Earth. I don't need to be convinced of it.
How do you know? How do you know?
The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat and stationary. There's a couple conclusions you can draw from that.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'm gonna stop talking. I'll listen. I'll listen to what you say. Go ahead. Continue. I won't interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, I get it. This is like you're kind of new to the server. So the
Not
Earth
new to the
is
server, but I'm new to like.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The channel. Yeah. So the Earth is observed as flat and stationary. The Earth is measured as flat and stationary. The Earth is practically used as flat and stationary. So what are the conclusions you can draw from that? Like A, the Earth is flat. Matches all observations and measurements.
It's not. Doesn't match all observations.
I thought you were going to let me say something.
Oh no! Well, no. Okay. Beyond that, what you were talking about before, I interjected.
Yeah.
Earlier.
Well, hold on. Pay attention. Okay.
How I can frame
another result would be B, that the Earth is a globe, but presents as flat. That's like the experts in the globe. Like
to our like to what we can see like physically, but like we do have tools and methods
So
of
that counters your claim of not flat. Your globe presents as flat. So if you say not flat, you're saying not globe.
From our perspective, like I mean, but
Okay.
the Earth is like fucking huge.
You've also got
really large.
You also got the idea that the Earth is a globe, but it cannot be proven. It's impossible
Be
to prove
proven.
it.
It was proven. Like there's
I
pictures.
hear who did
Sorry to interrupt, Crit.
Never mind. Every proof doesn't
Can you
matter.
let me at least get out what I want to say? You keep
Oh, we didn't do
You
it.
said you weren't going to interrupt, and I haven't got through the whole thing yet.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
So there's other choices you got. Okay, the Earth. Everyone's observed the Earth. They've measured the Earth, and they've used the Earth. All these measurements and observations match the flat Earth perfectly. B.
Not necessarily.
Okay, dude. Seriously, like
not being so defensive.
Can't you just wait?
Okay, my bad. My bad. You don't have to mute me. I'm sorry. I'll practice shutting up.
Oh, here's the different results. The Earth is flat, just as it appears. It measures. The Earth is a globe, but presents as flat. That's your experts, your astrophysics and whatnot. B, the Earth is a globe, but this cannot be proven. That is Vsauce. Vsauce says there's no way to know for sure or prove it because nothing really can be proven. And then you got the Earth as a globe, presents as a globe, but no one really gives a shit about the globe. They only care that there's some people out there who disagree with that. That explains your anti-flat Earth Karens. Just constantly coming in here, all worked up. They'll never present the globe. They're just angry. They're angry, upset people they're anti-flat Earth, and they want to exterminate. Dude, why are you keep interrupting?
Oh, sorry. I was asking a specific question.
The last one is no one has any answers. They're only speaking from an agenda-driven worldview. You'll push in some kind of creation myth. That's Newton and Copernicus. The Newton models, Copernicus models, and like the Kepler models. All these models have a baked-in presupposition that God did it. So these are your choices that I see. Now, if you've got a different choice, and it's also Speculation Sunday, frame it that way. Add another speculation that isn't really there. that you think you've got that, or you can.
Do you want me to tell you my speculation?
Well, here, I was going to give you one. If you see, this is the thing, you're not letting me get it out. My speculation for Speculation Sunday could be this: like humans explored space in the 1960s, then never again. The space race abruptly ends with the removal of Nixon. So what happened was, here's my speculation, is that if you started with a globe, mind you, if I presuppose a globe, then aliens saw that we became a spacefaring race. They came down to Earth and they're like, what the actual fuck? This is some of the most crazy shit, okay? And since they're generous with life, they said, we're not going to euthanize the world. What we'll do, though, is we'll put you into some sort of simulation habitat. And from there...
We're on Earth? That'd be dope. I'm sorry.
This is why I was hoping you'd let me get it out so I could get through something.
No, continue. I'm like listening to what you're saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just got a drink of water real quick. Okay, so
Ark. That sounds very similar to Ark. The whole concept. Ark Survival Evolved.
Yeah. So what you're looking at here is that it would be like some sort of simulation or something along those lines, or something like a habitat. Like when you go to the polar bear exhibit, they try to match its habitat using mirrors and different terrain features, keeping it really cold in there and whatnot. So that's kind of what they did here, and then it also explains why it isn't possible to go anywhere other than sort of suborbital or low orbital flight, because you'll hit the end of the environment. But the environment, the dome or whatever, the sky has it kind of looks the same as it would otherwise.
I'm sorry.
Make some kind of speculation.
I'm doing two things right at once. I'm texting someone unrelated to this. Don't worry. I'm texting someone. I just got sorry.
Hey, Crit, have you seen the website W2F 1973?
So here's the thing with your model. We didn't stop exploring space in 1978.
72. The space age abruptly ends in 1972.
No, it didn't though. It didn't. We like people. There are people who are on space. Like actually, there was like a big thing like a few months ago where with Boeing, who guess who has like fucking malfunctions with their crafts, right? Boeing. Like we had like this big thing where there were I believe there were 2 astronauts that were just like stranded because the Starcraft vehicle malfunctioned, and like they weren't. I'm not sure. I didn't keep up with that situation, but no, people actually absolutely are still in space, and like we do continue to explore space. We just haven't gone back to the moon since then. Sure. But like
you just change the definition of what space is then.
No, I don't change my definition of what space is, because the moon is in space, right? And like if you go like my definition of what space is like literally like the innermost like point where you're weightless, you're outside of the atmosphere. That's like what like how many miles up is that? The innermost layer of space? I don't know exactly, but like my definition of space is very liberal, sure, but like as long as you're out of the atmosphere on Earth, but that's really fucking high up. And most people's definition of space would be like literally when you can obtain geocentric orbit, and you're going to be traveling at about 22,500 miles per hour, give or take, at that point. But that's all relative. That's relative to like the Earth. Sure. To them, it'd probably be like, yeah, they're just floating along. But that's my ideal of space. That's where space starts. Like, and like I do like when it says like, you can say like, yeah, we ended moon missions after 1972. Sure, we did. But it would be like really disingenuous to say that we just ended all space exploration, which we didn't, like, or any endeavors regarding space, which we did not. We clearly.
Why are they bringing the ISS down and bringing everything local and close then?
The ISS, it had a shelf life. It does have a life. All satellites have a life.
Could I ask, how do you know that any of this is actually occurring? Can you verify it?
Well, I asked like.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.